even able to damage inanimate objects. Xie Yan withdrew his hand, quietly pondering, and said, I have a bit of a creepy feeling. I feel like if I open this coffin lid, something bad will happen. Hearing this, Little Red Maiden panicked. Sweating profusely, she said in a trembling voice, How about you don't rob this grave anymore? Let's go to the next one. Xie Yan looked towards the dense underworld energy in the mausoleum behind and said, The tombs behind give me an even more terrifying feeling than this tomb. In his heart, he thought, spiritual sense can't be used in this place. Qing Xier is so scared that she doesn't dare to appear. Hulao showed clear rejection, unwilling to swallow the underworld energy in this tomb. This omen is definitely telling me that it's dangerous. Dangerous. Shi Jian sighed softly and said directly, I've decided to stop. Let's head back. Just tell them we reached our limit. At the seventh tomb, Xiao Hongyan was overjoyed, replying repeatedly, Okay, I don't want to stay in this freaky place for another second. A moment later, they were on their way back, when they suddenly jumped in surprise. Li Tianba appeared out of nowhere, forcing a smile as he praised, Well done. Besides the grave marker already taken, you two have already marked 5 markers behind it, he asked with feigned concern. Are you guys all right? Can you still hold on? Xiao Hongyan quickly replied, We can't hold on anymore. We gave up at the 7th tomb and we're about to turn back. Shen Yan smiled obsequiously and asked him, Why did Da Ling come down here? Where are the other 2 Dalton's Lings? Li Tianba frowned, shaking his head and saying, Those 2 drunkards are sleeping, just ignore them. He pretended to care, saying, I noticed you 2 hadn't come back up, and I couldn't sense any Umbra Chi outside, so I came down to check on the situation. Xie Yan and Xiao Hongyan exchanged glances upon hearing this, sparks flying in their eyes. They both thought the same thing. Secluded, desolate place, drunk teammates. Li Tianba raised his hands, beckoning them over, and said leisurely, Come, let me check your bodies. Don't let the Umbra Chi wounds damage your foundations. Xiao Hongyan and Xie Yan both looked delighted and said at the same time, We will repay Dao Ling. Dao Ling is too good to us. Then he leaned closer, sinisterly saying, Do you know? Actually, I was hoping you 2 would die here. If you 2 died, the 1,000 merit points would belong to me. Xiao Hongyan pleaded in a panic, Dao Ling, please don't. Xie Yan felt goosebumps and said helplessly, Hey, stop acting. He grabbed the rolls of fat on Lian Tianba's body and shouted, Xiao Hu, close the door and beat the dog. Immediately after, Xiao Hu opened his massive mouth and swallowed all 3 of them. Inside the demonic fox domain, Li Tianba's screaming voice echoed continuously. What the hell are you? Stop hitting me. I won't resist anymore. Isn't that enough? Hit me. Do whatever you want. Just beat me to death. Xie Yan stood in a corner watching Shi Daoyun beat Li Tianba to a pulp, sighing softly. Trinsk, they're both 4 stars, but this guy is too weak compared to Mo Yu Yalong. Xiao Hongyan returned to her tiny form, standing on his shoulder, saying, Anyway, Hun Tianli is just a servant of the Mo Yu Yalong race. The limit of their bloodline is only 4 stars. They're not that strong. Then her innocent face was filled with contemplation. But this one is weaker than usual, has no fighting spirit, doesn't even open his fighting form, and doesn't use any magic. He's clearly just giving up. Xie Yan smiled and glanced at Xiao Hongyan, saying, HMPH. That's because my move is specifically designed to deal with angry old geezers. It's just that I didn't expect this guy's will to be so weak he doesn't even have the desire to fight back. Xiao Hongyan gasped in surprise and asked, Is this the ability to bully the weak? She stared intently in that direction and asked, Is that pink sister your spirit envoy? 5 stars? Xie Yan hesitated, replying, No, not really. Xiao Hongyan's eyes widened in confusion. That's not a spirit envoy. It looks more like a magical effect of some kind. Then she felt strange again, saying, So besides martial arts with your body, your magic is also so powerful. Why haven't I ever seen you use it before? Xie Yan forced a smile and explained, Because if I use it outside, it will explode. He looked at Shi Daoyun, who had stabbed Li Tianba right in the chest, causing him to groan in pain. And then he slowly continued, Actually, it will also explode inside Xiao Hu, as long as my move comes into contact with the spiritual energy in this cat's body. At that moment, Li Tianba struggled in pain, and strands of scarlet blood silk poured out from the middle of his chest. He exclaimed in horror, No, that's not right. But it was too late. The point of impact between Xie Daoyun's sword and him exploded with a bang, Xie Yan said calmly, pointing. See, like now? Immediately afterwards, a soul beast appeared in front of Xie Daoyun, looming behind the pink smoke from the explosion just now. Li Tianba had transformed into Hun Tianli, a 4-star battle form, the Hun Tian relic beast. He roared with bloodshot eyes. "What kind of evil magic did you use on me before?" Xie Daoyun didn't hesitate, leaping up and punching Li Tianba straight in the face. His large but slow body flew back several zang. Xie Daoyun quickly chased after him, forming a faint pink light. As she rushed over, Li Tianba opened his mouth wide, directly spitting out a stream of scarlet energy, the Hun Tian Li's 4-star magic, the Hun Tian 1 Qi cannon. Suddenly, a spiritual energy collision formed a barrier, shattering everything nearby. Xie Yan's voice was even, "Dare to use spiritual energy magic to blow up my original spirit? Oh bro, if you do that you'll kill yourself." Xie Yan looked at Li Tianba lying tattered on the ground and Xie Daoyun, still in her original spirit form, and he said confidently, "You can't recover from the explosion, but we can recover at any time. What are you going to use to fight me?" Xie Yan smiled and walked over, announcing the results to Xiao Hongyan beside him. "The battle is over. Prepare for interrogation." The girl followed him, her head filled with question marks when she suddenly heard him ask, "Hey little Hongyan, do you have any props or treasures that can help with interrogation?" she asked. Puzzled, "Isn't it enough to use torture?" Xie Yan grinned slyly and said, "Trinsk, it needs a little technical expertise, Qing Xingjier. Come on out, it's your turn to shine, little Hongyan." Upon hearing this, recited a catchphrase, "Key pilot." Requesting permission to sortie, Xie Yan said helplessly, "Stop cosplaying, this guy already blew himself up and fainted. See if the earth-burrowing beast is useful. If not, then I'll just beat him up until it is." About 30 minutes later, Xie Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, monologuing to himself. "The good news is that there really is Ink Jade Dragon essence in the vault, and I don't need to take it by force. I can exchange for it." The Ink Jade Cliff Dragons have a merit system, where they turn in treasures they find but don't need for the family in exchange for merit, and then use the merit to exchange for treasures they want from the vault. Behind Xie Yan, Li Tianba was tied up to a tree and being threatened by Qingjie with a whip, honestly confessing, "How many wives do you have?" Even so, he wasn't distracted and continued thinking, "This system is even extended to the slave races, but the slave races aren't qualified to enter the vault. Even if they earn merit, they can only indirectly exchange for treasures from the Ink Jade Cliff Dragons." After talking to himself for a while, he turned to little Hongyan and asked, "Little Hongyan, your intelligence was slightly off. The common and upper classes of the slave race can actually leave Dragon Nest for a short time to find some treasures to exchange for merit with the Ink Jade Cliff Dragons. It's a regular thing." Xie Yan's expression twitched slightly. Unfortunately, exchanging for the Ink Jade Dragon essence requires 1,000,000 merit points. That's the price for the Ink Jade Cliff Dragons to exchange it. If it's a slave race, God knows how many points it would take. Probably double. After discussing it, he turned into his spirit hound form, smirking, "Even if we had this kind of life-risking job to do every day, we'd still need to do at least 2,000 jobs to get enough, and we still need the Ink Jade Cliff Dragons to agree to exchange with us. Plus, we need to explain why 2 dirt dogs are so powerful." Little Hongyan floated in front of him upon hearing that, and Xie Yan said, "It's not that the slave races aren't qualified to enter the vault, but only those with Ink Jade Cliff Dragon blood can pass through the vault's gate." After pausing for a moment, she added, "With this inexplicable mechanism, even if we force an Ink Jade Cliff Dragon, in the end, only they can enter, and will be left outside." But then little Hongyan frowned and smiled. "The only good thing is that thankfully our key to open the gate didn't work, otherwise we would have to face the 5-star Ink Jade Cliff Dragon guarding the vault year-round." Xie Yan looked at her self-comforting and indulged her. "So what if we do? Anyway, we'd be in the form of Ink Jade Cliff Dragons at the time. At worst, we'd just act." Little Hongyan sighed and said, "The key to open the gate is useless too. Ugh, what should we do? This damn mechanism. My magic talent can imitate things, but it can't imitate authentic blood." Xie Yan suddenly had an idea and asked her, "Does it have to be the blood of a living Ink Jade Cliff Dragon? What about a dead one?" Little Hongyan wondered. "A dead one?" She flew back to look at the 6 small fox corpses devoured in the tomb. After observing for a while, she said, "A dead Ink Jade Cliff Dragon is still an Ink Jade Cliff Dragon. These corpses are perfectly preserved. The blood in their bodies should still be there." After thinking, she flew around again, but the corpses couldn't move. Even if she figured out a way to bring it to the vault, it wouldn't work. Suddenly, she had an idea, but immediately rejected it. Sneak into the corpse, trick the inspection mechanism to sneak in. Ugh, that's disgusting. Gradually, little Hongyan's expression became more desperate, and she felt like she would be kicked out even if she really snuck in. "Inside, there's a 5-star big shot waiting for me, seeing a corpse walk in. With a feathered spirit crawling out of it, I'd probably get beaten to death." Seeing this, Xie Yan snapped his fingers and said, "Call Qingger." Qingger darted forward from behind, enthusiastically replying, "Yes." Xie Yan pointed to the Ink Jade Cliff Dragon corpse in front of him and said to Qingger, "Try to see if you can manipulate the corpse of this 5-star Ink Jade Cliff Dragon." Without any hesitation, she transformed into a stream of divine sense and dived straight into the space between his eyebrows. Suddenly, the lying corpse twitched slightly and sat up. Little Hong Yan stared intently and exclaimed in surprise, "The corpse is moving. What kind of spirit envoy is little Qingye anyway?" Qingye said from within the body of the ink jade cliff dragon. "Master, I can move, but Qingye can't mobilize the remaining power of this body. The combat strength is probably less than 5%. Xie Yan chuckled and said, "I wasn't expecting you to fight anyway." Little Hong Yan seemed to suddenly understand, and she exclaimed with wide eyes, I get it. You want Qingye to manipulate this corpse to go into the vault and take out the ink jade dragon essence?" After figuring it out, she circled the corpse, stroking her chin and smiling as she assessed it. Its current state definitely won't work. It's full of death energy. The spirits will think it's a reanimated corpse. Let me transform this corpse into some ink jade cliff dragon, taking advantage of when the other party isn't here. Perfect. Suddenly, little Hong Yan froze and thought again. Wait a minute, that's not right. If I can't follow into the vault, then the corpse that little Qingye manipulates will reveal its true form when it goes in. Xie Yan was also stunned. That's true, isn't it? Qingye crossed her arms and sighed, then replied to the two of them. Qingye can transform on her own. A puff of smoke passed by, and Qingye transformed the ink jade cliff dragon corpse into a chubby cliff dragon named Wan Ming. Little Hong Yan flew over excitedly to praise her. Good job, little Qingye, you've improved. You can even imitate Fan Ming's aura perfectly. Qingye smiled brightly upon hearing that. Little Hong Yan flew around, examining the transformation, and concluded, but the old problem still exists. The transformation is just an illusion. Physical contact will reveal the flaw. Plus, it probably can't fight intensely. Although the death energy has been covered up, there's still no spirit energy fluctuation. On the contrary, before the change, there was still the faint spirit pressure of a 5-star spirit. Even with the dense death energy, Qingye seemed on the verge of tears as she asked helplessly, "What's spirit energy fluctuation? Why can't Qingye transform it?" Seeing this, little Hong Yan raised her hand to comfort her. Don't cry. Let me lend you a treasure." She took a bright orange jade bead from her space and threw it to Qingye, then added, "You can't transform into the spirit energy wave of a 4-star spirit, then use this. The white jade horn dragon pearl carries the spirit pressure of a 4-star white jade horn dragon, combined with the aura of Fan Ming that you're imitating. Mix them together. If the other party doesn't suspect you at first and doesn't investigate thoroughly, then it should be enough to pass off the fake as real for a short period of time." Qingye hurriedly caught it and listened to her instructions. Moreover, you're not going to fight anyone on this trip. Just be careful, and the chances of being exposed will be low if you avoid physical contact. Little Hong Yan flew back towards Xie Yan, smiling and saying to him, "Xie Yan, little Qingye is really amazing. Let's let her out to try it out." Xie Yan frowned slightly. "No rush. Anything worth doing is worth planning. Gotta prep for the worst-case scenario. What if the treasure vault system clocks onto Qingye's corpse manipulation trick? If the body gets in but Qingye gets bounced back, we're screwed." Then he seriously said, "That's why we need a solid backup plan, so even if that happens, we can still bail smoothly." Zhao Hongyan was also stunned, then quickly agreed, Yeah, I know, plus there's no guarantee we can snag the Dark Jade Dragon essence in there. Gotta have merit points too. But she felt relieved. But at least the hardest hurdle has some hope now. Xie Yan stroked his chin, pondering, "We still need to nail down who to impersonate. For that, we should keep grilling that dust kitty." After a pause, he added, "Plus, I suspect even if it's 1,000,000 merit points, that cheapskate probably doesn't have that much on him. If not, what do we do?" Hearing this, Zhao Hongyan eagerly said, "How about I grab a treasure from my stash and we say we found it outside, and have Qingye take it to the vault to exchange for merit points?" Xie Yan immediately stopped her. Nah, that's an even trade. Didn't we come here to make a risk-free score?" Suddenly, his eyes turned cunning, and he subtly raised a finger, saying, "So I have another plan." A Trojan horse, another Li Tianba, appeared at the tomb entrance. He glanced at the two spirit cats and wondered, still out cold. He walked over and kicked the two spirit cats, then yelled, get up, wake the hell up." Drunk as hell, the blue spirit cat squinted at him and asked, "Li Tianba, what are you doing?" The orange spirit cat beckoned, saying, "Don't be loud. Need more booze." Li Tianba retorted. "Booze, what? Those two dirt dogs are dead inside," the blue spirit cat confidently stated. "Just as I predicted. Keep searching. The other one, somewhat sober, asked him how many he'd inlaid. 2 or 3. Li Tianba grinned dangerously, slowly taunting them. "Can't you tell? The main gate is wide open, but no nether energy is escaping." He gave a shady smile. Those 2 dogs may be dead, but they inlaid 5 soul-suppressing steals. The danger below is temporarily averted. Both spirit cats seemed to sober up instantly. The orange spirit cat exclaimed in shock. 5. The blue spirit cat, sweating bullets, said, "Are you out of your mind?" Li Tianba swaggered past them with his lantern, calling back, "I'm heading out. I've taken care of the bodies. You 2 don't need to worry about it." Then he added, "Also, those 1,000 merit points are all mine. Don't go blabbing to Great Spirit Fanmo." The orange spirit cat pointed at him, cursing. "That Lin Tianba is so cruel and greedy." The blue spirit cat smirked. "I'm starting to suspect if he offed those 2 dogs himself." After walking for a while, the previously fierce Li Tianba whispered softly, "All right, little fox, tell Xie Yan to have little Qingjie come out here." Turns out Li Tianba was Xiao Hongyan in disguise, stealthily hiding after getting far enough away. Suddenly, Little Fox leaped out from her scarf. Qing'er also crawled out of Little Fox, sweetly greeting. "Hello, big sis." Xiao Hongyan smiled contentedly, looking at her and praising. "Little Qing'er is so good, so sweet, sis loves you." Qing'er looked back at her, pausing, and thoughtfully said, "Big sis, you look like this and you're saying these things." Xiao Hongyan pulled out a long, twisted, purplish-black conch, and said with a smile, Let's get down to business. This is a special communication conch. It vibrates when communication starts. Just hold it up to your ear to hear." Then she showed Qing Konger how to use it. "If you want to talk to me, just speak directly into the conch's mouth." After handing it to Qing Satter, she added, "You can't use spiritual energy. I've stored some inside, but it's only enough to transmit about 1,000 words, so definitely use it for important things." She stared at the communication conch with wide eyes and obediently replied, Okay. Qing Satter understands." Xiao Hongyan grinned widely, holding up the lantern and instructing, "Sis will probably need at least half a day on this side. Remember to bring your master and hide well." Qing'er smiled, her eyes crinkling, and said, Okay. Little Qing'er will use the space concealment art to hide." After handing everything over, Xiao Hongyan in Li Tianba's form waved goodbye to Qing'er. "I'm heading out. Remember to contact me." She happily waved back, "Goodbye, sis." Qing'er glanced at Little Fox lying on the ground, smiled cunningly, and muttered to herself, Master's plan begins now." Finished, she hugged Little Fox and raised 2 fingers. Casting a spell activated. In an instant, she flew away quickly. 2 hours later, on the stone path leading to the Dark Jade Dragon Vault, Qing Lager, transformed into Fan Ming, reported softly, "Master, I've arrived." In front of her was the checkpoint gate for entering the treasure vault in the Heavenly Ghost Domain Lake. Xie Yan held the communication conch and replied to her telepathically, "Yeah, I'm borrowing your sight." "I see it." Xie Yan suddenly stood up, clenching his fist and saying, "Xiao Hongyan is stalling for time, rambling on and on. That old dragon isn't going to jump out and expose her anytime soon. We have enough time to complete the plan." Xie Yan looked down at the withered Li Tianba lying on the ground and said, "This treasure is very mysterious. I don't know if our connection will be severed, so Little Fox shouldn't go in with you at first. Just stay outside." Then he added, "If you can't contact me inside, don't panic. Just follow the prearranged plan." Qing'er quickly tossed Little Fox next to the entrance gate and replied in her mind, "Qing'er understands." Xie Yan smiled and said, "Very good. Now go straight in and see if you can pass the inspection." He didn't forget to emphasize, "This is the most important step. If it succeeds, everything after will be smooth sailing. If it fails, we'll face the risk of exposure. We must at least get this dragon in." Qing'er tentatively reached out and touched the gate. Half of Qing'er's arm slipped into the other side, and she said blankly, "Seems like I passed." Xie Yan replied happily, "Good." In an instant, Qing'er's entire body also passed through the inspection gate. Inside was a room with 2 rows of tall cabinets on either side, and a figure flickering behind a lamplight in the middle. An old man's voice echoed, "Fan Ming, you're here again." Qing'er softly called out, "Grandpa Hong." In her mind, Xie Yan's voice still echoed, "Very good. This room doesn't seem as formidable, not like Xiao Hongyan's cultivation chamber that could cut off the connection between you and me." Xie Yan quickly instructed Qing'er step by step. "Just directly ask how much merit you have left." According to Miao Ling, this is a normal situation. Qing'er heard this and looked up, squinting as she asked, "Grandpa Hong, how much merit do I have left right now?" He flipped through his ledger and replied, 120,000. You youngsters these days never remember how much merit you have. Really? Xie Yan wiped his brow and chuckled. Still a long way to go. Looks like directly exchanging for the ink jade dragon crystal is impossible. Let's execute the plan. Qing'er, who was placing her hand on the table, pretended to be absent-minded and said, Oh shoot, I forgot something, Grandpa Hong. Wait for me a moment. With that, she dashed out. Grandpa Hong inside watched her leave, muttering disapprovingly, TCH, these young folks have such terrible memories these days. In a flash, she returned. Xie Yan came back in carrying little gourd, saying, Grandpa Hong, I'm back. Xie Yan inside. Little gourd observed carefully and analyzed. This room is big, but it's easy to see everything at a glance, especially for a 5-star expert. There's almost no blind spot. Directly dropping little gourd to hide from him is almost impossible. It'll only arouse suspicion. Better to risk submitting it directly in exchange for merit. Hearing this, Qing Jiao placed little gourd on the table and said, Grandpa Hong, please take a look and see how much merit this treasure can be exchanged for. He picked up little gourd and examined it for a while before slowly replying, This treasure is truly rare, yet it carries no spiritual energy. Xie Yan was overjoyed, and he explained to himself, The Trojan horse plan is for me to hide inside little gourd and be brought into the treasure vault proactively, then find an opportunity to directly ambush him. A 5-star spirit is indeed powerful, but he can't stay in this room forever. That's not in his nature. Qingrai's eyes gradually became dangerous, and Xie Yan's voice said with almost certainty, As soon as he leaves the room, that will be my chance to sweep the treasure vault clean. Suddenly, Grandpa Hong touched the mouth of the gourd, and he paused in surprise. Then he stroked the mouth of the gourd again, muttering to himself, Weird, I don't get it at all. After a short while, Grandpa Hong looked up and analyzed. This thing should be a spatial treasure with an aura of gloom, used to contain items related to the underworld. However, it has suffered some damage, causing the spatial characteristics to be lost. In addition, its material is very special, containing a trace of the seed of an extremely tiny undying property. Even a 5-star expert would have difficulty destroying it, he slowly added. As for other aspects, this old head can't recognize them for the time being. Are you sure you want to submit it? Qing Senger, feigning anticipation, peeked at Grandpa Hong and asked, Grandpa Hong, how much merit do you think it can be exchanged for? Xie Yan inside was startled. Damn, this old dragon's eyes are sharp. If not for the different power system, he might really be able to see through the secret of little gourd. Grandpa Hong held up a V sign with his hand and said, How about I give you 100,000 merit points? Qinger gave a flattering smile to please him and bargain. Can you add a little more? Even so, in her heart she thought, even with more, it still wouldn't be enough to exchange for the ink jade dragon crystal. Grandpa Hong picked up little gourd and showed it to Qingque, saying, This is just a useless treasure. Giving you 100,000 merit points is already high. Then he concluded, If you want to exchange it, keep it. If not, take it away. Qingque wasn't good at this sort of thing, so she had no choice but to give up. Leaving the inspection gate, Qinger softly asked in her mind, My lord, so little Qinger will change her appearance now and go see little Hong Yan, then leave Dragon's Nest together. Xie Yan was still in contact with Qingya, and he agreed. Yes, I just returned the sound transmission tube to you. Contact Xiao Hongyan quickly. You two should leave here as soon as possible and find a safe place to hide. He then seriously added, Remember the plan? Try to lure Fan Ming out of Dragon's Nest. Don't let her come back in a short time. The waiting time on my side is unpredictable. If she comes back, the treasure vault will have more variables. Of course, all plans can give way for the sake of your and Xiao Hongyan's safety when leaving Dragon's Nest. If necessary, even the dragon corpse you're inhabiting can be discarded. Only when you girls leave will I have room to retreat at any time, Qingjier gently replied. Okay, I'll switch. Xie Yan also agreed and urged her, Yes, I just returned the sound transmission tube to you. Contact Xiao Hongyan quickly. You two should leave as soon as possible and find a safe place to hide. Okay. Qing'er understood. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of Qing'er. One of the two people, Fan Ying, glanced at Qing Haier and said something. Xie Yan exclaimed in a panic, Crap, what a coincidence! We ran into an acquaintance. But Xing'er didn't pay attention and quickly left, brushing past her. Seeing her brush past without paying attention, Fan Ying angrily shouted, Fan Ming! It's only been a few months, why are you so fat? A hurried voice sounded in Qing'er's mind. Don't pay attention to her, pretend you didn't hear anything, and leave quickly. Seeing Qingjiar and Fan Ming's form waddling away, Fan Ying turned to Fan Mo and cursed under her breath, You ugly fatty, how dare you ignore me? He didn't seem to care much, and advised her, All right, Fan Ying, I know you were angered because you were knocked unconscious by a lowly beast, but there's no need to vent your anger on members of our own clan. Shi Jun, in contact with Xing'er, also heard what they said, and he softly clarified, What? If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have known that thunder-scaled horn dragon was a lowly beast in disguise. Then he calmed himself. A minor situation, stay calm. He also sighed with regret. It's a pity that we didn't have time to exchange for the ink jade dragon crystal beforehand. If we encounter the worst-case scenario, when it's critical, I'll have to swap with you. With so many treasures, I'm not sure I'll be able to get the ink jade dragon crystal. Qing Shellher sighed lightly and transmitted a message. This is also unavoidable. Hopefully, little Hongyan can understand. Xie Yan also frowned, stroking his chin as he pondered, if our luck is really that bad, then I can only advise her to take a different path to awakening. She can't rely on just one ancient tree. Suddenly, all signals went silent, and Qingde called out in a panic, "My lord!" She spun around, muttering to herself. The connection between me and my lord has suddenly been cut off. What's going on? It was fine before. Thinking this, Qingde quickly scrambled back. I have to bring my lord back, or he'll be trapped in the vault. But then she suddenly froze, calculating carefully again. Wait, I can't be impulsive. I can't be impatient. My lord won't be in danger. In the worst case, you can choose to return. If I rush in and demand little Gord back, it might cause trouble instead. In the Heavenly Ghost Domain's lake, Xie Yan suddenly wondered, what's going on? Why can't I sense Qinggu's presence? He gently turned to call out to Xiao Hu, at this moment also wore a grumpy expression. In an instant, Xie Yan also sensed everything around him. Drawers, a dark room, unable to move, a ceiling power. His gaze shifted, and before him were the towering wooden cabinets he'd seen upon entering. I get it now. This treasury looks like it has no treasures, but they must all be stored inside these cabinets on both sides. Placing retrieved treasures in cabinets for safekeeping makes perfect sense, but I've been played by that damn gourd. He kicked Li Tianba's motionless arm, lying still on the ground. Xie Yan scoffed. This guy isn't qualified to enter the treasury. All his information is just rumors mixed with his own imagination. He had no idea this treasury has storage cabinets specifically for collecting treasures, and what's more, the seal here is way stronger than the big gate outside. He looked up thoughtfully at the empty space above, muttering to himself, What to do now, Xiao Hu? Can you let me out? Sensing the reply, Xie Yan continued, Really? But it'll make a huge commotion. Still unable to decide, he mused. A bit troublesome, huh? No idea what's going on outside, and going out would cause a huge ruckus. Looks like I'll still have to fight a fierce battle. With that old dragon outside, Xiao Hu sat silently in the cabinet compartment, its spout turning back and forth. Outside, Elder Hong received 2 new guests. Oh, a few years ago, Wan Ying, you were still a reckless young spirit, it seems. Following Fan Mo wasn't in vain. This time your merit points surpassed 200,000, Wan Ying said with a smug laugh. Hey, don't you know who I am? Which other juniors in the lair can compare to me? Hearing this, he stroked his white beard, wondering, I heard that a few days ago you were beaten into a dazed state by a naked ape from the lower realm, almost fatally wounded. What's that about? Hearing this question, Wan Ying's face turned pale as she stammered. Well, that is. Seeing this, Fan Mo stepped in to smooth things over. Elder Hong, don't pressure her anymore. That naked ape has some real skill. Even I would be messed with if I let my guard down for a moment. Wan Ying truly lost this battle because her opponent was too strong. He also asked back, surprised, Haha, there's really such a naked ape, and he can mess with you. Fan Mo gnashed his teeth and bowed his head, saying, The skill he initially hid even fooled me into underestimating him. Plus, at that time I had to protect the unconscious Wan Ying, and there was also a Yuyi tribe spirit helping him, which is why he managed to escape so easily. I swear, next time we meet, I'll wipe him out as easily as flipping my hand. Wan Ying stood by silently, lost in thought. After speaking, Fan Mo cupped his hands and bowed to Elder Hong, then softly asked, The Yuyi tribe caused trouble. How do you think this matter should be handled? Elder Hong didn't stand on ceremony, getting straight to the point. Inform the Yuyi tribe and tell their chieftain to provide an explanation. Then, he bent his head down and meticulously continued, After that, Wan Mo, give some basic information about that naked ape to your subordinates and have them send it to the major clans. The clans should just be careful not to be tricked into losing their family inheritances. Nothing new under the sun. For hundreds of years, some naked apes from the lower realm have tried every trick in the book to hide up here, but they've never caused any real waves. Fan Mo maintained his respectful posture and replied, That's true, naked apes are just minor nuisances. They can't cause anything significant. Having heard the advice, he bowed and quickly turned to leave. Then I'll go inform those below now. Seeing this, Elder Hong waved his hand to stop him. No rush, there's something this old man needs your help with. He didn't hesitate, speaking right away. Lately, my heart has been stirred, and I've had a dream. Hearing this, Fan Mo stopped in his tracks and turned around. Some time later, Elder Hong was still reading by lamplight when a hesitant voice suddenly rang out. Elder Hong. It turned out Qingde had returned, she said nervously. I thought about it repeatedly, and I just feel that treasure must have a deeper mystery. Can I exchange it back? Qingde thought to herself. It was so hard to wait for those 2 dragons to leave, and no other spirits are coming or going. After much thought, I can't leave His Excellency here alone. Elder Hong slowly asked. Exchange it back. I didn't misjudge your item. The merit points I gave you were already a special preferential price. Do you really want to exchange it back? Chingoda replied respectfully. Yes, I've thought it through carefully. I feel this price isn't reasonable, so I should still take it back for further research. Qingguer saw Elder Hong stand up and walk towards the cabinet, and thought to herself, based on previous intelligences gathered through questioning, there have been quite a few cases of going back on one's word and reclaiming submitted treasures. My actions shouldn't be suspicious, right? He unlocked the cabinet, took out Zhao Hu, and lightly chastised. These young spirits nowadays are so fickle and immature. Finally, I feel a connection. Xie Yan softly called out. Qingzier, she cried out joyfully. His Excellency, I've finally reconnected with you. Sob, I'm sorry. I exchanged you back on my own accord, but I was really worried about you. Hiccup. At that moment, Elder Hong returned Zhao Hu to Qingzier, also reiterating the old rule. Going back on your word not only requires reclaiming the merit points already given to you, but also deducting a 1% processing fee. Xie Yan clicked his tongue, saying, AI, you shouldn't have come back. The situation isn't as bad as you thought, but it's not your fault. This time it's truly because I didn't think things through completely. Qinger gave a forced laugh, wondering to herself, did Qinger do something wrong? Holding Zhao Hu in her hands, she seemed more at ease. Elder Hong lamented, going back and forth once, you needlessly lost 1,000 merit points. Why suffer like this? Qinger continued to frown, sadly asking herself, so should Qinger keep Zhao Hu here? Xie Yan immediately rejected, no way, that would be too suspicious. Then he calmly directed, just take it back for now. In 2 days you can come up with an excuse to hand it over again. Conveniently, during this time I can also chat with my little sweetheart and see if there's any way to break through the seals on these storage cabinets. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Elder Hong, I've brought the Fenya group here. Qinger unexpectedly turned around, letting out a loud An entire group of 5-star Jianlong stood right behind them, with Wanmo leading the report. The Fenya group still has a few minor things to deal with. They'll arrive shortly. Before the Domain Lord returns, there are no major issues for the 5-star spirits. There are about 12 or 13 people in the lair. I called all of them for you. I have some personal business, so please don't keep me later. He also moved closer and said to Elder Hong, you explain the situation to the Fanya group first. The group led by Fan Mo included Fanya, Wan Xing, Fan Yunluo, and Fan Lei, all of whom were 5-star Jianlong. Elder Hong lit an incense stick and slowly said, the reason for summoning all of you here this time stems from a dream this old man had. As you all know, this old man's 5-star ability is prognostication, primarily manifesting in the form of dreams. Smoke wafted up from the incense burner. In recent days, my spirit has been uneasy. I've frequently dreamt of fierce battles against shadows, with the treasury being more than half destroyed. Hong Lao pondered for a moment, then continued with his hands clasped together. After waking up, I cast the divination several times, but still couldn't find any information related to that shadow. He frowned slightly, expressing his thoughts. The enemy can either prevent me from finding any clues, or they're a 6-star, or they're just like this old man, proficient in the art of celestial secrets. But no matter what, there's one thing that can be confirmed. Qinger was stunned upon hearing this. Hong Lao summarized the issue. In the next few days, an unknown enemy will sneak into this treasury. Xie Yan was shocked and exclaimed, holy crap! Fanya scratched his head and said dejectedly, Hong Lao, what if it's a 6-star enemy? The Domain Lord isn't here. It's useless even if you call us here. At this moment, Hong Lao quickly explained. It's not a 6-star, maybe not even a 5-star, he recalled and said. In the dream, that shadow's power wasn't strong. The strange thing is that it can't be killed. After speaking, he raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. This old man needs you to guard the treasury together. When that shadow appears, protect the treasury and prevent it from being damaged. Then, cooperate with me to use some tricks to tie him down and seal him. Fan Lei crossed his arms and sighed. Such a weird enemy. Fan Jing turned to Fanya seriously and asked, It's not a big problem, but how long do we need to guard it? Fanya chimed in. We can't be on guard for 1,000 years, can we? Fan Yunluo also asked. What if the opponent doesn't come? Hong Lao calmly answered one by one. I use some methods to disturb the celestial secrets of the treasury. Unless the opponent's skills far surpass this old man, they will definitely fall into the net that this old man has cast. He then offered another suggestion. If he really has the ability to divine the danger and doesn't fall into the trap, then you guard it with me until the domain lord returns. At that time, all the demons and monsters will have nowhere to hide, Xie Yan thought to himself after listening. A 5-star spirit is indeed unreasonable. Hearing this old Long's premonition, he anticipates that I will come to sabotage his treasury, so he's preparing in advance. If I didn't have the system to conceal celestial secrets, I might have been exposed by now. He kicked Li Tianba in the stomach and pondered. This old man is doing this. I have absolutely no chance. Special 5-star methods, especially with so many gathered together. It sounds like there will eventually be 12 or 13 gathered in this house. Damn it, this is a setup where I'll be killed instantly if I show my head. What the hell am I going to steal? Thinking this, he immediately contacted Qinggroger. I take back what I said earlier. Qinggroger, you were extremely wise to seize the opportunity to exchange for the little gourd this time. This old man is cheating. I can't beat him. Abandon the Trojan horse plan. Let's go outside and plan for the long term, she replied more seriously after hearing this. Yes. Then Qingxer changed her expression and asked flatteringly, Hong Lao, can I leave now? Xie Yan inside the little gourd also agreed. Leave quickly. There will be more and more 5-star Yasi dragons later. I'm worried that Qingxer will be exposed. Hong Lao waved his hand, saying casually, Go. Do you still want to guard the treasury with your uncles? Qinger forced to smile. No, I don't have that ability. Just as she turned to leave, Fan Mo's voice inadvertently stopped her. Wan Ming, wait, he said coldly. Let me take a closer look at that gourd of yours. Then he reached out and snatched the little gourd under Qinger's astonished gaze. Xie Yan was shocked and comforted himself. The old man who specializes in appraisal didn't find any flaws. This guy shouldn't be able to. Fan Jing outside also agreed to guard the place. We've been idle lately and have nothing to do. It doesn't matter if we're stationed here. Fan Ya saw Fan Mo blocking Fan Ming's path, then grinned and asked, Fan Mo, what are you doing again, bullying the younger generation? He smiled sinisterly and said, This gourd is quite interesting. It carries a bit of the poetic flavor of the underworld. Wan Ming, this thing is useless to you. Can I have it? Qingxer was stunned. She didn't know what to say besides Fan Ya asked curiously when he saw this, Hey Wan Mo, weren't your merit points all used to exchange for Ink Jade Dragon Essence? Why are you free to exchange for this? Fan Yunluo, who had been silent, also chimed in, Matter-of-factly, Fan Mo is usually in charge of managing the mausoleum. If there are objects from the underworld, he will naturally be interested. Fan Mo turned to Fan Ya and replied, The Ink Jade Dragon Essence I harvested this time is enough. He still couldn't figure it out, so he just said, To outsiders, the Ink Jade Dragon Essence isn't a supreme treasure. To us, it's just a souvenir. The merit points needed to exchange for it are unreasonably high. I don't know what you're crazy about, insisting on collecting these things. Fan Mo wasn't willing to be outdone and retorted, That's why you're no match for me. There is a lot of knowledge hidden in the Ink Jade Dragon Essence. Fan Ya was even more confused. Isn't it just martial arts bloodline? Moreover, the reason I can't beat you is because your 5-star ability is too well-rounded. With your ability, who can beat you? He smirked. Whatever. I don't bother arguing with you. Then Fan Mo looked down from above, his aura clearly indicating that he was going to snatch the item. Wan Ming, name your price. Qinggerber was even more flustered and couldn't say a word. Just then, Xie Yan's voice rang out. Wait, Qingger, it's okay. Just sell the lotus root gourd to him. Qingxer also became dazed, not understanding anything. Outside the treasury, Wan Mo walked along the corridor, stroking the little gourd while wondering. According to Hong Lao, this treasure gourd is a space container. It's a pity that it was damaged a long time ago. Then he made a decision. I have to study it to see if I can repair it. Qingger asked Xie Yan in confusion, My lord, why let it fall into the hands of the Yazi dragon? Are we giving up on the treasury? He leaned against the rock wall in the ghost realm, dejectedly answering, I don't know where this fake old man got a dozen 5-star Yazi dragons guarding the treasury 24 hours a day without rest. Even a mosquito farting can be killed by them instantly. I have no chance, Qingger also asked. Are we just giving up like this? Xie Yan recalled the conversation between Fan Ya and Fan Mo, smiling, said, Give up. There is no giving up in my lord's dictionary, only stealing without leaving empty-handed. Then he explained it more clearly. If retrieving the Ink Jade Dragon Essence is for his personal matters, then the Ink Jade Dragon Essence is likely in his hands. This guy is alone, so the difficulty is much lower than the treasury. To sum it up, Xie Yan just concluded. In short, Qingger, you leave the dragon's nest first. Paying attention to your methods, little Hong Yan is now impersonating Li Tianba, leading the real Fan Ming away from the dragon's nest. You can't leave any evidence that the second Fan Ming ever left. Qingger had already created a barrier flying in the sky above the dragon nest. Xie Yan's voice was still steady. After she cuts off Fan Ming, you and her meet up and run as far as possible, preparing for the exchange and escape after I'm done. She happily smiled and replied to him, yes. About 10 days later, late at night, in the lake of Heavenly Ghost Realm, the little gourd expressed all kinds of emotions, from sobbing, to dejection, to despair. Xie Yan held the empty sword down to the ground. Sitting and feeling the change in the little gourd, he softly said, judging from the reaction of the little gourd, this Fan Mo has ruined it again. Terrifying images flashed before my eyes. Dunking, poison-soaking, fire embroidery. I could only sigh. Thank goodness little gourd has a sturdy stomach. Any other treasure would have been ruined long ago. Xie Yan's eyes gleamed. Yesterday that guy almost used his spiritual power to break little gourd's seal. If it weren't for little gourd putting on a red-faced act, pretending it would explode if he went any further, he wouldn't have stopped so decisively. I'd probably have been discovered inside already. He leaned back against the rock wall, crossing his legs to ponder. If I give that guy more time to study little gourd, things might go south. Xie Yan glanced at the 5 remaining corpses on another rock face, muttering to himself. The main thing is, I wasted 10 days just staying inside the little gourd. If it weren't for little Hongyan's help, the second step of the Wind Heaven Sword's spiritual manifestation wouldn't have been possible. Luckily, I wasn't completely idle during these days. I roughly figured out Fan Mo's daily routine and even found the location of the Dark Jade Dragon Essence. For now, I'll just have to probe for information through Little Gourd, guessing that every morning, Fan Mo leaves his residence at a fixed time, probably to cultivate or take on a task, only returning late at night. A hazy image gradually formed in his mind, the one he always analyzed of Fan Mo returning in the dead of night. The next image was him sitting silently at the table in the lamplight, studying the lotus root after he returned. It's nighttime outside, the messy room is empty, Xie Yan irritably thought to himself. While he's not here, I might as well sneak out of the little gourd and search the room, but in the end, I still couldn't find the Dark Jade Dragon Essence. This room only has some odds and ends. After searching, I still have to carefully put everything back as it was. It's really tiring. The final image was him using spiritual power to repair the little gourd. Xie Yan continued to weigh his options. Until I had Qinger swap it back, used the gap sight charm to wait for my prey, and used the Qi observation technique to carefully examine him, I confirmed that this guy carries the Dark Jade Dragon Essence with him, and even carries 3 of them in the Infernal Ghoul burial. He rubbed his chin, falling into thought. But knowing only this, snatching the treasure from his hands is even harder. I've thought of all sorts of plans these past 2 days, but there are still loopholes that prevent a complete success. The first plan Xie Yan came up with was for the little gourd to take a bite out of his waist when he wasn't guarding against it, which had a certain probability of success, but how am I supposed to run while I'm still in the lotus root? The second plan was even more impossible. The little gourd would swallow him whole when he wasn't on guard, and the lotus root would fight with me, but I'm not sure I could beat this guy. The third plan he came up with was even more dangerous. I go out first, use the jade pendant to hide my aura, and hide to the side. While he's studying the little gourd, I'll rush out and ambush him, snatch the treasure, and run. Thinking it over and over, he was able to refute himself. But this guy is so strong, the chance of me successfully snatching the treasure is only 30%, and the chance of the little gourd falling into his hands is 70%. Xie Yan uncomfortably pinched his face, lamenting, Ugh, 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 am I just gonna have to sit here and waiting for him to leave the Dark Jade Dragon Essence at home and not care about it someday? Suddenly, little gourd expressed joy, and Xie Yan paid attention to what was happening outside. He asked little gourd in confusion, he suddenly left. That's not right, it's late at night, isn't this? Usually when he starts. Conditioning. Xie Yan stood up abruptly, concentrating on sensing what was happening outside. He hasn't gone far, he's right at the door. Meeting someone else. 2 familiar spirit cats. Lingmu. Outside the door, the 2 spirit cats watching over Lingmu were both kneeling. The orange spirit cat cried out in panic, Wan Mo, great spiritualist, this is terrible. The blue spirit cat continued. The area below is starting to riot again. Fan Mo immediately cursed, Bastards! I clearly installed soul stars on all the soul-suppressing steels just now. How can it start rioting again after only 3 hours? Both spirit cats knelt, not daring to utter a word as they listened to the scolding. After listening, the orange spirit cat respectfully raised its head, fearfully replying, Great spiritualist! I don't know when the soul stars lost their effect. Currently, the underworld chi down there even has sentience. The first tomb has many underworld-affiliated 1-star ghoul creatures wreaking havoc, almost running outside the tomb. Fan Mo was shocked. He immediately thought, this is the kind of situation that can happen when the seal is damaged? He was extremely confused. but when I went down there just now and went to the end to check, the seal was clearly still perfect. In an instant, Fan Mo's face darkened. He said to himself in his head, Hong Lao was right. He warned me that as the day of the 10th World Ancestors revival approaches, as predicted, the variables at the Longyuan burial ground will become increasingly large. I must be extremely cautious, damn it. Where exactly did the problem occur? The entire Longyuan burial ground was built to revive the 10th World Ancestor. This matter is important. If there is any mistake and the revival of the 10th World Ancestor is delayed, after the Domain Lord returns, I will have nowhere to bury myself. Seeing this, the orange spirit cat became even more fearful, unable to help but say, "The commotion is too big, everyone is very worried. Great spiritualists, how about reporting to the ancestral hall?" Fan Mo irritably shouted. "Shut up, I have my own judgment. Without my orders, you are not allowed to transmit a message to any spirits." Suddenly, a stream of underworld qi burst out from Fan Mo's body, causing the two spirit cats to scream. Both of them fearfully covered themselves, exclaiming, "Wan Mo, great spiritualist!" In the infernal ghoul burial, the little gourd was constantly making faces. Xie Yan was surprised, his eyes shining brightly. He said to himself, "Underworld qi, why did it suddenly burst out from his body?" Xie Yan crossed his arms, knowing that Fan Mo was in charge of managing Long Burial Cliff, and those two cats were his subordinates. Subordinates wouldn't come to him casually. Suddenly, underworld qi erupted from him, indicating that he had just come down from the burial ground. All the deductions led him to the conclusion that something big had happened in the tomb. Xie Yan smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "That big tomb is very dangerous, and it doesn't seem to distinguish between friend and foe. I don't know why the Dark Jade Cliff Dragon Clan wanted to construct this tomb." In an instant, he said to Little Gourd, "There's a breakthrough, Little Gourd. Do as I say. We've been relaxing for days. Let's take a risk. Otherwise, heaven knows when we'll have another chance." Little Gourd could only blankly make a puzzled face. Fan Mo was now surrounded by underworld qi, and he shouted again, "What's the panic? It's just a bit of underworld qi that hasn't been completely eliminated." "Yeah, whatever." He brushed past the two spirit cats, leaving behind only one sentence, "Let me go take a look." In an instant, the wisps of underworld qi lingering on Fan Mo were flowing in one direction again, being completely swallowed by Little Gourd on the table. He sensed it and froze, turning his head, seeing the nether qi actually being swallowed by Little Fox. He was speechless with shock. This is... Then Fan Mo picked up Little Fox. Looking at the continuous absorption of the black qi, he thought, "This nether qi is like a maggot eating into the bone. Even I can only lock it in my body and slowly exhaust it with spiritual power. But this treasure actively hunts when it encounters nether qi, as if it's very greedy, truly worthy of being a nether object." Seeing this, he placed Little Fox at chest level and muttered to himself, "With this thing's assistance, resolving the anomaly in the mausoleum will be much simpler." After absorbing the portion at his chest, Fan Mo turned towards his back, continuing his calculations. Originally, resolving this oversight in a short time might have required relying on spirits like Fan Ye. Now that I have this pot, perhaps I won't need to owe any favors to other spirits. The two spirit cats outside the door, seeing that he hadn't come out, anxiously called out, "Great Spirit! Great Spirit! Great Spirit!" After sucking up all the nether qi, Fan Mo stuffed Little Fox into his sleeve. Then he leisurely walked out, scolding, "What are you two yapping about? Hurry up and lead the way." At Dragon Burial Cliff's Dragon Abyss, the spirit cat saw the nether qi permeating the cave and immediately reported, "Ever since you came down to suppress it, the nether qi below has been surging more and more violently, as if it's being stimulated." Spirit Cat Cam worriedly asked, "What exactly happened down there?" Fan Mo, carrying Little Fox, entered the cave and replied to the spirit cat, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I'll be back soon." Little Fox obediently sucked up all the nether qi in the space, Fan Mo happily thought. Not only the nether qi on my body, but even the nether qi that spreads outwards can be absorbed. Bringing it here was truly the right decision. Seeing that the nether qi had also noticeably decreased, the two spirit cats burst into joyful cheers. The green spirit cat praised repeatedly, as expected of great spirit Fan Mo. "The top figures of Dragon's Den are truly something else." Spirit Cat Cam was both happy and worried. "I don't know what happened down there, but it seems Great Spirit Fan Mo has to get serious. We don't have to do work while being scared all day long anymore." Then, together they shook hands and cursed, "That damned Li Tianba. At this crucial moment we can't even find a spirit." "Wait until Great Spirit Fan Mo comes up, and then we'll report this guy for slacking off and neglecting his duties." Inside the Dragon Burial Abyss, ghostly creatures filled the sky. Wan Mu was shocked. So many one-star nether ghosts. Indeed, there's a problem with the source of the seal. He raised Little Fox high, continuously sucking in nether qi. These ancestral tombs normally suppress the nether qi infiltrating from the bodies of the entered ancestors without issue. But encountering a situation where the source of the seal is damaged, they naturally can't withstand it, he concluded. No wonder the spirit-soothing incense is being consumed so quickly. Fan Mo laughed gleefully. Excellent! The stronger the nether chi, the stronger this treasure gourd's devouring power. Suddenly, the ghostly creatures that were flying peacefully all rushed down. Fan Mo snorted irritably. He threw out a punch. With just one punch, he shattered a swarm of ghostly creatures, but in just a moment, they regenerated. Fan Mo frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. This isn't good. The nether chi is endless. These ghostly creatures will endlessly regenerate as long as they can't be killed. But suddenly, the ghostly creatures flying over were swallowed clean by Little Fox's wide-open mouth. The more it swallowed, the more it wanted to swallow. Fan Mo laughed loudly. I didn't expect it could even swallow nether ghostly creatures. Excellent. He continued to carry Little Fox deeper, praising triumphantly. Truly a wonderful treasure. Wan Ming has made a contribution. Within the Gourd Heaven Ghost Realm, Little Fox was still continuously wielding his sword to unleash power and attack all the surrounding monsters. Xie Yan spoke up. Yeah, I know you feel danger, but where there is danger, there is opportunity. What is danger for us may not be too dangerous for Fan Mo, so just keep consuming. After absorbing the nether chi, you can't digest it and suppress it, so those yin ghosts are starting to resist. Isn't this just the right time to beat them up for you? Yin ghosts are quite easy to eliminate by expending original spirit. It seems that the original spirit can't distinguish between friend and foe. Oh well, you can regenerate at any time anyway, so if your ghosts are destroyed, then so be it. Afterwards, he spoke up to encourage, Little Fox, hang in there. It's not our time to make trouble yet. You have to continue to show your value. Only because Wan Mo brought you in, we have this opportunity. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out. He looked up and observed, while exclaiming, will swallowing more cause it to explode? Alright, then you go on strike for now. Let's digest it first. Hopefully this guy won't throw you aside. In the back, a monster rushed over. Xie Yan was not worried or scared at all. He smiled slightly, using his sword to attack towards the back. At the 15th soul-suppressing steel, Fan Mo stood in front of the soul-suppressing steel. He looked at it and spoke. 3-star nether ghostly creatures have appeared. The situation is very critical. Looking at the treasure gourd in his hand, he sighed softly. Has the treasure gourd reached its limit? It seems its effect isn't as great as I thought. Oh well. Then Wan Mo unleashed his power. A beam of light radiated from his body. That powerful energy blew away the monsters that were approaching. Next, Wan Mo rushed forward, continuously unleashing moves, attacking the monsters quickly, fighting a quick battle to achieve a quick victory. After solving the monsters, Fan Mo observed the surroundings, then continued to look for the path to the end. On the contrary, he did not encounter the perfected nether ghost, where the 10th generation ancestor sleeps. These lackeys did not dare to approach. Indeed, the source seal here is damaged. Feeling something off about the gourd, he muttered, He then looked down at it, asking, It seems the top of the gourd is rejecting something because it absorbed too much nether chi and nether ghosts before. He then landed and gently placed the gourd down. Whatever. Just in case something goes wrong when I'm repairing the seal, you stay here for now. Fan Mo dashed towards the seal, soaring through the sky like a flash of lightning. The moment he left, the gourd suddenly changed, then slowly stood up. Meanwhile, Fan Mo looked up at the seal circle, confused, and asked, without any reason, why is this seal damaged? Seeing this, he reached out his hand towards the seal circle and began to unleash his power. No matter what, I just have to do an emergency fix. Fan Mo launched a move, pouring all his power into the seal circle. Seeing that the situation seemed promising, Fan Mo said happily, Great! I can fix this in no time. But before he could finish, a beam of light came from somewhere, stunning him. He turned his head to look at the gourd, his eyes wide with surprise, and exclaimed, Is that gourd a living thing? Seeing him look at it, the gourd happily ran around. Suddenly the gourd opened its mouth, and seeing this, Fan Mo urgently asked, No, what are you trying to do? Feeling that the situation was bad, he immediately yelled a command. Close your mouth. The gourd grew bigger and bigger, then started to suck up everything around it. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Fan Mo couldn't help but worry, and he thought to himself, This is bad. The seal is about to explode. Even so, he didn't give up. Continuing to charge towards the seal circle that was about to be destroyed, pouring all his strength into it to unleash his power? No way, no way! Is the Nether Dragon Cliff a 5-star spirit? As Fan Mo poured all his power into the attack, he also exclaimed, It's just a savage spirit born from the body of the 10th progenitor. Its power isn't even a 10,000th of the 10th progenitor's. Is it trying to rebel? Get lost? Surprisingly, at that moment, Xie Yan dashed over, and the man was extremely surprised and exclaimed, What? Before he could even react, he was immediately hit by one of Xie Yan's moves. A wooden box fell out as a result. Xie Yan quickly took advantage of the opportunity, smiling with great satisfaction, and took the box, handing it to me. Fan Mo was stunned by the attack and cried out in pain. After Xie Yan left, the monster took advantage of Fan Mo's lack of a defense and quickly lunged at him. As he fell, he yelled loudly, "Let go!" Right after that, his entire body was captured in the palm of the monster's hand. He shouted furiously in pain, "Damn it, who is it, you despicable little spirit?" A moment later, his entire body was completely surrounded by countless hands, leaving him with no way out. Before the giant hand could grip him tightly, Fan Mo furiously shouted, "I will kill you!" Meanwhile, Xie Yan held the box in his hand, smiling with great satisfaction. "I told you, if you swallow another corpse, something terrifying will happen for sure. I admit this was a gamble, but who says I didn't win? 3 black jade dragon cores, perfect." Suddenly, a terrifying source of power emanated from below. He quickly dodged, and at the same time he exclaimed, "What a violent sound! Is it just now activating its combat form? If you had activated it earlier, I wouldn't have had a chance. No point in making a scene. Time to split." After he escaped, he silently called out the names in his head: Qingzhe, Great Immortal, Xiao Tao, Wu Ming. As soon as they saw him appear, a little girl with white hair flew over and asked, "Xie Yan, you're back. Were you successful?" Seeing the little girl intending to come towards him, Xie Yan immediately stopped her. "Wait, don't come over here." After that, he quickly threw his coat onto the ground and frowned slightly, exclaiming, "Tisk tisk, the nether chi at the end of the tomb is really scary. If I hadn't borrowed your protective gear, my normal disguise would have turned to smoke in an instant. Then I would have been completely exposed." Min Hongyan eagerly came closer to his face and asked, "Did you get it? Did you get it?" Xie Yan looked at the little girl, smiled gently, and asked, "Don't be so impatient. Was the situation with Fan Ming handled properly?" The little girl proudly replied, "Flawless. I impersonated Li Tianba and tricked her into running outside of Xingyu to look for treasures. She definitely won't find anything for at least 3 months." Hearing that, Xie Yan looked at the little girl and smiled, his expression very pleased, and he praised her. "Well done. If nothing goes wrong, this whole thing will be seen as an internal conflict. They'll focus all their energy on finding Fan Ming and Li Tianba. I've already dealt with Li Tiana. As for Fan Ming, by the time they find her, any traces we might have left will be impossible to investigate." Moments later, in the room, Elder Hong narrowed his eyes, looked at Fan Mo, and said, "When the disturbances at the mausoleum are connected to the outside, the Heavenly Elder will completely seal off Dragon's Lair and use the Great Heaven-Searching Earth-Binding Formation to investigate every possible spatial loophole, which can confirm that there are no external intruders in the lair. Therefore, it's certain that after the Spirit Thief ambushed Fan Mo, it left Dragon's Lair in a very short amount of time, able to consecutively break through the Mausoleum Grotto Heaven and Dragon's Lair Grotto Heaven without alarming the Heavenly Elder guarding Dragon's Lair. The Spirit Thief has very strong spatial traversal abilities. Now it seems the disaster came from that gourd, Fan Mo. You taking it from the treasury is what made the mausoleum and yourself bear the calamity instead of the treasury." At the old man's words, he felt extremely annoyed and quickly retorted, "Elder Hong, stop saying baseless things. That gourd can not only autonomously absorb nether chi, but it's also highly likely that it's hiding the one who ambushed me, yet you say its spatial ability is damaged. My loss this time, I can say, is thanks to you." At this moment, a tattooed man looked at them, smiled, and said, "Wan Mo, that's not interesting at all. How long has that gourd been in the treasury? How long has it been in your hands? We've all seen it. You haven't noticed the trick in 10 consecutive days, and you're blaming Elder Hong." Hearing that, another person said unhappily, "You." In the midst of the chaos in the room, an old man with a horn on his head looked at them and advised, "Stop arguing. The Spirit Thief has already run away. The urgent matter now is to find out what that gourd is all about. Who exactly is targeting our clan, and why are 7 ancestral remains missing from the mausoleum?" Hearing that, Fan Mo's expression immediately darkened. He continued, "You first. Fan Ming and Li Tianba left Dragon's Lair, and their whereabouts are unknown. Li Tianba is my subordinate. From my investigation, he has a very high suspicion of being the spirit who stole the ancestral remains. And Fan Ming, she was the one who brought the gourd." Hearing him say that, the horned old man couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Do you mean these 2 spirits are traitors? Knowing this would be exposed sooner or later, they fled, but those 2 traitors ran away 10 days ago. So who was the spirit who ambushed you?" Fan Mo looked at the old man, his expression a bit annoyed, and continued, "So it's not certain that the Spirit Thief has escaped from Dragon's Lair. There are 2 traitors in the clan. Can't there be a third? Investigate thoroughly. Maybe the spirit thief is still right next to us. We just don't know their identity. The horned old man bowed his head and hesitantly replied, "This matter?" At his words, the man standing next to him felt extremely indignant. He sat next to him and angrily shouted at, "Fanmo! Fanmo! Aren't you going to make the spirits in our clan feel unsafe with those words?" Seeing their argument had no end in sight, Elder Hong, who was sitting above, said to mediate, "All right, there are no traitors in the clan. Fan Ming and Li Tianba aren't traitors either. I just did a few divinations in a row. Fan Ming and Li Tianba's abilities are much lower than this old man's. They can't fool my divination. Right now, Fan Ming is far away from Dragon's Lair, and Li Tianba is likely to have encountered a mishap. There can only be one conclusion. A spirit who is skilled in transformation magic impersonated these two spirits to cause trouble in the tower. I have invited Fan Meng and Fan Ye. This matter can be investigated." As he spoke, he gently stroked his beard. In the treasury of Dragon's Lair, Elder Hong approached the little girl and asked, "Wan Meng, are you ready?" The little girl held a glowing orb in her hand like a lantern, looked at him, and replied, "I'm ready." And that little girl was the 5-star dragon cliff, Fan Meng. Fan Meng held out the orb, and Fan Ming's image was immediately projected onto the light radiating from it. Elder Hong then turned his head to look at Fan Yi and asked, "Fan Yi, can you see this spirit's true form?" She slightly raised her head and replied, "Let me try." And she was the 5-star dragon cliff, Wan Yi. Fan Ye used her hand to pull down her neck scarf, and at the same time she unleashed the 5-star magic technique, True Sight Eye. Fan Ye looked at the image of Fan Ming reflected in the light and said, "This Fan Ming is indeed problematic. But beneath the disguise is one of the lost ancestral remains, the corpse of the ancestor, Fan Kongji." At Fan Ye's words, everyone in the room was startled and exclaimed in unison, "What?" Elder Hong then asked, "I remember now. This imposter Fan Ming came to the treasury and asked about merit points, as if she wanted to exchange for something. And Fan Mo, you were ambushed and had something stolen." "What was stolen from you?" Fan Mo, standing behind, slowly replied, 3 black jade dragon cores. Could it be that the opponent's goal was the black jade dragon cores? Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at him, and continued, "The black jade dragon cores in the ancestral remains at the mausoleum were taken out a long time ago. If they were eroded by the nether chi on the body of the 10th progenitor and were revived to make up for their bodies, then afterward," he slowly stepped forward, placed his hand behind his back, looked at him, and asked, "Fanmo, was the one who ambushed you?" "One of the ancestral remains," Fanmo replied. "I don't know. At that time I was focusing all my strength on repairing the seal. The nether chi in the mausoleum was dense, and the ambusher was also disguised, so I couldn't see clearly." Another person heard this, looked at him, and asked, "So the 10th progenitor's seal is problematic, causing the mutated ancestral corpses to come out and cause trouble as a group. Can Fan Meng review the time I was repairing the seal, and then can Fan Ye use True Sight Eye to see through the identity of the ambusher?" Wan Meng continued. "I can't. I've already been to the scene. Too much nether chi from the 10th progenitor in the mausoleum escaped the seal, which seriously interferes with the structure of the retrospective magic." Fan Mo replied, "I don't believe this was caused by the ancestral remains. If the ancestral remains were eroded by the nether chi in the 10th progenitor's body and were reborn, this would have happened hundreds of years ago, not waited until today. That gourd swallowed an ancestral coffin right in front of the 10th progenitor's seal. This provocative act is the real source of this trouble." Suddenly, he rushed towards Fan Ye, grabbed her shoulder tightly, and kept asking, "Fan Ye, are you sure the imposter Fan Ming in the gourd was disguised as an ancestral remains before? Could it be that a feathered spirit hid in the shell of an ancestral remains and used transformation magic?" In response to his reaction, Fan Ye used her hand to push Fan Mo's hand away and replied, "My magic has never been wrong, Fan Mo. Calm down." He bowed his head slightly and replied, "Phew, I was too impatient. Mainly I was too excited, because I thought of a new breakthrough, Fan Ye. In your opinion, is it possible for me at this point?" Fan Ye added, "Absolutely not. I once saw the transformation technique of the Feather Spirit clan, performed by a 5-star feather spirit, but it would be broken right before the eyes of truth, let alone the disguise magic on Fan Mingjia is completely in the style of the underworld system, which has nothing to do with the Feather Spirit clan." After hearing this, he didn't respond, his expression a bit puzzled, and he thought to himself, "Could it be that I thought wrong? But if it's for the Ink Jade Dragon Crystal, coupled with the super strong ability to travel through space, only the Feather Spirit clan is suspicious. Moreover, although the one who ambushed me hid very well and didn't reveal any aura, but now that I think about it carefully, I feel that he and the Naked Ape under the disguise of the Kangjiao Cliff Dragon are very similar." Wait, As if remembering something, he suddenly exclaimed, "There's still one place we haven't searched, my study. If that thief spirit has really been hiding in the treasure gourd for 10 days, I don't believe that during that time he never went out to investigate my residence. Thanks to Fan Meng replaying the scene of my study in the past 10 days, maybe we can catch his true face." Before his words, the tattooed man smiled and said, "Hey EY, this treasure gourd is indeed a living thing." As soon as Fan Mo left, it started to move. "Fan Mo, your life is too boring. You're not home during the day, and you only come home to play with the gourd at night." Fan Mo immediately scolded after hearing this. "Shut your mouth and watch." Fan Meng used her orb to shine on the moment when Fan Mo started making the treasure gourd, and the group of them watched intently. When they saw the light radiating from the treasure gourd, the group exclaimed, "Found it!" Fan Mo smiled and said, "Sure enough, there is a spirit mark in this treasure gourd. Let me see who it is." Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, a small bird seedling flew out of the treasure gourd. Fan Ye exclaimed, "This looks like a void-eater spiritual, without any disguise, but its physique is also a kind of underworld ghost creature." Fan Mo, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, angrily shouted, "How is this possible? The one who ambushed me can't be it. Keep watching, there must still be a hidden spirit inside." After an incense stick of time, Fan Mo still couldn't believe what he saw, and he asked incomprehensibly, "How is this possible? Could the one who ambushed me be this bird?" A man standing nearby smiled triumphantly and replied, "Of course, from beginning to end, only this bird came out a few times, looking very weak." "Fan Mo, I didn't expect you to be robbed by a weak bird." Hong Lao frowned slightly and continued, "There is a scene where this bird tore through space and flew in. Although I don't know what it wants to do, it can be affirmed that it has the ability to travel through space. It must be the thief spirit." Fan Mo was furious after hearing this and said, "The one who ambushed me is not this bird. I can be sure of this. However, I didn't actually see the one who ambushed me crawl out of the treasure gourd. Maybe it's two groups of people working together. The one who ambushed me had already infiltrated the mausoleum a long time ago, just waiting for me to bite the bait. That treasure gourd is responsible for angering the 10th generation ancestor. After success, that bird goes out to take the one who ambushed me and the treasure gourd away, and leaves the dragon nest through space." Hong Lao replied, "That makes sense. Putting it all together, it must be related to the underworld ghost creature. Maybe it's related to the 10th generation ancestor. We can only wait for the domain lord to return before we can make a further judgment." Seeing this, he asked, "Hong Lao, you are proficient in divination. Now that we have found some clues, can't we use these clues to divine the one behind it?" He slightly moved his body away and replied to him, "This old man is still divining, but no matter how I divine, it's all a mess. This opponent is stronger than me on the path of heavenly secrets." On Xie Yan's side, at this time he was folding his arms and smiling, watching the system triumphantly and exclaiming, "Divining about me 3 times in 10 minutes, the other side is really not afraid of getting tired." At the same time, he thought to himself, "But I have a system to cover up the heavenly secrets. Even if you divine until you die, you won't be able to find out my origin." Min Hongyan stepped forward and looked at him and asked, "Ah, the other side hasn't given up yet," Xie Yan replied. "Not yet. With such heavy losses, I think they still have to think of ways to probe a few more times. So just leave the ink jade dragon crystal with me so they can't divine anything, and I'll give it to you when you need it." Then he gently stroked her head with his hand, smiling gently. The little girl looked at him and replied, "Xie Yan, you are so amazing, you are not even afraid of divination." Xie Yan stood on the high ground. He observed his surroundings in his mind, thinking to himself, "The magic of this world is very strange. I think this action has been very careful. Even searching Fan Mo's room didn't use my real body, but after exchanging with Qing Haber, I controlled her body to act. After all, what if someone on the other side can use retrospective magic on me and replay what happened before? It's okay if I'm exposed myself. After all, I can go back at any time. The key is that I'm afraid of implicating this kid." Now in Fan Mo's eyes, she and I are related. In short, do your best. Listen to fate. If you still get caught out like this, then so be it. Before his pensive look, the little girl sitting on his shoulder spoke up and asked, "Xie Yan, what are you thinking about?" Xie Yan looked at Min Hongyan and said calmly, "Thinking about you?" Before his answer, the little girl couldn't help but feel shy, and exclaimed softly. Suddenly remembering something, Xie Yan asked, "That's right, now that you have the ink jade dragon crystal, when are you planning to awaken your 4-star combat form?" The little girl replied, "Not in a hurry. After following you to study, I feel that I have not yet reached my limit, and I can still train more." He continued, "Then that's good. I want you to help me cultivate in the next few days." 3 days later, in the touch domain, nameless desolate island, Xie Ye stood looking at the formation in front of him. The little girl observed with him, and seeing the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but ask, "This formation is a little more complicated than the last one. What exactly did your sword absorb from the remains?" Xie Yan frowned slightly and replied, "Absorbing the physique of the spirit? What exactly this is, I can't explain clearly."
Before his answer, the little girl continued to ask, "In short, I've never heard of it." "Okay, how long will this take?" Xie Yan replied. "I don't know, but the inheritance says this will be a process of recasting sword energy, although it's all automatic, but it will probably take a long time, a day or two."
As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery red energy radiated from the formation. The little girl next to him felt puzzled when she saw this and asked, "Why did the movement suddenly become so big?" And Xie Yan felt extremely surprised and exclaimed, It's like suddenly speeding up." The little girl observed the scene in front of her in a daze and said, "Although absorbing the spiritual power of the 5 reactions, the spiritual power is surging, draining the remaining 5-star spiritual power in the depths of the bloodline of the 7 corpses. These are only supplementary, but they must be of great benefit to your sword. If in the end it can transform into the chi belonging to the spirit, maybe it can go to heaven in 1 step and directly reach 5 stars. Xie Yan was very bewildered when he heard the spiritual power. Then he rushed towards the source of power, exclaiming in a panic, "This is bad, he's standing in the formation." He quickly drew his sword, thinking to himself, Zhao Hu ate a bunch of spirit corpses, and the heavenly ghost domain lake isn't generating spiritual power from this world.
I overlooked something important. His sudden action made the girl curious, and she asked, "What are you doing, Shufeng? Why did you suddenly draw your sword?"
His expression darkened as he looked at the black smoke emanating from his sword, worriedly muttering, "This doesn't look good." At the same time, he wondered, if I use the methods and materials of this world to reforge the Fengtian sword, will it inherently carry the spiritual power of this world? He channels Qi into the sword to test it. Then, he gently stroked the blade with his hand. A large explosion immediately followed.
The girl rushed over and asked worriedly, "Xie Yan, what are you doing?" Xie Yan, looking a bit worse for wear, looked at Min Hongyan and calmly replied, "It's nothing, just a small experiment."
He then cast a spell on himself, and clothes appeared on him. The system continuously notified him, Nirvana Endurance, deduct 50 origin points to refresh the illusionary weave garment.
Hearing this, he thought, as expected, the Feng Tian sword now carries spiritual power. It'll be inconvenient to use in the main world. It might even turn into a sword-shaped bomb and detonate on its own. Fortunately, the spiritual power on the Feng Tian sword is like water without a source. It disappears as it's consumed. But I can't keep doing this. Xie Yan raised his hand and sheathed his sword. He pointed towards the corpses lying in the formation and said, "Min Hongyan, can you remove the residual spiritual power from the depths of Tong Dihai's bloodline?" "Completely remove it," Min Hongyan replied. "Well, I can remove it temporarily, but not completely. As long as it's in a place with spiritual power, the spiritual power in these remains will gradually recover." Hearing this, Xie Yan smiled at her and suggested, "Then let's put them in the small lake. There's no spiritual power in the small lake. They won't be able to recover even if they want to. Plus, I plan to move the entire formation in there." At the same time, he thought, to eliminate this hidden danger, I have to ensure that there's no spiritual power interfering with the reaction throughout the entire process. The completion formation uses the physique of the spirit that has been absorbed. Spiritual power is just a side effect. In theory, if I change to a place without spiritual power, it should still work. Perhaps sensing his uncertainty, Min Hongyan tilted her head and asked, "Are you sure? This formation was originally drawn by me with spiritual power. If you put it in the small lake, will it still be effective?" Xie Yan replied, "I'm not sure if it will work, but we have to try." Great Heavenly Ghost Domain Lake, Xie Yan, floated in the air. Looking at the magic diagram, Min Hongyan asked, "I told you transferring it to the small lake would be useless. The essence of the formation is to mobilize the spiritual power of heaven and earth from the outside world. Where would your small lake get spiritual power from heaven and earth?" 15 minutes later, he replied, "Don't worry, it's just a test. Let me try." His answer surprised her, and she asked, "Aren't you unable to use spiritual power?" He continued, "It's working. I didn't expect it to actually work." Seeing the scene before her, Min Hongyan looked at him with great admiration and exclaimed, "Xie Yan, how did you do it? Why does it work when you draw it, but not when I draw it? Aren't we drawing the same thing?" Xie Yan smiled, proudly saying, "I used a different power, one that exists inside the small lake." At the same time, he thought, maintaining a nothing-to-lose attitude, I tried using the spiritual power of the Immortal Path's water spirit root to redraw the formation. Unexpectedly, it actually reacted. It's just that there's no interference from the spiritual power of this world. Can what I ultimately create
be considered a spirit envoy. Whatever. The Fengtian sword doesn't belong to this world anyway. That spirit envoy theory is only for reference and I can't completely follow it, especially since I already did the first 2 steps, so I might as well add the 3rd step. Aiming for the highest level is the right way to go.
The more he thought about it, the more cunning his eyes became, a sly grin spreading across his face.
After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yan looked towards the magic diagram and said, "The reaction is still very weak. Based on past experience, it will accelerate crazily in a bit." Min Hongyan, listening beside him, nodded in agreement.
Half an hour later, Xiao Hongyan flew around him, constantly asking, "Xie Yan, I don't think this will be finished in less than 2 weeks." Xie Yan followed her figure with his eyes wide open, utterly stunned. Cough. "Well, we changed the most fundamental power source, so it's natural for some things to change."
Hearing this, the girl immediately moved close to his face and said with a smile, "There's no need to wait like this, Xie Yan. Why don't you come with me to find Kui Xiao? We can also feed Xiao Hu while we're at it."
Xie Yan lowered his head slightly and replied, "I'm not going out. After all, I'm not sure about the current state of the Fengtian sword. I'm worried something might go wrong."
Min Hongyan felt a little disappointed upon hearing this. That's true. But immediately after, her expression became excited. Min Hongyan cracked her knuckles and exclaimed, "Then I'll go challenge Dimeng myself. Before awakening, I have to adjust my condition to the best. I must fight."
Her decision surprised Xie Yan. "Can't you fight with me? I think I can help you in this regard." Min Hongyan looked at him and replied, "No, you don't have any killing intent towards me. What I want is a dangerous, heart-shaking battle."
Seeing this, he didn't say anything more and nodded in agreement. "All right, Xiao Hu's food depends on you. Be careful." Then, he turned to look at Min Hongyan and reminded her, "Pay attention to whether our actions at Dragon's Nest have been exposed. Also, we embarrassed Mo Yuhai Long at the Kuizhao tribe, and I most likely revealed my identity as a human, but it seems like it hasn't caused any trouble so far. I feel a little uneasy. You should investigate what's really going on." The girl confidently pointed at her chest and affirmed, "Leave it to me. I'll pay attention."
Half a month later, at the Heavenly Ghost Domain Lake, Min Hongyan looked at Xie Yan with a frustrated sigh. "Xiao Hu is so annoying. I finally found a Kuizhao tribe where I could go on a rampage and kill to my heart's content, but it wouldn't eat a single corpse. It's such an insult to me."
He looked at her and forced a smile, replying, "My bad. It ate its fill at the Mo Yuhai Long village before, and it hasn't digested it yet. I just realized this issue as well. You worked hard for nothing."
Hearing this, the girl tilted her head and said,
"Oh well, I originally wanted to use Kuizhao to train myself, but those Kuizhao are too weak. There isn't even a single 4-star one." Then, she asked, "Oh right, Xie Yan, how's your sword reforging going?" Xie Yan's face froze upon hearing this. He tried to avoid her question. "The situation is very subtle. I don't know how to explain it."
The reaction between the two sides has completely stopped now. The remains of those 7 5-star Mo Yuhai Long haven't been completely consumed. Only white bones are left. Logically speaking, this completion step should be done, but it hasn't moved on to the 4th refinement step.
The Feng Tian is becoming more like a fire-starting stick. Freaking automatic reforging is totally unreliable. Looking at the stick in his hand, Xie Yan tilted his head, a look of frustration on his face. Min Hongyan added, "There isn't any spiritual energy at all. I can't tell if it's become a spirit envoy or not."
He didn't answer, and at the same time he raised the staff he was holding closer to his face, trying to examine it carefully.
He thought to himself, well, even from the perspective of a spirit master, it wasn't exactly a complete success. After all, judging from the 5-element sword refinement scroll, Feng Tian still has room for improvement. The white bones of these 7 jade-scaled dragon lizards are definitely good material. Let's refine them.
3 jade-scaled dragon cores. 1 for that kid, and the rest for me to refine. Using materials of the same type and origin can be considered not violating the theory of spirit-attributed spiritual items. Then, he took out 3 jade-scaled dragon cores from his hand and observed them.
Then Xie Yan called Min Hongyan over and asked for help. "Min Hongyan, do me a favor. Process the spiritual power in these 2 jade-scaled dragon cores for me." The girl saw the cores and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ah, again." Then she asked, "Can I transfer the spiritual power you don't need into my jade-scaled dragon core?" Xie Yan agreed. "You can do that. Of course you can." Just waiting for him to say that, Little Red Pouch immediately hugged the jade dragon core, exclaiming with joy, "Other spirits can't do it, but of course I have a way, hee. At the same time, she thought to herself, this will be a jade dragon core with 3 times the spiritual power. Just how strong will my battle form be?
2 days later,
in the Lake Heaven Ghost Domain, Xie Yan was sitting in cultivation. He raised his hand and unleashed a technique. 5 elements, sword refinement, metal and water in harmony. At this moment, two brilliant rays of light, one gold and one green, emanated from his hands, appearing somewhat eerie. He continued to unleash myriad transformations furnace, heaven and earth as one sword. Two sources of energy slowly rose into the air, then formed a circle, in the center of which a sword materialized.
Xie Yan lowered his hand and converged the energy into his palm. Then he melted the jade-scale dragon core.
The energies surrounding the sword gradually transformed. Then the bone fragments shattered into tiny pieces, wrapping around the sword. He muttered, "Collapse!" A beam of light appeared, forming a halo. Immediately after, a large explosion occurred, followed by a massive force surrounding the sword. Xie Yan exclaimed,
"Sword forged." The system displayed a notification. Mastered the unorthodox skill. Heaven-piercing golden sutra. 5 elements sword refinement scroll, currently level 5. Current effect. Supreme secret technique for unorthodox sword cultivators of the Taodu world to forge their natal flying sword. Now I can refine a natal flying sword avatar with spiritual root attributes suitable for cultivators. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the sword, and smiled triumphantly. Great, I've strengthened Feng Tian to level 5. The 5-element sword refinement scroll can be strengthened to its maximum extent. It can't be refined any further. If the Feng Tian sword of the Taodu world era was considered a nascent soul-level flying sword with outstanding rank, then the Feng Tian sword at this moment is a nascent soul-level flying sword with perfect rank.
In the sky, from the dark clouds, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared.
Xie Yan raised his head to observe, exclaiming, "This feeling, Qa lock-on, immortal artifact tribulation."
Outside the Great Lake, in the lease island of the Beast Domain, in the quiet night, Min Hongyan's voice rang out. 50 years ago, the Quailing Deer clan angered the Domain Master, and the entire clan was wiped out. Tens of thousands of manlings they raised on Lee's Island have been constantly culled in recent years, and now only 300 remain.
My point in mentioning this is that these Quailing Deer manlings can be killed at will. They have no one backing them. There are at least 44-star Quailing Man deer scattered all over this island. Today, I will kill them all. Hearing her say that, Yangi Chinger couldn't help but ask, confused,
"Little sis, Qingzhi knows you need slaughter to find your state, but fighting for Wasti of the same level alone, isn't this decision a bit rash?"
Min Hongyan said eagerly. "I know what little Chinger is thinking. That's why I called you out to cooperate," she asked curiously. "How can Chinger cooperate with Big Sis?"
Before Yangi Chinger's question, Min Hongyan slapped her own hand, smiled, and confidently affirmed,
"Chingir, you use the lure incense. Bring me inside. We'll find solitary 4-star Quailing Man deer. I'll jump out for a sneak attack, bring them into the little lake for a one-on-one duel, then go out and find another, then ambush them and bring them into the little lake for a one-on-one duel, just cycle like that." Even so, she was still a little hesitant. In theory, it seems possible.
"But I have a feeling that if we don't get the enemy into the little lake in time, we'll be surrounded."
Min Hongyan braced her hands and affirmed,
"Just trust in your big sis's abilities." At the same time, she thought to herself, playing risky for excitement, Yangi Chingir didn't ask any further questions and immediately agreed. "All right," she thought, while simultaneously considering her escape route. "If we encounter danger, I'll call for the Lord." The surrounding Great Lake Heaven Ghost Domain was enveloped by a dazzling golden light, heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the artisan, yin and yang as the fuel, all things as the materials, diamond purity, acting like nothing.
Xie Yan frowned slightly and exclaimed, "In the legends of the Taodu world, every artifact at the perfect level can welcome an artifact tribulation. If it can be overcome, there will be a sublimation and transformation. When I was in the Taodu world, Feng Tian's sword only overcame a few artifact tribulations before the Fire God artifact, and it didn't have the opportunity to attract a nascent soul-level artifact tribulation. I always felt regret, but I didn't expect it to meet the conditions in a different world today." Wait a minute, that's not right. This isn't the immortal Dao world. Where would an artifact tribulation come from? If I want to overcome something, it would be a stellar tribulation, but stellar tribulations aren't like this.
Then he slowly raised his hand to his chin, his expression a bit pensive.
"Perhaps it's because the Lake Lotus merged into one with the moon. After all, the Lake Lotus was originally an artifact of a high-level immortal Davio civilization."
Then, Xie Yan looked up high and ordered, "Little Lake, explain a bit." From above, a strange voice rang down, asking, "Did you do it, yet you didn't do it? What the hell is going on?" "Ah, I understand. It met the conditions and automatically activated. The artifact tribulation originated from the world you were born in. All you did was open the door for the artifact tribulation. By the way, what world were you born in?" Before Little Lake's question, Xie Yan replied unhappily, "Don't know. What's the point of talking if you don't know?" Little Lake unleashed its technique. The way of heaven begins. The 5 elements present a red tribulation. In the sky, flashes of lightning of various colors snaked into the clouds and struck down one after another. Seeing this scene, Xie Yan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Tresk, It really is the same old 5 elements heavenly lightning tribulation. However, this pressure seems to be much stronger than the 5 elements heavenly lightning tribulation that Feng Tian overcame when it was at the nascent soul realm.
Xiao Hu starting to roll out the first tribulation, Gengquan lightning tribulation. Seeing this, Xie Yan also starts to draw his sword. He closes his eyes slightly and mutters, "Must be related to this sword-body fusion skill. Me and Feng Tian's energy are being forcibly tied together by the lightning tribulation. Right now, Feng Tian is stuck to my hand like glue. Can't shake it off even if I wanted to, so I gotta tank the lightning with it. Come at me, bro."
Then, he raises his sword to the sky, thinking to himself, "Screw it. I've got Jing Tian as a meat shield anyway." Immediately after, a surge of power slams directly down on him from above.
Looking at his battered body, he observes slowly, muttering to himself, "The power of this lightning tribulation seems a lot stronger than a regular cultivator's ascension tribulation. No wonder ascension tribulations have to endure 9,981 lightning strikes, while magic item tribulations only strike a few times."
Then, he looks at his sword and says, "Good thing, even though Xing Tian didn't do jack, Feng Tian's sword is strong enough to take a beating better than I can right now."
Normally, the second tribulation will start in 10 minutes. After all, one tribulation for a magic item is like 10 plus tribulations for a person. If you don't give us time to recover, how's anyone supposed to survive? It's just that I don't have many recovery materials on hand right now, so I'll just have to tough it out. Xie Yan stands up, then looks up at the sky.
10 minutes later, Xiao Hu continues to switch tribulations. The second tribulation, Yi Meng lightning tribulation. In the sky, a golden glow gradually gives way to a blue energy. Xie Yan looks up at the sky and urges, "Right on schedule as expected. Come on."
Instantly, a bolt of blue heavenly lightning strikes him directly. Xie Yan, with a slightly charred body, refuses to give up and continues to rush forward, smiling triumphantly. "It's stronger than the last one. Too bad I'm not the same as I was before. Ha 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 ha."
Then, he looks at his sword again and mutters, "Nice. Feng Tian looks like he can take another 7 or 8 hits.
Dang, if I still had the Yi Wood lightning tribulation immunity buff, I wouldn't have even gotten hurt just now." At the same time, he thinks to himself, "I was struck by Yi Wood lightning tribulation back in the tomb raiding world. The immortal demon body has a passive immunity to Yi Wood lightning tribulation. Too bad that passive was covered up after I committed suicide and was reborn to recover my arm.
Right now, the immunity buff of my immortal demon body is the flower between Sword's fingers. What the heck do I need that buff for? Those monks are nothing but trouble." Then, Xie Yan slowly lands on the ground, 5 minutes later, looking up at the sky. Sensing something was off, he's a little puzzled, and asks, "Something's wrong. Why are the tribulation clouds thinning out so much? It feels like it could end at any moment. Hey Xiao Hu, is there a third tribulation or what?" Before Xiao Hu can react, Xie Yan immediately glances at him with a suspicious look. "What? The energy in the Hu Tian ghost domain is running out? The path is shrinking too, at the great Hu outer domain. Lu Zet Island, a 4-star Juling Man Lu Mao, appears on the ground.
Min Hongyan appears and rushes towards the Juling Man Lu Mao like an arrow. At the same time, Xiao Hu emerges, covering its entire body, and shouts, "Taste my lake."
Soon, Xiao Hu easily swallows the Juling Man Lu Mao, while Min Hongyan rushes forward proudly, then confirms happily, "First one down, easy peasy, Zhao Qingzhe. Your confusion incantation is super useful for ambushes. Otherwise, with the Juling deer's sensitivity and sense of smell, it would have spotted me from a mile away." Then, Min Hongyan looks at Xiao Hu and says, "Xiao Hu, let me come in and go one-on-one with it. Great Hu Heaven Ghost Domain."
Xie Yan looks up,
his eyes widening in shock as he mutters, "You opened up the lightning tribulation gate and you're this useless. You're scamming me, aren't you?" At the same time, he shouts angrily, "This ain't right. I've only been struck by lightning twice, and Feng Tian's in great shape right now. You gotta at least try to hold out until the third strike." Suddenly, a black hole appears in the sky. A Juling Man Lu Mao emerges from the black hole. It's falling down while making noises.
Seeing the monster, Xie Yan looks puzzled. "Chinger, what's going on outside? Why is a monster falling in here?"
Yangi Chinger answers, "Ah, master, we're hunting monsters. Little Miss just threw 10 4-stars into Xiao Hu, but that one went in. But Little Miss hasn't gone in yet. Little Miss is asking you, why won't Xiao Hu let her in?" Hearing this, Xie Yan is utterly speechless. He continues, "What spirit nonsense are you talking about? I'm undergoing tribulation here. Coming in here will get you caught in the tribulation clouds. You'll die."
Suddenly, in the quiet space, a strange noise echoes, causing him to be stunned.
He looks up at the sky, looking puzzled, and asks, "Is this Xiao Hu? Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel like there are more tribulation clouds in the sky now? Before Xiao Hu could react, he seems to understand the problem, and blurts out, I get it. If the spirit that falls in here is killed, you'll have the power to maintain the path. Then, he says with great enthusiasm, Good, good. But one isn't enough. The more the better. The more the better.
Xie tells Min Hongyan, tell her to keep kicking spirits into Xiao Hu, the more the better, and make it fast. If she can't catch a 4-star, 1, 2, or 3 stars are fine too. I'm undergoing tribulation here, and I need Xiao Hu to maintain the tribulation path. The more spirits that fall in here, the longer Xiao Hu can hold out. At the same time, he thinks to himself, if it wasn't because if I left Xiao Hu, the tribulation would lose its target and disappear completely.
I'd be much more professional doing this myself. On Min Hongyan's side, Yangi Qingshi approaches and urges her quickly, Master told us to hurry. Seeing this, the little girl can't help but ask in surprise, then it can't be like before. The ambush time is too long. It took us at least 5 minutes to catch the first one, and that was lucky. What is tribulation anyway? Isn't it star tribulation? Then, Min Hongyan gently puts her hand on her chin, pondering. Although she said 1, 2, or 3 stars are fine, 4 stars are definitely better. Besides, the lowest one on this island is 3 stars anyway. The efficiency of searching for solitary Juling deer is too low. It's better to let the Juling man deer take the initiative to find us. Min Hongyan quickly picks up Xiao Hu with a somewhat cunning expression and advises, Qingshi, find a place to hide. I'm going to take on all 3 of them. Right after, the girl takes a running start and flies into the sky like an arrow. From afar, a huge explosion rings out, followed by Min Hongyan's voice.
You beasts on Luzi's island, your grandma Min Hongyan is right here, come and hit me.
Before the radiating light, the monsters can't help but be surprised and look up to observe, outside of the Chu region lake, Lukaze Island, little Hongyan directly attacks another Juling man deer with one move, then releases little Hong to swallow it. After the second one, she swallows the third. After the third one, she kills the fourth. Little Hongyan continuously finishes them off with one move and lets little Hood devour them. Inside the Lake of Heavenly Ghost Domain, dark clouds are thick, lightning illuminates the entire sky. The third tribulation, the Wanggi Water Lightning Tribulation, has arrived. Xie Yan stands tall holding Feng Tian. He laughs and says, Good, very good, little Hongyan, keep it up. You finally managed to make it to when the third tribulation appears. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning with extreme power strikes down from the sky. Xie Yan stands straight and shouts to receive it. Let the thunder strike even harder! Outside the lake, little Hongyan is counterattacked by a man deer, causing her to spit out blood. Inside the lake, the tribulation in the sky is gradually shifting. Xie Yan, who is using transformation, stands still and says, Little Hongyan, hang in there. Little Hongyan, outside the lake, is still trying her best to dodge and then attack to finish them off. The fourth tribulation, the Bing Ding Fire Lightning Tribulation with its fiery red clouds, is also about to descend inside the Lake of Heavenly Ghost Domain, another man deer down. And inside the lake, the fifth tribulation has also begun, the Wu Earth Lightning Tribulation. Inside the Lake of Heavenly Ghost Domain, Xie Yan flies up and looks at the 5-colored sky. As expected, the 5 elements Heavenly Lightning Tribulation of the God Transformation stage has an additional 5 elements combined, Heavenly Lightning. He grits his teeth and calculates. There's no way I can withstand it. When the final lightning strikes down, I definitely have to use transformation. But Feng Tian probably won't have much of a problem. Suddenly, Qing'er's voice rings out, startling him. Not good, my lord. Little Miss has Xie Yan hurriedly replies to the outside. What's wrong? Is she in danger? A voice from outside answers, No, I led Little Miss to use the dimension-hopping talisman to hide. Little Miss is too tired and fainted. She's too awesome, fighting against more than 300 deer-horned monsters alone, with several dozen 4 stars and the rest are 3 stars. Xie Yan is extremely shocked listening. Holy moly, she could even withstand it until now. This little elf really gambled her life. Qing'er then reports the situation. It's just that there are still a few 4-star monsters left outside. Little Miss has fainted. Qing'er can't beat them. Xie Yan lowers his eyes and gently comforts. It's good that you guys are okay. I don't need you here anymore. Take this little girl and hide carefully. Wait for me to come out. Xie Yan looks at the tribulation clouds gradually dissipating in the sky. He thinks to himself, I was too greedy in transcending the tribulation, and slightly ignored this girl's situation. Thankfully, nothing major happened. Seeing little Hure showing a crying expression, he then says, It's all right. If there's no 6th tribulation, then so be it. Originally, after the 2nd tribulation ended, the remaining tribulations were considered freebies. People have to learn to be content. Xie Yan speaks and immediately points his hand at his chest. Nirvana only cost 300 original points, and the illusionary weaver garment has also created a new set on his body.
The impurities stuck on Feng Tian also fall off. One by one, Xie Yan hears the sound and looks over. The green Feng Tian continuously circles around him. Xie Yan grabs the hilt of the sword. He caresses the body of the sword and says with satisfaction, "As expected, one can only obtain a perfect result after 10,000 times of carving. Although it's thinner, the feeling is much stronger." Xie Yan holds Feng Tian up high. "From today onwards, Feng Tian, you are now a flying sword in the half-step ascension realm." Qing'er's voice rings out, causing him to freeze.
"My lord." Xie Yan's voice rings out outside. "What's wrong?" Qing'er, who is inside the barrier, yells in panic. "Not good, my lord. The moon in the sky outside has turned red."
She senses the surroundings and says,
"This breath doesn't target anything specifically. It's a stellar tribulation." Looking at the bright red moon and the interwoven black and red clouds, Qing'er panics. But stellar tribulation should appear in the form of constellations. This time's stellar moon is really strange. Which constellation's stellar tribulation is this, the first one? But the first constellation doesn't have this much pressure.
Qing'er looks down at her hand in doubt, then happily exclaims,
"Ah, little miss, you're awake, little Hongyan, covered in wounds." Turns her head to look at her and replies, "Just woke up. Take a nap. Does Xie Yan need to continue over there?"
Qing'er sweetly says, "My lord said he doesn't need it anymore." Little Hongyan happily smiles, baring her teeth.
"That's good." The mandirs all look up at the red moon, emitting you sounds. A moment later, the remaining beasts scattered and vanished without hesitation. Xiao Hongyan, clinging to the barrier and watching her go, exclaimed in disbelief,
"So the tribulation wasn't aimed at those 4-star mandir after all. I told you. Those guys. Bloodline is capped at 5 stars.
After saying that to herself, her eyes widened as if she'd realized something.
Xiao Hongyan turned back urgently and said to Qing'er, "Besides the mandir, it's just us around here. If the tribulation isn't for the mandir, and it can't be for me, then there's only one possibility," Xiao Hongyan said to Xie Yan. "Tell him to be careful. The sword he's forging has attracted a tribulation." Xie Yan, sweating, thought, Feng Tian summoned a tribulation. After enduring half of the magic treasure tribulation, the weapon spirit transformation succeeded. It was only a step away, yet it succeeded. Starting from 5 stars, what kind of logic is this? A beam of red light shone straight from the blood moon's halo onto Qing'er's box-shaped barrier. The light shattered the barrier quickly and shone directly on her. Xiao Hongyan was pushed aside, and she watched the light shine down, creating tremors around it, and shouted.
Qing'er, Xie Yan, touched the connection on his forehead and asked in astonishment, "Qing'er's dead." Inside the beam of light with its immense power, only the tiny little fox remained. A moment later, the beam of light pierced through the little fox and shone directly into the Ghost Realm Lake. Xie Yan stood on a rocky outcrop, looking up at the beam of light. The beam of light then quickly shone towards him, and just as it arrived, it forced Xie Yan to kneel on one knee, and the image heaven was activated instantly. Sweat covered his forehead, and he wondered, where is this impact coming from? It activated my image heaven in an instant. The influence from the beam of light caused Xie Yan's eyes to be streaked with blood. He was in a daze. Moreover, this power was extremely profound and aimed entirely at him, causing limited damage to the surrounding environment. Suddenly, Xie Yan looked at the sword, and he seemed to realize something. Damn it, it's aimed at the Feng Tian sword. It's the power of a tribulation.
The corner of Xie Yan's mouth bled, and he gritted his teeth to resist. Aren't tribulations supposed to get stronger gradually? Even the 28 constellations tribulation should go through this process. This is already making me activate image heaven at the first hit. Half-step ascension realm flying sword is about to be destroyed. What kind of tribulation is this? The little fox outside was also extremely uncomfortable. Xie Yan angrily cursed. Damn it, it's clearly here to silence us.
Xiao Hongyan, who had been pushed aside, got up. She asked herself in a panic, what do I do? What do I do? Qingxiao probably won't die, right? Xingshan should be fine, right? She trembled and said, but outside spirits aren't allowed to interfere with tribulations, or it will increase the tribulation's power. The little fox became increasingly irritated. It quickly opened its mouth and swallowed the beam of light. Xiao Hongyan looked at the little fox munching and swallowing, and asked in surprise, you swallowed the tribulation after swallowing the entire beam of light? The little fox flexed its muscles with bright red eyes, making Xiao Hongyan's jaw drop. Xie Yan inside was also battered and exhausted. He squinted one eye and asked in confusion, why did it suddenly stop? Is the tribulation over? Then Xie Yan breathed a sigh of relief and tapped the Nirvana finger on his chest, deducting 400 origin points. A moment later, the system displayed a notification. The Honation's spiritual treasure, Ghost Realm Lake, has completed its mutation. final restoration, cave heaven expansion, adding the characteristic of mysterious immortality, he said in disbelief. Completed the final restoration at this moment.
Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in surprise,
Looking at the cracked, dark green egg beside him, he hesitated and asked, Feng Tian's sword, when did you turn into an egg? Is it because of the tribulation just now?
Xie Yan was about to reach out and touch it when the egg suddenly cracked. He shouted in alarm,
This is bad. Immediately after that, he tapped the eggshell with a finger, and the Nirvana finger deducted 600 origin points. Looking at the crack-free and shiny egg, Xie Yan sighed in relief. Phew, the Nirvana finger really works on it. It seems that this time, the Feng Tian sword has truly become a weapon spirit.
Suddenly, the egg floated in the Ghost Realm Lake, and green rays of light emanated from it.
Immediately after that, the egg shrank and flew straight into Xie Yan, startling him. He touched his 8-pack abs and wondered, What's going on? Why did the Feng Tian egg go into my stomach?
Xie Yan groaned softly. He felt the color of his eyes change, emitting a dark green spiritual power.
A moment later, Xie Yan pondered and came to a conclusion. So that's how it is. Because of the body and sword fusion skill, Feng Tian and I aren't actually in a spirit master and spirit relationship. Instead, the two of us together count as one spirit. Currently, since we're considered a single entity under this world's rules, Feng Tian has to reside within my body.
Xie Yan chuckled helplessly, thinking, What the hell is this? Am I carrying a baby or something? He kept rubbing his belly, saying helplessly. Hegemon of the lower extremity cultivated his sword for half a day, and ended up cultivating himself into a spirit.
After a mystic feather garment refreshed on Xie Yan, he immediately ordered, Little Hugh, let me out. My girl outside is probably about to cry.
Seeing Little Hugh's strange expression, Xie Yan frowned and asked, I still can't go out right now. If I just pop my head out, I'll be taken down instantly.
Little Hugh's expression confirmed it. Xie Yan rubbed his forehead and said, Got it. My calamity star hasn't ended yet. Out there, Ying Zhuyu is scanning for enemies, but is being obscured by newly formed, weak, mystical properties. He pondered for a moment, then yelled, What the hell is this? It can't stop, even for a second, it just keeps attacking. After sensing the star movement for a while, his voice echoed within the Hutian ghost realm. Why is my star movement abnormally powerful? I don't think any 4-star spirit could endure this calamity star. Does this feeling have something to do with Feng Tian's sword and I being outsiders? Are we being treated like unwelcome intruders and eradicated?
Stepping into the star movement, Xie Yan suddenly saw a massive pillar and exclaimed, Oh my! After the repairs, a Huabiao pillar appeared again. The more he looked, the more curious he got, so he asked, How did you suddenly complete the repairs instantly? Little Hu immediately put on an expression, expecting praise. Xie Yan touched the base of the stone pillar and said with a smile, So that's how it is, you can even exploit the Calamity Star's fleece. After inspecting it for a moment,
Xie Yan was suddenly surprised by the material. Having said that, he immediately launched an attack on the pillar.
Xie Yan looked at the pillar, which showed no trace of damage, and praised, Very good. Finally, there's something in this Hutian ghost realm that I can't destroy, I guess. Little Hu, your mysterious and indestructible weak point, is all related to this absurdly appearing Huabiao pillar.
As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the stones behind him began to gather. Although it's said that simply overcoming the Calamity Star allows one to become a 5-star spirit wielder and possess absurd abilities. But in my current situation, can it really be considered having overcome the Calamity Star? It feels like it just started, and now I'm immediately under surveillance.
Xie Yan used the stones behind him to create a large sitting platform, he added. So if a spirit has no spirit energy, can it still be considered a spirit wielder? Now I only have one concern. Is the Calamity Star waiting out there? If I don't go out, it might just persist indefinitely. If it really can't be helped, I'll have to go out and use Xing Tian to endure a wave. Otherwise, I'll gamble on using Mara Rebirth, dying once to leverage the Heavenly Demon's immortal body and remove this immunity block. Calamity. Xie Yan leisurely sat down on the seat and continued to ponder. To be honest, I really don't want to use Mara Rebirth. The principle of this technique is that the moment one dies, the soul immediately escapes into a pre-prepared vessel to be reborn. The major sects in the main world all have similar techniques. The only difference is the speed of movement. Some are fast, some are slow, some directly tear through the void, and some require traversing maps. But if they encounter a powerful move that can simultaneously destroy both body and soul, in an instant there's only one path: death. Even experts in the main world, despite possessing revival methods, dying 1,000 times is still death in this manner. There were many broken stone slabs in the Hutian ghost realm, and Xie Yan consecutively controlled them to form a stone table. Previously, when I cultivated the everlasting hegemon fist, my soul was slightly stronger than my body. It could endure a bit longer against fatal attacks, then seize the chance to tear through space and escape. That's why I dared to openly use it. But ever since I grasped the Mind Flame realm, my soul is actually no longer more resilient than my body in its fourth-fold Mind Flame state. Xie Yan clasped his hands, propped up his chin in thought, and then mused. This remnant star calamity is too strong. There's a high chance my soul and body will both be annihilated in an instant. I might not even get a chance to escape. Suddenly, Little Hu made a joyful expression. Xie Yan happily asked, "What?" "The blood moon has vanished." Xiao Hongyan outside squatted down, watching Little Hu happily hopping around. She said with relief, "The blood moon has vanished." Seeing Little Hu so happy, he must be fine. Suddenly, Little Hu trembled. A moment later, Xie Yan quickly shot out from Little Hu's mouth. He joyfully called out to Xiao Hongyan. She, standing outside, also joyfully reached out and grabbed his hand, asking, "Xie Yan, you're okay? That's great." Xiao Hongyan joyfully said, "Quick, give me the ink jade dragon star. I'm about to awaken." Xie Yan let out an "ah." Upon hearing this, Xie Yan then presented a crimson ink jade dragon star. Xiao Hongyan continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from the gem, exclaiming, "Yes, this is the feeling." Shi Jian and Xing Er continuously looked at the excited Xiao Hongyan. "Oh, resonance, resonance." But a moment later, why was there another tremor? Xie Yan vigilantly sensed his surroundings and said, "It's shaking again." Shi Jian stood aside, watching the pillar of light that suddenly appeared, shining directly from the sky onto Xiao Hongyan. He secretly thought, after absorbing 3 times the spiritual energy from the ink jade dragon star, Xiao Hongyan's special battle form will definitely be much stronger, right? The ground beneath also cracked open. The light pillar created a very strong tremor, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter. A red ray of light streaked past, piercing straight into a rocky mountain, causing it to shatter. Where the rocky mountain collapsed, dust and smoke continuously billowed. From within the light pillar, a spirit shot out, drawing a heart shape of light around itself in the sky. That was the feather-robed spirit, the mutated star spirit battle form, Penglai Dragon Maiden, Xiao Hongyan flying over. Behind her was a pale yellow magic formation circle, and her hairbun had also come undone. She happily cried out, "I succeeded." Xiao Hongyan stood in front of Xie and Xie Yan, crossing her arms, and proudly asked, "Well, is it pretty? Is it strong?" Xie continuously praised, "Big sis is so cool." Xie Yan also gave a thumbs up and chimed in, "Very pretty, very strong." In his head, he was more concerned with glancing at the notification from the system. Mission 1, protect the Guardian Star, collect combat form signals. Mission 1 completed. Receive 4,000 source points. Current source points, 67,204,005. Xie Yan seriously read and pondered. Finally completed this mission. Looking at the system popping up the next notification, Mission 2, advance to the threefold Heavenly Isle, meet any human force, form an alliance. Completing the mission will receive source point rewards. If failed, no new missions will be issued in the current world. Xie Yan puzzledly wondered, his face like he'd bitten into shit. Go to the threefold Heavenly Isle, that's a long-ass journey. Wait, why doesn't Mission 2 have anything to do with Xiao Hongyan? On the other side, Xiao Hongyan pointed to another direction, smiling friendly at Qing Zhi. "Little Qing Zhi, there are good things over there. Go check it out quickly." She left looking doubtful, while she waved her hands repeatedly. Go on, go on." Xiao Hongyan shyly said to Xie Yan, "This time I came out to train, and the goal has been completed. There's nothing left to do. So tell me, Xie Yan, do you want?" She embarrassedly hugged her cheeks and continued, "Want to come back to my clan for a bit?" Xiao Hongyan kept blushing, thinking, "Oops, I said it out loud. Does this count as a proposal?" Xie Yan smiled sadly. He hesitated. Well, in his head he was thinking, should I continue the mission or follow Xiao Hongyan back to her clan, or should I just go back home? Suddenly, tornado-like cyclones abruptly appeared, engulfing his body. Surrounded by the swirling cyclone, he yelled, "WTF? What's going on?" Xie Yan's clothes were torn, and his body was full of scratches. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, am I being space-warped? Is this the legendary Gale Wind layer? He started moving, breaking through the formation of the cyclone, thinking to himself, I must break out. But after rushing for a while, he still couldn't find a clue. Xie Yan stopped, seriously considering. No, I can't see the end at all. I can't tell which is the sky and which is the earth. If I endure a little longer, I'll be forced to use heavenly punishment. He glanced slightly, and suddenly shouted, Qingshi, someone has appeared outside, standing in front of the cyclone. It was Yu Yixing Wu Jing, she said grimly. The ink jade light dragon has already reached the clan.
Have I been deceived?
Xiao Hongyan, who was now imprisoned in a cage, explained anxiously. Sis, you've misunderstood. We really love each other. Yu Yixing Wuxing then raised her scepter, her face unreadable, and coldly said, It seems you have really been deceived. I will change the Gale Wind layer on the threefold Heavenly Isle into the sixfold Heavenly Isle. I have to see what kind of power that naked ape has that makes you so infatuated. Xiao Hongyan was anxious. She tried her best to break through the barrier of the cage with her spiritual power. Sis, don't kill him.
After leaving the cage, she flew to attack Yu Yixing Wuxing.
She frowned and said,
After you awakened your combat form, your strength has indeed increased a lot, but do you think
the scepter
raised a surge of spiritual power? Quickly blocking Xiao Hongyan, she continued the second half of her sentence, that you can challenge your sister like this. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of the two people, accompanied by a voice. You two, calm down. Yu Yixing Wuxing unexpectedly asked, How can you be out here?
Xie Yan, who had now escaped, broke through her attack and quickly said, It's all a misunderstanding. Yu Yixing Wuxing still stood in front of the cyclone, pointing her scepter at him, scolding, Misunderstanding. What's there to misunderstand? Xie Yan still stood there, raising his hands in surrender. In his heart he calculated. The gale wind layer that's trapping me right now is just a small cyclone. Usually I can break out with one step. How can it trap me? She then waved her hand to stop the cyclone behind her and coldly said to him, If you weren't bewitched by a naked ape like you, how could a spirit who bullies the weak and fears the strong take the initiative to clash with the Ink Jade Cliff Dragon, and even dare to save people from their hands? Xie Yan seemed to realize something. Could this be the 5-star mirror flower water moon ability that the little girl mentioned? It's indeed not just a simple illusion. Xiao Hongyan then wanted to interrupt and explain. At that time I was being sensible. But Yu Yixing Wuxing glared over and scolded. Shut up! Attacking your own sister for a naked ape? I haven't even talked about you yet. Looking at the two small girls arguing, Xie Yan stepped forward and said gently, It's really a misunderstanding. This story is a long one. Let me tell you slowly, sis, he said to himself. It doesn't seem related to the dragon nest thing. It's probably just the aftermath of the last time I fought with Guizhao and exposed my human identity. Then it's still okay. Unobstructed, Xie Yan continued to tell, That's right, I am a human, but I lost my memory. Everything must be told from...
After an incense stick's worth of time, Xiao Hongyan said helplessly, So I asked Xie Yan to help me find the Ink Jade Dragon essence, which is why I offended the Ink Jade Cliff Dragon. If I didn't save him, would I still be a spirit? Yu Yixing Wuxing frowned and looked at Xiao Hongyan, suspiciously asking, If the Ink Jade Dragon essence has already been taken away by the Ink Jade Cliff Dragon, then what is your current combat form? She guiltily turned her head away, not daring to look directly, and replied, I switched to another treasure. It's not like only the Ink Jade Dragon essence works. A moment later, Xiao Hongyan became annoyed again, quickly turning around and saying, Sis, don't change the topic. We are explaining the misunderstanding. In short, Xie Yan is not wrong. He is helping me. If anything, I'm the one who's bewitching him, not him bewitching me. Yu Yixing Wuxing ignored her and turned to ask Xie Yan, Where's your envoy spirit? He confusedly said, Huh, and wondered, What does she mean? Why suddenly ask about my envoy spirit?
Her expression became full of malice, smiling and saying, When I came, I noticed that there was a void-type envoy spirit beside you, and I deliberately avoided her when attacking, but now she has completely disappeared. If I'm not mistaken, you must have used magic to swap places with your envoy spirit, so that the envoy spirit died in my mirror flower water moon in your place. While you ran out, Xie Yan was surprised, just hummed a word, secretly praising, Amazing. I didn't expect her to guess my method of escape. Seeing that Xie Yan didn't respond, she turned to Xiao Hongyan and said, A spirit master who sacrifices their contracted spirit without hesitation to survive, and can still calmly and rationally talk to the culprit like me after it's over. Do you think such a cold-blooded human is someone you can charm? Xiao Hongyan hesitated. Well, sister, it seems like you. Xie Yan closed his eyes and shook his head, smiling helplessly. Sister, you misunderstood again. My contracted spirit isn't dead. Then he gently raised his hand, and a stream of dark green light flew straight out from between his eyebrows at his command. Qinger, come on out! After flying out, a large Qing Shi stood upside down in front of Yu Yixing Wuxing. She sweetly greeted, Big sis, I'm really okay. You've misunderstood, my lord. Xiao Hongyan hugged her stomach and teased from the side. Hee, sis, don't you know? Qing'er is immortal. She can be reborn in a flash even after she dies. She looked at Qing'er in disbelief. An immortal hollow-type contracted spirit, and with that strange underworld aura on her. With that, Yu Yixing Wuxing stretched out her hand in delight and pulled, Little girl, if you're willing,
We can also help you find a way to dissolve the contract with your master, and you can live in our Yu Yixing tribe from now on.
Qinger was shocked to hear this, and kept shaking her head to refuse. I don't want to. Qinger doesn't want to leave my lord.
Xiao Hongyan turned around angrily. Sis, what do you mean by that?
Her expression turned serious. Your master has revealed his identity in front of Mo Yuyalong. The probability that he can successfully escape and return to Xiasan Chongdao Tian is less than 5%. As his contracted spirit, the ghostly underworld energy on your body and your immortality are both research targets that Mo Yuyalong craves. Yu Yixing Wuxing continued to press. Do you know what happened to the previous contracted spirit that fell into the hands of Mo Yuyalong? Xiao Hongyan put her hands on her hips and raised her face, saying, Are you talking about the spirit master's contracted spirit that's protected by the Muring clan? You can't scare us. Anyway, we saw it with our own eyes. Seeing her stern gaze, Xiao Hongyan flinched and immediately made up a story, looking at the other spirit, and once said, That contracted spirit is well taken care of by Mo Yuyalong, with all kinds of rare delicacies, and can even command low-level spirits. Xiao Hongyan broke out in a cold sweat. That was close, almost let it slip. If she knew that we secretly infiltrated Mo Yuyalong's dragon nest, she would report to the clan leader and skin us alive.
Yu Yixing Wuxing glanced over and raised her eyebrows in disapproval. I heard that, although it's not clear where you heard it from, the person who said this must be a spirit who is both stupid and self-righteous.
She lowered her eyes, her words becoming light. Don't you think about it. With Mo Yuyalong's arrogance, how could he spend effort to raise a contracted spirit? Well, it's all just prolonging that contracted spirit's last breath.
Xie Yan was startled. Prolonging its last breath.
Yu Yixing Wuxing frowned tightly and recounted.
That contracted spirit is a complex mutated dragon species never seen before, created by humans, and because of its special mutated power, it is coveted by all the dragon species in Xichong Dao Tian.
Thinking of the dark and confined scene, she continued to tell.
It was repeatedly transferred between the major dragon clans, used to study the mysteries in its mutated power, using the research results for the low-level spirits in the tribe to improve the strength of the entire tribe. In recent decades, it has been studied on Mo Yuyalong's side.
Qinger looked at her small figure
and used her whole body to listen. As far as I know, these studies are not without the behavior of extracting souls and seizing spirits, taking bones and scraping flesh, which can be said to be worse than death. If it wasn't for such an extravagant arrangement, I don't know how many times it would have died. Little girl, do you want to follow in the footsteps of that contracted spirit?
Xie Yan panicked, his pupils contracted. He didn't expect there was such a hidden story, damn it. At that time when Shen Wenli Tiandi didn't think to ask a few questions about the situation of that contracted spirit, otherwise he wouldn't have missed such a good opportunity to rescue.
Xiao Hongyan immediately flew to block in front of Xinghar. Xinghar, don't listen to her nonsense. Xinghar Yan is so strong he won't let you be caught, let alone what she said may not be true. Xinghar nodded obediently. Yeah, little sis is right.
Yu Yixing Wuxing was silent. If you don't believe me, you can follow me to Mo Yuyalong's dragon nest to see for yourself, and it's a good opportunity to lead you to apologize, explain the situation, and based on the friendship between our clan and them, they probably won't make things difficult for you.
Xiao Hongyan avoided her gaze and asked in a low voice. Then if I go with you, can Xie Yan's wanted order be cancelled? Her expression became gloomy, her eyes shining brightly. He's not from the same clan as me, and he's even a spy sent by the lower realm. It's already good enough that he can protect you now. Don't push your luck. Do you know that if this matter is not handled properly, it will even implicate the entire Yu Yixing clan?
Xiao Hongyan flew back and stood on Xie Yan's shoulder. She insisted on answering, I won't go with you. I'll take responsibility for what I do, and I will never implicate my family. Whether he's a mortal ape or a spy, it doesn't matter anyway. I won't abandon Xie Yan. At most, we'll figure out how to deal with the pursuit ourselves.
Yu Yixing Wuxing scolded angrily. Nonsense. Not implicating the family. You say it so easily. The blood of our clan is flowing in your body. Do you think they will listen to your explanation?
Hearing this, Xiao Hongyan still didn't compromise. I don't care about you. Just tell them that I betrayed the Yu Yixing clan. Xie Yan heard this and slapped the back of Xiao Hongyan's neck, causing her to spit out bubbles. Xiao Hongyan turned around and shouted angrily, Xie Yan, what are you doing? In his eyes, he was about to drop out. Crap, I forgot that the little goblin has evolved. I used too little force. She was immediately angry. Did you want to knock me unconscious and then hand me over to my sister? Xie Yan scratched his head and looked innocent. I deny it. How could I? Suddenly, Xiao Hongyan's eyes gradually blurred, and waves of blue light poured out from the crutch. Xiao Hongyan lay slumped in Xie Yan's arms. Yu Yixing Wuxing explained, Hypnosis. to let her sleep for a while. Xie Yan spread his hands and held Xiao Hongyan up. He smiled and said, "Take her away, I won't see her again in the future." She reached out and hugged her. "Thank you, this child is very sensitive. If it weren't for someone distracting her, my trick might not have hit." As she was about to leave, she turned to him, hesitatingly saying, "Sorry, for the sake of the clan, I'm going to pin everything on you when I get to Dragon's Den." Xie Yan didn't stop her, nonchalantly replying, "It's cool, just blame it all on me, just don't get the Yu Yi Star Clan involved." Yu Yi Xing Wuxing sighed. "Sorry, I blamed the wrong person before, you're a good guy." Xie Yan just smiled faintly in response. As if having made a decision, Yu Yi Xing Wuxing turned back to him and said, "If Mo Yu Yalong asks, I'll say I knocked you into the Gale Layer, your life and death unknown. The rest is up to you." She raised her staff to cast a spell, leaving a single sentence. "In short, get back to human territory. ASAP. Don't stay in Sevenfold Heaven Island any longer. Let's not meet again." In an instant, both of them vanished. Shingoker spoke up, asking, "Master, the young miss is gone. What do we do next?" Xie Yan rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "I've been in this world for 2 months already. The time needed for Quest 2 is too long. I'm not planning to continue."
Little Qing Shizher tilted her head sadly and asked, "Then, Master, do we have to go back?" Xie Yan replied, "Yep. I've already taken the benefits I should take. The primal chaos blossom doesn't need the spiritual energy of this world anyway. It'll bloom normally after a while back." Looking up at the night sky, Xie Yan slowly said, "Besides, this world is too dangerous for me. Right now, I only have slightly more than 1,000 origin point. Using Xingtian can't withstand 2 hours of Sister Little Red's Mirror Flower Water Moon move, unless I can resist it, or Qing'er swaps places with me when I'm outside. I haven't figured out a way to break it yet, and this is just a 5-star support type Yu Yi Star Spirit. If I run into a powerful 5-star combat type..." He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Not to mention, even with Little Red's sister helping to conceal me, if I keep moving around outside, my human identity will be exposed sooner or later. At that point, I'll definitely be hunted down by Mo Yu Yalong.
From any perspective, I have no reason to stay in this world any longer."
Xie Yan looked at the system's notification panel. His current origin points, 63,204,005. He was stunned, and asked himself, "But can I just dust off my pants and choose to go back like this?" Qing Zhengyar called out worriedly, "Master." Xie Yan stood against the wind, his voice echoing, "I've never thought of myself as a good person. I take people's benefits, but ignore their requests, not even daring to try." Looking up at the night sky, Xie Yan made a decision. This kind of thing, Xie Yan can't do it. 1 month later, at the 8th level of Dragon Abyss Tower's Beast Domain, on a street lined with lanterns. On that road, a neatly dressed cat spirit respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to another rabbit spirit. "Rest assured, sir, what you need will definitely be ready in a month. I hope you'll take care of our business in the future." The plump rabbit spirit pocketed a bag of goods, smiled slyly, and said, "As long as I get this bag of sincerity every time, rest assured I won't mistreat you." This was Jin Sha Yue Tu, a 3-star, the good deeds steward at Dragon's Den's Yue Rong. He walked and smirked, thinking to himself, "So what if the bloodline of my Jinsha Yue Tu clan is lowly? As a servant of Great Spirit Yalong, which lowly spirit of the Dragon Abyss Tower dares not bow and kneel when they see me." Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared directly above his head. From the rift, Xie Yan, with a dangerous expression, dove down and grabbed Yue Rong. Both of them tumbled into Little Hugh's mouth. Qing'er stood outside, hurriedly grabbing Little Hugh's ears and shaking them. "Open the door! Open the door! I want to go in too!" After a while, Little Hugh fell asleep in the corner. As if sensing something, it suddenly woke up. Just a second later, Little Hugh spat out Yue Rong with a bewildered expression. Qingzhu also came out, pointing at Yue Rong, and fiercely instructed, "I'm entrusting the master to you. Be quick-witted when you enter. Don't reveal any flaws." Little Hugh jumped into Yue Rong's arms, and he nodded obediently with a yawn. "This old servant understands. This old servant understands, Miss Qing'er, rest assured." Qing'er looked at Yue Rong carrying Little Hu, yawning incessantly, and communicated telepathically. "Bad luck. Why did they suddenly add another layer of barrier at the entrance to Dragon's Den? Otherwise, Qing'er would have been able to use void displacement to push straight in," Xie Yan replied. "What's so unlucky about this? The 6-star Mo Yu Yalong hasn't returned yet. That's our greatest luck." Looking at Yue Rong squirming, Qing'er turned away in frustration. "Master, how about Qing'er merges with his body to control him and go in? I just feel like this old rabbit isn't very smart," Xie Yan immediately refused. Judging from the situation at the entrance to Dragon's Den, the Mo Yu Ya Long side has entered a state of high alert and trickery after the incident last time. It's best if we don't try the same trick twice in front of them, he explained further. Your body possession might not be able to fool the 5-star mother dragon who's been dispatched here to distinguish the identities of those entering and leaving. Moreover, I also need you to stay outside. In case anything happens, I can retreat at any time. Hearing this, she nodded. Qinger understands. 15 minutes later, at the entrance to Dragon's Den, Yu Rong met the gatekeeper. Fan Yi used true sight eyes to examine him. After she finished examining, she hummed softly. She narrowed her eyes, standing high up, and questioned. Yu Rong, the spiritual energy on your body has dropped by 90%. Explain yourself. He was sweating but only mumbled and stammered. The old dragon sitting at the table near the door spoke up. Fan Yi, don't ask so meticulously. Rabbit spirits are naturally fond of doing things that are hard to talk about. This old rabbit is already this old. It's rare for him to go out and wild out. It's normal to consume some spiritual energy. Wan Yi turned her head back, puzzled. Things that are hard to talk about. He raised his teacup, feigning comprehension. So, it's about giving birth, right? Am I right? Or am I right? Hearing him say that, Yu Chong felt awkward. While Fan Ye sheepishly pulled down her blindfold, Yue Chong was drenched in sweat, scratching his head as he replied, Yeah, that's right, Da Ling is spot on, he. Having passed the check, Yue Chong cupped his hands and bowed, asking to leave. If there's nothing else, then Yue Chong won't bother you two Dalton's Lings any longer. Lao Long waved his hand, saying, Go on, I've already marked you. The entrance won't reject you. Inside the Lake Heaven ghost domain, Xie Yan sat at a table near the ornamental pillar, propping his chin up with his hand as he calculated. The only oversight this time was forcefully dispelling 90% of the old rabbit's spiritual power to implant the will. Otherwise, he'd explode as soon as the will was implanted. Hopefully, no kind-hearted spirit will be free and decide to actively use magic to restore his spiritual power. His death isn't important, but my plan will be ruined. Mid-sentence, he suddenly jolted up, panicked. Why can't I sense Qinger's existence? Xie Yan frowned, loudly asking Xiao Hu, What's the situation outside? After getting a reply, he was surprised. It's totally normal. The old rabbit already entered the dragon's nest. He rubbed his chin, pacing back and forth in thought. I can roughly guess what happened. It seems that after suffering heavy losses last time, they've raised the level of spatial blockade within the dragon's nest, possibly even cutting off contact between me and Xingshaker, just like when I was locked in the storage room of the treasure vault before. Xie Yan sighed inwardly. They're really going all out. A dangerous glint flashed in Xie Yan's eyes. Looks like I have to be more careful this time. Can't let anything go wrong. Inside the dragon's nest at night, Yu Chong carried a box of pastries to the entrance, asking the two serving girls on either side, Is Long Xiaoji home? I brought some newly made pastries from the kitchen for her. The two cat spirit serving girls exchanged suspicious glances. Yu Chong furrowed his brow, harshly scolding. What are you two staring at? Cat spirit Gan fearfully replied. Long Xiaoji is home, but Yu Butler, cat spirit Lon, seeing her hesitant, chimed in. Didn't you send a subordinate to deliver food to Long Xiaoji just now? Yue Chong narrowed his right eye in confusion, thinking to himself, Yue Sanbian always makes excuses when I tell him to deliver late-night snacks. Why did he come today even though I didn't ask him? After thinking it over, he ignored the two cat spirit serving girls. Yue Chong just grabbed the pastry box and opened the gate. Move aside, let me go see. On the way, all the spirit monkeys and servants respectfully bowed their heads and called him Yu Butler. A moment later, reaching the door of Longling's room, he was puzzled. Strange. There's usually at least one servant outside. Why aren't there any spirits here today? Yue Chong stepped forward and knocked on the door. Long Xiaoji, this old servant is Yue Chong, bringing some newly made pastries from the kitchen for you. After knocking, he opened the door, only to see a girl slumped on the table in the middle of the room. Is Long Xiaoji the only one here? Where's Yu Sanbian? Yue Chong approached and checked around before concluding, Looks like he left. A second later, Xiao Hu shot out of his mouth like a rocket. Seeing Xiao Hu release Xie Yan, Yu Chong respectfully reported, Master, there are no spirits around. Now's the best chance. Seeing him look towards the white-haired girl slumped there, Yu Chong explained, Master, Long Xiaoji is like that. Eat then sleep, sleep then eat. She just finished eating. She's fast asleep. No matter how you call her, she won't wake up. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded from under the table. Nonsense. If it weren't for Mo Yu Yalong frequently experimenting on her, Why would she be like this? A rabbit spirit popped her head up from under the table, scolding with a grumpy expression. Xie Yan, I can't believe you teamed up with my sister to bully me before. Xie Yan raised an eyebrow, surprised. Xiao Hongyan, is that you? Why are you here? She hid under the table, shooting daggers at Yu Chong. What's up with this old rabbit? Is Qingye controlling him? Xie Yan grinned, put his hands behind his back, and leisurely replied, No, Qingye is outside, but you can ignore him. He's completely under my control now. Xiao Hongyan angrily pointed at Xie Yan. Xie Yan, you have to explain what happened back then. Xie Yan ignored her angry look, changing the subject. Ah, I see, Xiao Hongyan. You're also here to save this envoy spirit. You're so kind-hearted. This clearly has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyan lowered her head sadly. Ah, yeah, that's right. If I hadn't persuaded you, you would have saved her a long time ago. Thinking about it, I also have some responsibility, so I wanted to save her first, before going to find you. Xie Yan looked at her with a gentle smile. Don't say that. You didn't expect this outcome either. We were all fooled by appearances. In his head, he thought. Finally changed the subject, this little brat. Xiao Hongyan immediately perked up, looking at him excitedly with wide eyes. I was worried about how to get her out without getting involved. You came just in time. Hurry and take her away, Xie Yan calmly replied. No rush. How did you sneak in here? The guard is tight outside now, and there's the 5-star dragon specializing in identifying identities guarding the entrance to the dragon's nest. Xiao Hongyan folded her arms, triumphantly asking, You mean Fanye? Her eyes are sharp, but she can't see through my magic. My sister's is way worse than mine. I'm the strongest in the Feathered Garment Star Clan. She raised her eyebrows, adding, Besides, my sister and I came in fair and square. Did you forget? My sister said she wanted to bring me here to explain to Mo Yuya. Xie Yan rubbed his head. Of course I remember, but I thought you guys had instant teleportation. Faster than me, so you should have come and gone already. He frowned, deep in thought. If I take Xi Ling away, how will my sister and little Hongyan escape? I have a feeling I'm going to drag them into this. Maybe they should get out of Dragonlair ASAP. Once they're gone, then I... He paused. Little Hongyan immediately refused. If we leave first, it'll look like we're guilty and have something to hide. You go ahead. After you escape, use the messenger snail to contact us. My sister and I will stay here. We'll leave after the news of Xi Ling's disappearance breaks. She smirked, saluted, and confidently said, Anyway, we have nothing to hide. An upright tree fears no shadow. Let them investigate. If this blows up after we leave, then Mo Yuya Long's first suspects will be us. Xie Yan nodded, smiling. Makes sense, little Hongyan. You've really thought this through this time. At the entrance to Dragonlair, Wan Yi irritably cursed. Annoying. In and out. Can't you just handle things in one go? Yue Cheng bowed obsequiously. Wan Yi, your teachings are wise. This was an unexpected situation. This old servant guarantees it won't happen again. The woman, while blindfolding herself, said, There won't be a next time. If you ask me, I think whoever goes out this time shouldn't come back. The old dragon sipping tea chimed in, trying to defuse the situation. Ah yeah, young Ling doesn't need to get so worked up. Knowing Yu Chong, if it wasn't something super important, he wouldn't be running back and forth like this. He turned to scold. But Yu Chong, you really need to learn some restraint at our age. Running around multiple times a day like that, no matter how good your health is, you can't handle it. Yue Chong cupped his hands and bowed in agreement. You are absolutely right. This old servant will definitely keep it in mind. Hearing this, the old dragon waved his hand. All right, hurry up and go. Don't delay my good deed. After he left, a tall figure appeared behind the gate. The old dragon turned around, feigning surprise. Oh, Wan Mo, you're out here too. Aren't you supposed to be entertaining the guests from the Yu Yi Xing tribe? He just lowered his head and chuckled. I don't like dealing with troublesome things. You know that. I'm just out here to get away for a while. On the desolate nameless island, Xie Yan's voice echoed through the night sky. I'm quite far from the island's city lord now. Geng, holding the messenger snail next to a tree, replied. I use special tricks to control old rabbit Yu Chong. Before I left, I told him to listen to you, and reminded him that if necessary, you could even tell him to go die. Xie Yan put the messenger snail to his ear and made a HMPH sound when he didn't hear anything. Xing Yan resignedly shook his head. I almost forgot that the inside and outside of Dragonlair are completely isolated right now. Even my connection with Xing'aier has been cut off. The messenger snail isn't powerful enough to transmit messages into Dragonlair. Xing Yan smiled, crushing the messenger snail. It's just as well. This prevents that little girl from taking the risk of coming to find me. Looking at Long Ling leaning against the tree, he gently asked, Hey, are you okay? Can you hear me clearly? He thought to himself, her condition is visibly bad. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed to her chest. Can't worry about it too much now. I'm betting a myriad nirvana finger. It cures all ailments. A moment later, Long Ling slowly opened her eyes, and a mechanical system notification sounded.
consuming 400 origin points, Nirvana finger replacement consumed. Seeing that she was awake, he secretly rejoiced. Great! The Nirvana finger is really useful.
Long Ling, just waking up, looked at Xie Yan warily and asked, Are you a human? He took out a ring and softly replied, Yes. When I was using my appearance alteration to look like a Jin Yu too, I met you once in Dragon Lair. Do you remember?
After a pause, Xie Yan added, I accepted a request from Senior Zhu Ji to come and save you.
Long Ling pondered, stroking her chin, I remember. But there's an aura of heaven's hatred on you now. You should be careful in the future. You're probably very unlucky, Xie Yan stammered. But he wondered in his heart, what the heck, Zhu Ji's messenger knows how to read fortunes. Wait, don't tell me it's a side effect of escaping the Star Tribulation. Then, she looked at the ring on his hand, her eyes momentarily blank. You carry the Master's ring, so he's no longer alive.
Xie Yan gripped the ring in his hand, lowering his eyes as he replied, Yes. In fact, when I accidentally got this ring, Senior Zhu Ji only had a remnant wisp of obsession left.
Long Ling leaned sadly against the tree and nodded. Is that so? It's been 100 years, so that makes sense.
Xie Yan hurriedly interrupted in a panic. You don't want to commit suicide out of love and follow Senior Zhu Ji, do you? She calmly asked. Suicide out of love? What do you mean?
Xie Yan slowly explained. I mean, your master has completed his mission and passed away. What are your plans next? You're probably not going to go with him, are you?
Long Ling wondered, full of confusion.
Die with him? What's the point?
She sat up straight and replied to him. Suicide out of love means nothing to him, and it means nothing to me. Death is the end. Even if I died with him, I wouldn't be able to see him again.
Xie Yan breathed a sigh of relief.
Well, if you don't have that intention, then I can relax. What do you want to do next?
Long Ling cheerfully said. Although my master has died, I still have a mission to pass on the torch that hasn't been completed yet.
Xie Yan lowered his head and laughed awkwardly.
About that, to be blunt, although I have a way to escape, with my current strength, it's a bit difficult to take you back to the lower Three Chong Island heaven. Moreover, in reality, humans have sent most of the information about the lower Three Chong Island heaven over the past 100 years. You don't have to worry about the mission anymore.
She struggled to stand up.
It's not enough. There's still one last piece of information that needs to be sent back. However, you don't need to help again. Luckily, you helped me restore my spiritual power so I can use the Mors Dilutionis Vitae art to send the information back. Xie Yan stood up to follow, intending to run over and support her. Mors Dilutionis Vitae art. What's that?
Long Ling gently touched her chest and coldly replied,
Death. In an instant she pointed a finger between her eyebrows, closed her eyes tightly, and fell.
Xie Yan's eyes widened as he watched intently. Seeing her fall, he rushed to support her, angrily saying, What are you doing? As he was about to use Nirvana finger, his hand was tightly gripped by her. She whispered, Don't save me. My death has meaning. Remembering the moment she hatched, she whispered in despair, From the moment I was born, I was a special twin spirit messenger.
The first to be born from the egg was me.
The remaining egg has been hidden somewhere in the lower Three Heavens Islands from beginning to end. Once I use the false death rebirth technique and die, all the intelligence and memories will be in the spirit messenger nurtured in the remaining egg, she sadly concluded, although it won't be me anymore.
Long Ling continued nonchalantly. In these 100 years, I've always been regarded as an evolutionary experiment of the top-tier clans. My body has accumulated a lot of data on the direction of evolution and branching of high-level bloodlines. To prevent me from committing suicide, they implanted a special toxin in me, sealing my spiritual power and most of my soul, so I couldn't find an opportunity. Now the opportunity has finally come, thank you. Blood from the center of Long Ling's forehead flowed all over her face, her eyes gradually becoming lifeless. Transmitting the intelligence recorded in this body to humanity is my greatest mission, she had said.
She smiled as if the torch was already in front of her. Only a torch can pass on a torch. When the firewood is exhausted, only turning into ashes is considered fulfilling the mission. She hesitated and laughed. Well, although I said before that dying for love has no meaning, and I won't get to see him again after death.
Her voice grew softer, and her eyes slowly closed. But now I feel like he's so close.
Xie Yan calmly watched Long Ling pass away right in front of him.
He muttered to himself, taking out the glowing ring. 100 years ago, the ring of the previous chairman was a small umbrella for her to rest temporarily. Long Ling's body began to shine with golden light, dissolving into tiny specks. Watching Long Ling's body gradually disappear and enter the ring, he whispered, In a year, I will also arrange for your remains to be in the ring of the previous chairman.
Xie Yan's eyes were filled with sadness as he clenched the ring and looked at the last flickering specks of light.
From a certain perspective, this can be considered as not being able to wear the same clothes in life, but being buried in the same grave in death.
Xie Yan sighed, put the ring into the small gourd, closed his eyes, and lamented.
Sacrifice for righteousness. Sacrifice for righteousness.
Suddenly sensing something, he spun around. Xie Yan moved back, shouting, "Who's there? Get out."
The stalker casually wondered. Got discovered.
Fan Mo stepped out with a blank expression, sighing, "I originally planned to wait a little longer to see if I could reel in a big fish." Xie Yan frowned, coldly asking, "Fan Mo, when did you arrive?"
He stepped closer, slowly answering him. From the moment Yue Chong secretly left Dragon's Nest, I lost track of him, and sure enough I discovered a big surprise. I spared your life. I was planning to catch all the brats who offended me and my clan in one go, but I waited and waited, and no one came to support you. Instead, I saw a joke.
Fan Mo curled his lips in disdain, saying,
"Lowly spirits are truly lowly spirits. After 100 years, they still haven't changed their servile nature."
The remaining blood formed a patch of bright red.
He looked at Xie Yan. "As for you," Fan Mo smirked, "can't catch a fish. Shrimp will do." Suddenly, spiritual power erupted from his entire body, his tone full of threat. "What force is behind you, directing you to oppose the Mo Yu Cliff Dragon Clan? If you confess honestly, I will mercifully grant you a clean and swift death."
Xie Yan lowered his head and chuckled.
"So should I thank you?"
His voice slowly echoed. "To be honest, I'm not in a good mood right now. I couldn't save the person I wanted to save, and their sacrifice was for the greater good." Something was crawling out of Xie Yan's body, but he continued, as if warning, "I can understand. But even if I understand, it's still annoying that you've come to my doorstep." In an instant, with the everlasting flow, he charged forward at lightning speed. The mind-destroying roar from the manifest dragon force caused spiritual energy to clash, exploding a region of rocks and earth around them. Xie Yan shouted, "Then let Xi fight." His fist erupted like a powerful dragon, but it was blocked by Fan Mo with one hand. He sneered, "Is that all you've got?" Hands restrained, Xie Yan's body still churned with a dark purple energy, forming a face-like shape. "Heavenly Demon Evil General Kanda Roba King," Fan Mo exclaimed. "Oh, realizing your punches are weak, so you're resorting to magic now." Unfortunately for him, before he could finish his taunt, a full-powered punch cracked his protective barrier wide open. Fan Mo thought in shock. How is that possible? This move of his can even blow up my released spirit energy. Xie Yan smirked triumphantly, yelling, "That's all you got!" The clash of their spirit energy caused the ground beneath them to crack and crumble, sending dust flying. After fighting for a while, Xie Yan activated Jing Tian, standing tall and imposing between heaven and earth. He leaped forward, muttering, "Still got over 5,900 origin points." Pointing, he created a spirit energy launching platform with extreme impact, attacking directly towards Fan Mo. He roared, "I'm gonna slam it all into you." Fan Mo struggled to block with his right hand, gritting his teeth. As expected, the shockwave is generated. After that, special power reacts with the spirit energy of heaven and earth. After contacting my spirit energy, it won't trigger a second explosion. He smirked and flicked the stream of spirit energy towards the mountains behind him. Fan Mo narrowed his eyes, smugly thinking, "As long as I'm careful not to let my spirit energy directly contact the special power in his body, this naked ape is no threat to me." Moments later, it looked like 3 Xie Yans were surrounding the floating rock where Fan Mo was standing, forming a formation with no escape. The 3 realms, 6 paths, boundless envoy heaven. He crossed his arms to defend, exclaiming in horror. Xie Yan's voice still echoed steadily. "Kanda Roba Mandala formation. World confined, power amplified." A dark purple spirit energy explosion with Fan Mo as the epicenter shook the heavens and earth, felling the surrounding trees. He was blasted away, his clothes and body scratched and bruised. He thought grimly, "This isn't good. It'll be hard to even get close to him at this rate." Xie Yan's form, combined with blood rushing to his head, made him look incredibly terrifying. He grinned grotesquely, saying, "Taste my uninterrupted 5,000-second nuclear explosion, you wicked beast." But in the heat of battle, a red stream of spirit energy pierced straight through his back from behind. The true energy used to transform into Xing Tian gradually dissipated. He looked at his hands and body, frowning in confusion. What's going on? Why can't I use my true energy? It turned out that the stream of spirit energy from earlier was fired by Fan Mo, who still maintained his position below. He thought to himself, I clearly used my ability to seal the special power in his body, yet he can still cast spells floating in the air. Fan Mo kicked off, soaring into the air, shattering the ground beneath his feet. He concluded,
This naked ape definitely has a secret. As soon as he rushed up, he prepared to launch a provocative taunt. Now, why don't you explode for me? His finger strike speed was lightning fast.
Xie Yan couldn't dodge because he couldn't use his spirit energy, so he took the hits head on.
After a moment, Xie Yan's body became stiff. He widened his eyes, thinking, crap, it's that pressure point technique again.
Fan Mo delivered a finishing blow straight at Xie Yan,
sending him flying into an open space. The impact so strong that a circle with a radius where he landed caved in, the ground cracking open to reveal lava. Suddenly, a tail flew over, catching him before he could get up. Fan Mo used his tail to strangle Xie Yan, lifting him into the air. He leisurely asked, "Where's your spirit envoy?" Still not calling it out. Did you disguise yourself as that Jiaolong War scythe form using spirit fusion? Or did the feather spirit disguise you?
Xie Yan squinted one eye, his face tilted towards the sky from being strangled. He gritted his teeth and taunted. "Wanna know, beg me," Fan Mo smirked.
HMPH. Still running your mouth when you're about to die, he dragged Xie Yan away. I'm very curious about the abilities on your body. After I take you back to the clan for thorough interrogation, all your secrets will be unearthed. Then, it'll be that feather spirit's turn. Fan Mo kicked off, soaring upwards, causing the ground to collapse continuously.
Xie Yan was dragged along by his neck, causing him immense pain. He endured it, but was filled with confusion. Weird. Now, besides my physical strength, only Zheng Tian is still maintained, but I can't control my true energy. This kind of restriction is comparable to that little girl's cultivation house. Ordinary magic probably can't do it. Could it be this guy's terrifying 5-star ability?
Suddenly, Xie Yan seemed to realize something. Wait, something seems off about this guy's state. He immediately seized the opportunity to ask, "Is sealing my true energy your terrifying 5-star ability?" Fan Mo glanced over, pondering. True energy. The power that can cause an explosive reaction with the spirit energy in your body is called true energy, huh?
Fan Mo soared through the floating broken rocks in the air, assessing Xie Yan.
Looking at how you suddenly put on such a show, if I'm not mistaken, your 5-star ability must come at a price, right? The price being that your spirit energy is also sealed.
He glanced at Xie Yan, showing understanding through his expression. You sealed even your spirit energy to deal with shrimps like me. Was it worth it? The effect of spirit energy on my overall strength is less than 20%, while true energy is your only power that makes me a little wary. Fan Mo was openly contemptuous, unaware of what Xie Yan was doing while he rambled on. Without true energy, you're just a nobody in front of me. You can't even actively undo the pressure points.
Xie Yan piped up, "We'll see about that." "Not so fast."
Fan Mo was caught off guard by the sight of Jing Guangfeng. Xie Yan unleashed his aura, engulfing the space in darkness. Like waves spreading out, waiting to devour its prey. Fan Mo didn't have time to react.
"You," Xie Yan said, using a move to shut up the chatterbox. Everlasting Overlord Fist. Self-destructive strike. The explosion created a massive blast throughout the range. Xie Yan explained to him that what he had was a true qi that could open acupuncture points. And a violent qi and blood could also open acupuncture points. He, covered in countless scratches as if he had just emerged from a fire, cocked his head up at Fan Mo. With the urging of the self-destructive strike on his blood throughout his body, unblocking the acupoints was nothing difficult. Fan Mo looked at him in annoyance. "You naked ape." He flew up. Using a move from afar, "You're walking straight into your own grave."
Xie Yan was knocked up. He could feel that the power difference was a bit big.
Without Zhenki, relying only on Xing Tian, I can take the hit.
He ignored the fact that he was being hit by that guy. While relying on Xing Tian, he was thinking about his next plan. Luckily, I can feel it. And with the battle becoming more intense, the Feng Tian mark is about to bloom. Fan Mo hit him with a powerful blow like the heavens descending to earth. He ignored it, thinking about the Feng Tian mark being refined from the 7 corpses of the 5-star Moyu Cliff Dragon and 2 Moyu Dragon Essences, and also having gone through the immortal Dao Treasure Tribulation and the Star Tribulation.
Rocks and soil exploded with his impact on the ground. He was a little doubtful in his mind. Although the corpses and dragon essences are degraded versions that have eliminated 5-star spiritual power, the Storm Tribulation is still the final one, and the Star Tribulation only passed the initial stage.
Cracks appeared on the ground from the melee, Xie Yan thought. But no matter what, it should still be at the 5-star level, not inferior to Fan Mo.
Xie Yan glared provocatively. "You bastard! Keep hitting! When your daddy's Feng Tian blooms, I'll settle the score with you." Suddenly, blue light spread from his chest down to his abdomen. He was both surprised and interspersed with joy. Is the mark blooming? Xie Yan looked at the notification panel and thought all sorts of things. It seems like something is wrong. This Nirvana, 3 transformations exclusive skills seems perverted. Dying once, Physical body increases tenfold. Wait, the spirit transformation state causes a burden on the host's soul, which cannot be borne at present. What does that mean? Xie Yan didn't believe this fictional thing and shouted in his head, I can't use it. He looked at the panel and thought, if I can't use spirit transformation, then I don't have the slightest chance of winning this battle. I can directly return to end this matter.
But Xiao Hongyan's affair has been exposed. If I don't silence Fan Mo, the spirit transformation state will cause a burden on the host's soul, which cannot be borne at present. Xie Yan was a little concerned about this critical situation. The Fengtian sword merges with the host. The host completes the spirit transformation. The physical body increases greatly. Special state, cannot level up. Physical body, skills have a flash of light. His mind quickly enlightened him. Wait, it's not certain that I can't use it. He raised 2 fingers. A golden light stretched out. He pondered. Change the Jingtian title to National Soul. The successful notification appeared. Title effect. You accept national belief. Protect the country. All your defensive skills reduce consumption by 90%. Power doubles. Xie Yan put that flickering light into his body, causing Nirvana to only deduct 500 origin points. He calculated in his mind. The wound healed immediately. Nirvana finger is still useful, it's just that it costs too many origin points. What a pity. Zhenki is still unusable. That guy's terrifying power is really difficult.
The light of the veins appeared on Xie Yan's body, detonating the power of the egg. The Fengtian mark has bloomed. As expected, I guessed right. Spirit transformation is regarded by the system as a defensive skill. The national soul title reduces consumption by 90%. Finally, I can use spirit transformation. Just as Fan Mo flew over and saw that scene, very well, you lowly naked ape still has tricks up your sleeve. Fan Mo gathered strength in his hand, raised it up, and used the 5 dusts heavenly awareness, he said. Let me see your limits. The move hit powerfully, as if wanting to level the earth. Rocks and soil rose up like a storm. Heavenly name awareness. Fan Mo was complacent. Oops, was I too serious? I won't accidentally kill that little brat, will I? He flew over and went into the hole he created to punch Xie Yan.
He desperately groped around for Xie Yan. As long as there's a breath left, even just the corpse is enough to bring back for thorough research.
A fist suddenly swung up. Chang Shang Liu. A technique that summoned a powerful azure dragon to break through the area. Divine Dragon Sky-Shattering Strike.
Xie Yan slicked back his hair, looking annoyed. You damned beast, not playing by the rules. Who attacks when the opponent is only halfway through transforming? You almost killed me.
The black wound on his stomach quickly closed as he mused.
Good thing your daddy here isn't a normal dude anymore. Healing wounds at lightning speed is just basic. Save me a Nirvana pill.
The notification popped up again, and he grinned at his plan. The National Soul title and Spirit Envoy really are a perfect match. He landed on the ground. The Spirit Envoy form greatly enhanced his physical body, and the National Soul title doubled that boost.
Xie Yan looked at his dragon-like transformed body with pleasure. I can feel that my current physical strength is more than 10 times stronger than before.
Xie Yan suddenly looked up. Fan Mo, with his huge dragon tail, dived straight down. Yu Chen Heaven Severing Strike. The slash pierced through his stomach, cutting Xie Yan in half.
Xie Yan thought,
my body is too strong. Is this a war spirit fusion? The heaven-severing strike could originally cleave a large floating island in 2, but it could only cut less than a foot into my outer layer. Moreover, he began to feel wary. His wound healed at the cut. He's recovering too quickly. Why is this guy's war spirit fusion so similar to our race's appearance? Fan Mo said sharply, eager for battle. Next, Yu Chen Heaven Piercing Strike. He rushed forward, driving the technique into Xie Yan's head. Heaven Bursting Strike. Xie Yan, with his quickly healing wound, angrily rushed forward. Stop hitting me like a punching bag. The other guy didn't back down either, Xie Yan wondered. The technique can detonate all the blood and qi in the body, but it can't cause fatal damage to him.
This guy is many times stronger than that 5-star Gijiao Tian strike. Doesn't he have any weaknesses at all?
Xie Yan's technique was immediately caught by Fan Mo. He yelled, eat my self-destruct move.
He had his fist squeezed tightly. Xie Yan used his other hand, but Fan Mo stubbornly blocked with both hands. Xie Yan cursed inwardly. Damn it, his physical body is too strong. I can't use the self-destruct move. Guess I'll turn it into a normal attack.
He used his dragon tail to knock the guy away. Pretending to be a god or a ghost, what the hell are you?
Xie Yan slid along the ground, waiting for an answer.
He stood up and said sternly to him, your daddy is the illegitimate son of Ba Xia, immortal and indestructible, stronger the more I fight. Fan Mo glanced at him and said, you're just bluffing. Your current punch doesn't even have the strength of the acupoint unlocking technique from before. How can you compare it to the more you fight, the stronger you get ability of Grandmaster Ba Xia?
Xie Yan looked at him and thought, The Spirit Envoy transformation enhances the physical body, but it's not destructive force. However, the physical body can transform into power, provided there are superb skills. Even with the Spirit Envoy physical body, the attack skills are still different from the self-destruct move of the Xingtian state.
He angrily stomped his foot, cracking the surrounding rocks. Then you just try it now, he thought to himself. But your daddy here has the eternal dominance. He flew around with astonishing speed, the Chang Sheng Liu Yu Jun fist, a supersonic high-level technique covering the surroundings.
Xie Yan suddenly flew straight into Fan Mo, ordering, "Lie down for me."
The earth and rocks couldn't withstand the battle, and some areas were blown up into a mess. Fan Mo went crazy and used his technique, Chang Sheng Liu Chaotic Arrow Barrage. Brat, now answer me.
Xie Yan swung his hand directly with your daddy's fist. He punched him hard in the face, praising himself. "How's that for ya? Resuscitation Extinction Intellect. Here comes the Dragon Force." Xie Yan stood under the rock slide, wanting to burst open and breathe a sigh of relief. So refreshing. Quadruple Thought Ignition is trash. Xingtian is trash. National Soul and Spirit Transformation are the real deal.
Xie Yan looked up, sensing immense power. He suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot. This guy hasn't activated his battle form yet.
A strange, dark shadow appeared from the hazy smoke. A long-legged, gaping-mouthed ape brandishing claws.
His battle form is dragon from head to toe, just with a human body. The battle form of Mo Yuhai's 5-star combat dragon, Cliff Dragon. He angrily yelled, "You're bullying me!"
Xie Yan charged forward with eyes like a night owl.
The transcendent flowing jade standard fist, a supersonic barrage, he retorted angrily.
"What if I bully you?" Xie Yan rushed up to hit Fan Mo, but he suddenly disappeared like white smoke.
Fan Mo reappeared behind him, with the same cold eyes as before.
Xie Yan turned and slapped him, but he dodged the Nirvana Gentle Fist. 100 styles of death power.
Fan Mo disappeared again, and he suddenly cursed. Another sneak attack.
3 minutes later, a large fist slammed down from the sky, transcendent flow. At the same time, a fist stabbed up from below, blocking the fist above on the leg. Then another fist punched over quickly. Azure Dragon Heaven. Several fists punching back and forth,
along with the shadow of a dragon flying in between those arms. A moment later, Wan Mo gritted his teeth, his hand slightly clenched, and stepped back. Around him, rocks and earth flew in all directions. Xie Yan's eyes sharpened as he stared straight ahead, thinking to himself, even a wide area AoE attack like true Azure Dragon Heaven Flash didn't hit this guy. After this guy activated his battle form, his speed is terrifying.
Fan Mo stood calmly behind Fan Mo, saying,
"I've seen all your moves before. They're just okay." As soon as he finished speaking, a black dragon flew down. Seeing this, Fan Mo quickly clenched his fist and punched upwards, blocking the black dragon.
Punching, as he said, "As a reward, I'll give you a chance to fight me head-on."
Fan Mo gritted his teeth as he turned and punched, thinking to himself, son of a BTCH. Right now, the one with the strength to send bricks flying is yours truly, who's afraid of losing a fight.
The two rushed towards each other, one using the 5-dust Heavenly Awareness Sky Bombardment style, and the other using the Resuscitation Extinction Intellect Roaming Strength style. In just a moment, a large explosion formed where the two collided. Due to the impact of the explosion, Wan Mo was blown backwards. He grunted. As he was blown away, Wan Mo thought,
I actually lost in a fistfight. How is that possible? This is at least 10 times, maybe even 11 or 12 times my previous strength, and I even used the Resuscitation Extinction Intellect, which can unleash 10 portions of my power. Fan Mo's eyes became suspicious, thinking, something's not right. The feeling of that fist just now wasn't right. Using 10 portions of my strength should have left me feeling exhausted for a moment. But I didn't feel that at all just now.
In the distance, Fan Mo shouted,
I've seen through all your moves. Looking at Fan Mo rushing towards him, Fan Mo thought to himself, too fast. My eyesight can't keep up with his movements at all. At times like these, I somewhat miss the comprehensive enhancement of the thought ignition realm to my physical qualities. Spirit transformation is good and all, but it's a bit of a shame that it doesn't increase my nerve response and dynamic vision.
Fan Mo shouted, now it's my turn to attack.
With that, Fan Mo used the 5-dust Heavenly Awareness Sky Motion style to attack. Seeing this, Wan Mo quickly responded with the Transcendent Flow Heaven Fox Gentle Bone Palm, fighting back as he thought. Luckily, the effect of martial arts is to make up for these shortcomings.
Suddenly, Fan Mo seemed to realize something. His eyes darkened, and he thought to himself,
wait, this feeling, the feeling before using the Transcendent Overlord first, is the same.
Seeing that Fan Mo couldn't keep up with him, Fan Mo laughed. Ha, can't keep up with my rhythm, huh? Hearing this, Wan Mo threw a punch back and replied, How ridiculous! Is this the limit of your martial arts? Fan Mo punched repeatedly towards Xie Yan, causing many injuries to his body. As he punched, Fan Mo said, "Your self-healing power is strong, but no matter how strong your healing power is, it will have a limit. I won't give you a chance to recover." Xie Yan dodged the punches, thinking to himself, "I've found the root of the problem." Xie Yan's eyes sharpened as he continued to think. "My physical body is too strong right now. The Transcendent Overlord First LVS can't control the various transformation movements at all. I have the power but can't use it." Xie Yan bit his lip, thinking, beating Fan Mo in his normal state is no problem, but fighting Fan Mo in battle reveals all sorts of issues. I have to unleash the Everlasting Domination Fist at a higher level to fully unlock this body's potential. Even if he can't kill me right now, I didn't painstakingly train the spirit transformation just to become someone else's punching bag. Suddenly, Xie Yan noticed something. His eyes narrowed, and his head was filled with question marks. Before Xie Yan now stood a massive dragon, a mix of black and red. Seeing this, Xie Yan questioned, "This is bloodline inheritance." While Xie Yan was dazed, Fan Mo sucker punched him in the gut, causing him to arch upwards. Then Xie Yan was sent flying high into the sky. Seeing this, Fan Mo wondered, why did his body suddenly go limp? He didn't even bother with basic defense. It's like he lost consciousness. Strike while the iron's hot. Thinking this, Fan Mo quickly flew towards Xie Yan. Moments later, Fan Mo punched fiercely towards Xie Yan. Die. After hitting him, Fan Mo silently stared at the scene before him. Xie Yan used all his strength to unleash the self-sacrificing Qiankun Yizhu punch towards Fan Mo, causing him to cry out in pain. Erg. Fan Mo gritted his teeth, staring ahead, and questioned, "Violet Gold Heavenly King Ring." Saying this, he thought, why is my attack completely unable to injure this Violet Gold Heavenly King Ring? This is invincibility. In that moment, a beam of golden light flew quickly towards a secluded island mountain. Just a moment later, an explosion rang out. On a muddy ground, Xie Yan lay sprawled, and a weasel suddenly appeared. Before the weasel could get close, Xie Yan was sent flying away. Xie Yan stood up, looking into the distance, and said to himself, "The Violet Gold Heavenly King Ring suddenly jumped out. The ring suddenly jumped out to save the Naked Ape. Could it be that the Violet Gold Heavenly King Ring clan is the spirit controlling the Naked Apes? Judging by the aura, it's clearly a 5-star Violet Gold Heavenly King Ring, but its actual destructive power is still within the realm of 4 stars. But at the same time, it also has invincibility, which even a 5-star Violet Gold Heavenly King Ring might not have." Looking at the light in the far distance, Xie Yan wondered to himself, just what kind of monster is that? Moments later, Xie Yan lay on the ground, and Xiao Hongyan flew to his shoulder and called out, "Xie Yan, are you okay? Wake up, don't scare me." Xie Yan slightly opened his eyes, calling out in confusion, "Xiao Hongyan." Hearing this call, Xiao Hongyan called out, "Xie Yan," he called. Xiao Hongyan hugged Xie Yan's face, crying and saying, "Xie Yan, you scared me to death, sniffle sniffle. I thought you were really beaten to death this time. Why didn't you run? Why didn't you contact me? What's up with you looking like that, you jerk? Why did your hair turn white? You actually smell kinda good like this. What happened to that envoy spirit?" Xie Yan said with difficulty. "Can we take this one thing at a time?" After speaking, Xie Yan struggled to sit up, thinking to himself, "Oh man, Chu Shi's envoy spirit really called it. I'm super weak right now." The moment when the remnants of the Black Jade Mineral Dragon bloodline within Feng Tian erupted was really bad timing, and it just happened to be right when I was fighting. Under the circumstances of completely losing consciousness, being beaten by a crazed Fan Mu in battle with several thousand punches a second, I probably already died once. Luckily, Xiao Hongyan rescued me in time, otherwise I would have wasted the Nirvana thrice transformation opportunity of dying and being resurrected. With a soul body 10 times stronger, I was still planning to wait until I had leveled up Zhang Zhang's swordsmanship to level 6, strengthening Feng Tian to the Ascension realm, or even after the True Immortal realm before using this skill. After thinking, Xie Yan said, stringing out the words, "The way I look now, the Feng Tian form broke its shell and merged with me to form the spirit transformation, and that envoy spirit actively sacrificed herself in order to complete her final mission." "Xiao Hongyan, how did you save me from Fan Mo's hands?" Hearing this question, Xiao Hongyan proudly put her hands on her hips and said, "Hee, I comprehended an extremely powerful ultimate move, treating my body as a tool for the Qiankun Yizhu and throwing it out. During the casting process, no attack can hurt me. I called this attack the self-sacrificing Qiankun Yizhu. I used this move to blast Fan Mo away and then found a chance to save you." Right. Xiao Hongyan pointed at Xie Yan and said, "Let's keep running away. I was worried about you being injured, so I didn't teleport multiple times. I'm afraid that guy will find us here." Xie Yan painfully frowned and said, "My true essence is still in a sealed state. Fan Mu is probably nearby. Moreover, we can't run. He knows too much. What he wants is to live and return to Dragon's Nest. Your feathered garment Star Clan will definitely be implicated by me." Saying this, Xie Yan's face darkened, and he continued. He's not hunting me down, and I'm not hunting him down either. Xie Yan reached out and tapped the system screen before him, saying as he tapped, "Don't worry, I have ways to kill him." On the system panel was recorded the skill owned, Everlasting Domination Palm. Current origin points 48,194,005. Current level 55.5. Skill description. Taking strength as proof of the Tao. Extraordinary physique. Transforming will. Only I am supreme. Inheriting Zhu Ji's blossoming vigor. Proficient in all martial arts of the world thanks to being forged through the Buddhist martial arts of advanced martial civilization. Possessing a portion of the world-cleansing and demon-slaying properties of Buddhism.
After reading, he pressed on level 5 and said, "I've already prepared."
After some time, the system panel was refreshed. Current origin points 14,194,005. Skill owned. Everlasting Domination Fist. Current level LV6. Max level. Skill description. Taking strength as proof of the Tao. Extraordinary physique. Unyielding will. Only I exist. Inheriting the violent martial bloodline of the Black Jade Auspicious Dragon Clan. Inheriting martial arts from the will of the Domination Fist world along with one's own comprehension. The host has pushed the Everlasting Domination Fist to the highest realm, perfect completion. Something that Zhao Zhang Huasheng always craved but could not achieve. After reading, he felt the power within his body and thought to himself, "Sure enough, as long as I can find the direction, the origin points that Everlasting Domination First Level 6 needs will be greatly reduced." His eyes lit up, and he said, "The current me has completely mastered this body." Xie Yan thought as he strolled. The ceiling mark is still there, so maybe that ape. Meanwhile, Fan Mo raised his dragon head and flew towards a swirl of light. Xie Yan's voice echoed, "Fan Mo." A moment later, another explosion occurred. A beam of light, surrounded by swirling vortexes, shot towards Xie Yan, accompanied by Xie Yan's shout, "Ultimate battle." Xie Yan quickly grabbed Fan Mo's dragon neck, a fist ready to strike. Fan Mo's eyes widened. "Too slow," he said. Fan Mo quickly jumped away, then flashed back to strike Xie Yan and quickly darted away again. But very quickly, Xie Yan caught up to Fan Mo. Xie Yan quickly jumped onto Fan Mo's head. Xie Yan landed a powerful punch on Fan Mo, causing him to stagger backward. Fan Mo widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "You caught up to me again?" Hearing this, Xie Yan laughed loudly. 3 seconds. Gotta see me with new eyes. Xie Yan grabbed Fan Mo tightly, then shouted, "Xiao Hu!" As soon as Xie Yan's voice finished, Xiao Hu appeared, its mouth wide open, sucking Fan Mo's body into itself. A swallowing sound echoed, along with the dust and rocks flying from the side. Seeing this, Xiao Hongyan said, "Ah, Xie Yan, wait for me." At this moment, Xie Yan had already quickly chased after Fan Mo. The two exchanged blows, jumping across different small islands. After a while, looking at the scene before him, Wan Mo suspiciously said, "This place is inside that treasure pot. It is indeed full of strange gloomy aura. However, if you think you can erase the gap between our strengths by relying on this place, then you are just daydreaming." Hearing this, Xie Yan, who was squatting in the distance, smiled and said, "The advantage of terrain, the spirit of the land, don't get me wrong." Saying this, Xie Yan raised his head and said, "I was just worried that you would escape, so I invited you in here to conveniently beat you to death and use you as fertilizer for Ping." Fan Mo laughed loudly and said, "Run away? You think I would run away in front of you?" Saying this, Fan Mo began to use the 5-dust Heavenly Awareness, Heavenly Severance Strike. At the same time, his voice echoed again, "Don't be so full of yourself, hairless monkey." Hearing this, Xie Yan said, "You're the one who's full of yourself." Dei Ling said. Then, Xie Yan launched a 5-dust Heavenly Awareness, Heavenly Severance Strike. The two exchanged fiery blows back and forth. After a while, Wan Mo staggered on the ground and said, "This naked ape actually replicated my martial arts. How did he do it? What kind of special ability is this?" Xie Yan quickly ran behind Fan Mo and said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. I'm standing at a realm where I've merged thousands of martial arts, and I can read the truth of fist techniques from any move." Saying this, Xie Yan's eyes lit up. "Learning your moves is as easy as pie." Saying this, he thought, "I'm just kidding you. Thanks for the help from the Jade Dragon's subduing lineage ancestors, and the system's acting." After thinking this, Xie Yan quickly threw a series of punches at Fan Mo, causing him to grunt in pain. Xie Yan punched while saying, "Like this." Fan Mo dodged Xie Yan's blows while thinking, no way, my body can't move." Regardless of what Fan Mo was thinking, Xie Yan quickly threw many punches at Fan Mo. The two exchanged blows back and forth, from the ground to the sky, or rather,
It was unilateral abuse. Fan Mo was beaten while spitting out a lot of blood. Only occasionally could Fan Mo counterattack. In just a moment, Fan Mo's body had many wounds, and blood was sprayed from his body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hongyan thought to herself, Xie Yan told me to watch for the right moment to act, but it seems like there's no need for me to join at all.
Regardless of what Xiao Hongyan was thinking, Xie Yan and Fan Mo were still fighting tooth and nail.
The two fought until their eyes turned red, unleashing their ultimate secret technique, Zhong Tian Wu Jin Shi. Yet they continued to brawl up close. A beam of light pierced through layers of rock. Moments later, that beam of light slammed violently into the ground, revealing the figure of a person lying on the ground with a large crater formed around them. The person lying in a sprawled-out position was Fan Mo, groaning in pain on the ground. Ugh! Xie Yan stood above, silently observing him. Xie Yan's eyes gleamed as he looked at Fan Mo, thinking, the injuries aren't as severe as I imagined. As expected, at our level, purely physical destruction relying on instinct can reduce some damage. On the ground, Fan Mo struggled to sit up, saying, you naked ape, you actually grasped my ultimate move. Too bad, my recovery isn't as weak as yours. At the same time, the injuries on Fan Mo's body were rapidly healing. Fan Mo's gaze became scornful. You can't kill me in a short time. And you should know, spirits with identities like mine have marks in their bloodline. If something happens to me here, other members of my spirit race will soon know. Not waiting for Fan Mo to finish, Xie Yan interrupted. You dare to threaten me while begging for your life. Your race is really arrogant, but you're overthinking it.
First, Xiao Hu can block the senses of your spirit race. Saying this, Xie Yan's voice turned sharp. Second, to kill you. One more move is all I need.
Hearing this, Fan Mo angrily shouted, you damn ape, you're shamelessly boasting.
Fan Mo clenched his fist and struck at Xie Yan, yelling, die.
Seeing the massive fist coming towards him, Xie Yan thought, this guy's body is strong, and his race has a natural ability to heal quickly. In battle form, this trait is amplified even further. Ordinary hand-to-hand combat would take 7 or 8 hours to kill him.
Thinking this, Xie Yan's eyes darkened as he continued to think, I don't have time to waste with him like that. The true essence of the Chengsheng Baoquan after reaching level 6 isn't in the fist techniques. This is the realm that Zhu Ji pursued his entire life but never touched. The move obtained after eliminating all worries and achieving a metamorphic will. With that thought, Xie Yan unleashed the Chengsheng Liu, then the Kui Shen Miji. This move caused Fan Mo's body to shatter into pieces, followed by Wu Yu Ni Pan, striking Fan Mo's body. This move caused Fan Mo's body to fall freely to the ground. Witnessing this scene the whole time, Xiao Hongyan's eyes widened. Oops! Xie Yan stood on the ground like a god of death, saying, I told you, one move is enough. Looking at Fan Mo on the ground, Xie Yan doubtfully said, he's dead. Xie Yan looked up and muttered to himself, he only released the true key seal after death. What a troublesome, unreasonable ability. But Xie Yan turned to look at the true Q on his hand and thought, but just as I predicted, the true Q is fine. The amplification of the fourfold thought flame on the body's basic qualities after spirit transformation can only compensate for deficiencies in nerve reactions and vision fluctuations. As for physical strength, there is no effect whatsoever. Xiao Hongyan ran to Xie Yan and said, Xie Yan, he won't die that easily, right? Xie Yan turned to look at Fan Mo's corpse and said,
he's really dead. Looking at Fan Mo's corpse, Xie Yan continued, what martial path is a Zhao on right now? I can't understand it. In Xie Yan's mind at this moment, one side was Fan Mo's massive body, and the other was his tiny soul. Then Xie Yan began to explain. This Kui Shen Mie Ji Wu Yu Nippon move is a fist of will, a fist of the soul, that can bypass the body's defenses and directly strike the soul. Fan Mo's body in battle form is strong, but his soul obviously hasn't reached that level. Facing my full-strength fist, death is the only outcome.
Xiao Hongyan listened to what Xie Yan said while worrying about Xie Yan's body. But hearing Xiao Hongyan's concern, Xie Yan slapped his head and said with difficulty, however, this move consumes too much of my soul.
A beam of light shot out from where Xie Yan was standing, sending Xie Yan's body flying. A moment later, Xie Yan sat on the ground, clutching his head and thinking, it seems I have to be careful using Wu Yu Nippon in the future. This move greatly reduces my spirit transformation time. Even national spirit power can't handle it.
Xie Yan pointed at his chest, and a point of light appeared. It was the Nirvana finger, the sound of the 5 elements. As he pointed, Xie Yan thought, even using the Nirvana finger only recovers a few minor injuries on the body. I still feel tired. The heavy pressure in the soul hasn't lessened at all.
Little Hongyan zoomed over to Xie Yan and called out, "Xie Yan, what's wrong?" Hearing her voice, Xie Yan turned to look at little Hongyan and replied, "I'm fine, I just need some rest," Xie Yan thought to himself. "Looks like I can't keep using spirit transformation for a while. I'll just have to wait for the damage to my soul to recover over time."
Xie Yan switched his national spirit title to Jingtian, thinking, "Change my title, I've been having bad luck lately, gotta prepare for the worst." In a flash, his mystic garment was refreshed.
Xie Yan gripped the sword in front of him tightly, and a beam of blue light shot out from his eyes. After sensing it for a moment, Xie Yan thought, "Wait, this feeling is..." Xie Yan suddenly exclaimed, "The Grand Tao of the sword." Looking at the massive red and black sword before him, Xie Yan thought,
"The Grand Tao of the sword that I've only been able to glimpse for so long but couldn't enter is finally connected. Although it's completely different from the Grand Tao of the sword in the main world, and I can't tell which one is stronger, I finally connected to it. I finally adapted to the environment. After going through the Star Tribulation, this is a pleasant surprise." Suddenly, Xie Yan's eyes widened.
Looking at the blue sword floating in front of him, Xie Yan continued, "But aren't I in the little lake? Can this place also connect to the Grand Tao of the sword from the outside world?" As Xie Yan was speaking, the blue sword happily and excitedly flew around him. Seeing this, Xie Yan said, "Ah, I get it, little lake. You specially opened a back door for Feng Tian to connect with the outside world." Xie Yan then thought, "Now that I've killed Fan Mo, there shouldn't be any lingering problems. It's time for me to go back, but I have to get rid of Little Goblin first."
As if understanding Xie Yan's thoughts, little Hongyan turned around and said to Xie Yan, "Xie Yan, do you want to go back to the lower three Chongdao heaven? I'll go with you." Xie Yan's face dripped a bead of sweat, and he said with a smile, "I'm sorry, little Hongyan, it's time I told you. My home isn't in the lower three Chongdao heaven, or even in this world. I transmigrated from another world, and now it's time for me to go back." Hearing this, little Hongyan asked suspiciously, "Another world?"
With that, little Hongyan puffed up her cheeks, and her eyes slightly darkened. As if she had thought it through, little Hongyan said, "I don't care, I'm already in too deep to back out now. I've already caused a big mess here anyway. I'll follow you, lower 3 Chung 9. Heavens is fine, another world is fine. I still want to follow you. If you don't agree, I'll turn myself in to the Mo Yu Cliff Dragon Clan and die."
Hearing this, Xie Yan massaged his forehead with a headache, thinking, with Little Goblin's personality, she might actually do it. We're in the same boat now, and it feels irresponsible for me to jump ship and leave alone. After all, there's already Qingir as a precedent. What's one more person? If I put her in the little lake, I wonder if I can bring her back to the main world. I have to ask the system. With that thought, Xie Yan opened the system and turned to say to little Hongyan, "I'm scared of you. Wait for me to see if there's a way to bring you along. If there's no way to bring you, don't throw a tantrum." As soon as he finished speaking, little Hongyan happily replied,
Okay. Suddenly, a streak of red and black light swept through little Hongyan's body.
Xie Yan widened his eyes and watched as little Hongyan's body gradually disappeared. Unable to do anything, Xie Yan suspiciously called out to little Hongyan. Xie Yan's body was also gradually dissolving and reforming into a golden body, which was Xing Tian. After a while, Xie Yan appeared naked and thought, "Just now, my body was torn into powder, and then Xing Tian stuck it back together.
This is bad, little Hongyan." With that thought, Xie Yan rushed to where little Hongyan had been, but it was too late. All Xie Yan could catch were tiny specks of light. Seeing this, a black and red monster said, "Oh, my annihilation wind ability possesses instant death judgment. Even a 5-star spirit will turn into dust if they don't have special skills."
Saying this, the monster lowered its eyes to the ground and said,
"A naked ape from the lower realm like you, and you're still not dead."
Xie Yan was lying face down on the ground, clutching those specks of light, as his mystic garment refreshed. Then Xie Yan quickly stood up and summoned Feng Tian. The blue sword quickly flew into Xie Yan's hand, and he raised the sword straight into the sky, beginning to use the Grand Tao of the sword technique.
Water element myriad sword purge. At the same time, countless swords converged in the sky, forming a vortex.
Xie Yan quickly slashed down with his sword, dragging countless swords to slash at the monster. "Die, evil!" Countless swords rushed towards the monster, and at the same time shouts rang out, "Die, die, die, die!" Xie Yan quickly raised his sword to the sky, and he began to use the Grand Tao of the sword technique metal element soaring sky sword. At the same time, Xie Yan's shout rang out, "Die, you bastard!"
As soon as the shout ended, a streak of sword energy stabbed straight into the ground.
After a while, Xie Yan held his sword and looked around, gently calling out,
"Little Hongyan." The monster held a golden ball in one hand and a blue ball in the other, laughing. Not bad, not bad. Then the monster raised the golden ball and said, "This small world has no spiritual energy at all, but your sword technique can bring such a huge amount of metal and water attribute spiritual energy. Truly a miraculous ability." Saying this, the monster's voice deepened. "Not bad, keep going, I'm not full yet." Seeing this, Xie Yan gripped the sword in his hand and said, "You bastard, you're not Fan Mo's resurrected corpse." Xie Yan's eyes sharpened. "You're the monster from the dragon burial ground?" That ghost dragon slowly asked. "You're the third one, also present at the dragon burial ground back then. I am a part of Shishi Zhu, suppressed by Fan Mo and 11 juniors in his bloodline. Still, I have to thank you for destroying his soul and providing a cave abode with such dense nether energy. That's how I was able to reawaken." Just as he finished speaking, a blue light flashed like lightning.
Xie Yan had already dashed forward, splitting his ghostly form in two with a single, decisive strike, showing no mercy.
Immediately after, an explosion erupted, incinerating him. Mara true art, vermilion bird, demonic breath. But that dragon sucked the flames dry, praising. Such interesting hellfire power, it even involves the aspect of rules. In an instant, the flames were swallowed whole, and he was completely unscathed.
He slightly turned to Xie Yan and asked, "That tasted amazing, got any more?" Xie Yan stood still, calculating internally. Physical attacks are useless, but the vermilion bird demonic breath can burn the great Tao as long as I can unleash it without the world's spiritual energy causing it to explode. In theory, it should be able to damage this monster. Feng Tian can mobilize the power of this world's great Tao. Plus, with Shang Tian's help, the extreme destructive power we can unleash isn't inferior to a full-force blow in my spirit envoy flame state.
But all of these moves can't do anything against that monster. It seems that the opponent controls the power of the great Davio far better than I do.
Shang Tian can only hold on for another 1,377 seconds. My time is running out. If I want to kill him, I only have that one move. Seeing him standing silently for so long, that ghost dragon continued to taunt. "Your naked ape has so many strange abilities. Suddenly I can't bear to kill you. How about this? I'll give you a chance to acknowledge me as your master." He chuckled mockingly, repeating his words.
"Acknowledge you as master. Your kind, whether alive or dead, always have this arrogant face that disgusts people."
Xie Yan continued to raise his sword, readying his stance. "I only have 4 words to reply to you."
"You damn ancestors, you bastard."
The ghost dragon roared in anger upon hearing this.
Insolent. As he attacked Xie Yan, he quickly used the 6-part Mara body to dodge. The ghost dragon was quite surprised to have missed. Interesting clone technique, using a special power that's incompatible with the spiritual energy in your body. But this also reveals that you don't dare to take my attacks head-on.
It seems the reason you didn't die just now was probably because you used some one-time use death replacement item. Xie Yan continued to dash away as fast as lightning, warnings blaring in his head. His lethal attacks I can ignore directly with Xing Tian, but Feng Tian's sword might not be able to withstand them. Once Feng Tian is destroyed, I won't have another chance to kill him.
Therefore, before I can lock him down, I absolutely can't let Feng Tian's sword be hit by his attacks.
Seeing that Xie Yan had already run far away, the ghost dragon muttered in admiration.
Such fast escape techniques. He flew in a circle and returned, shocking him. "You still dare to come back? Can't escape this world, or are you overestimating yourself and trying to challenge me?" Xie Yan's speed was so fast that only streaks of blue and white were left in the sky. "You think I can't hit you?"
He calculated Xie Yan's path for a moment and began to block Tang Ying with a tornado. Simple ghost path flight like this, no matter how fast you are, it's useless, you idiot. The tornado slammed straight into the rocky ground, but Xie Yan was nowhere to be seen. The ghost dragon was annoyed, bitter. That move again. 15 minutes later, waves of tornadoes continued to crash down, but none of them caught him. Finally, the ghost dragon froze. Something's not right, something's off. He subtly examined his surroundings, but still didn't know why the feeling of heart-stopping fear was growing heavier and heavier. What exactly is probing me? Feeling that everything was too vague and dangerous, he darted away. No, I can't continue to waste time with this naked ape. I have to find a way to escape this small world. Xie Yan, now in his Xing Tian form, sneered. "So you only know how to run now."
"Too bad, I'm swinging my sword. Right at Ghost Dragon's face, I've got you locked down. Heaven has decreed your death. The sword's out, end of the line." His body was torn to shreds. This feeling, am I going to die? He only started panicking when death was near. No, I'm immortal and indestructible. As long as my 10th generation ancestor exists, I'll be immortal for all eternity. Xie Yan roared ferociously. 10th generation ancestor, my ass? Even if it's the 100th generation ancestor of the Ink Jade Cliff Dragon, they're gonna die today.
Ghost Dragon's body exploded into thousands of pieces.
Amidst the earth-shattering scream, a beam of blue light shot straight down at him. A magic formation appeared in the sky. In an instant, Ghost Dragon's body was blown to smithereens.
Xie Yan was also completely drained. He lay floating on his back in the ghost realm, choking as he whispered to himself, "Little Hong Yan, I've avenged you." Before Xingtian was activated, my body was already broken. If I'm not wrong, after Xingtian ends, I won't have the chance to use Nirvana Finger anymore. I didn't expect to die in this world. Without spirit form, the Nirvana 3 transformation skill won't work. I didn't prepare any regeneration materials this time, not even a chance for Ashura rebirth. So weak, suddenly, he felt prickling all over his body. Huh, who's biting me? Xie Yan looked down and saw 4 ghost creatures gnawing on his limbs.
He smiled sadly. No wonder Xingtian is still active. So, Little Fox is controlling the ghost spirits to attack me. These ghost creatures have no intelligence. They kill whoever they're told to kill. They can really be used to exploit Xingtian's loophole.
Xie Yan said inwardly to Little Fox.
No need to explain. You were right not to attack just now. That monster is the ancestor of yin energy. Messing around in front of him would only nourish him. You're smart, knowing that doing this can help me stay alive.
Xie Yan looked up at the system panel, sighing softly.
But no matter how hard I try, I only have about 5 minutes left.
He sighed deeply. Don't cry. If you cry again, I'll go back and leave you in this world, Xinger. I've tried to lock her in my body and seal her consciousness because I don't want her crying and whining.
Looking at the shiny ring in the sky, Xie Yan couldn't help but wonder. I wonder if I can transmigrate back to Earth after I die.
A figure appeared from that light.
The person softly called out, Mr. Xie Yan, causing him to jump up.
A person suddenly appeared, smiling brightly.
Your situation doesn't seem too good. Do you need my help? Xie Yan asked in a daze. You're Senior Zhu Xi. Why are you here?
The chairman adjusted his hat slightly and explained with a smile. I was ordered by Lord Wu to search for Mr. Xie Yan, using some special tricks to be born in this world.
Xie Yan was surprised to hear that. Lord Wu, aren't you a spirit master? Your master is? He suddenly flinched. Wait, your master is the evil god. Images of 2 young women appeared in his mind. The chairman of this world isn't an alternate self at all. This is the chairman of the hegemony world. The evil god sisters once looked for me. At this moment, Zhu Ji spoke up immediately. Mr. Xie Yan, Lord Wu is extraordinary and transcends the mortal realm, shining upon the sorrowful realm, the master of the chaotic, boundless, dark reality Eggspection. Those who aren't believers can call her the ancient god, the weaver, or the mistress of Eggspection. Don't use disrespectful titles like evil god. Xie Yan scratched his head and smiled humbly. Sorry, I remember now. But in his heart, he sighed secretly.
Thinking back, Zhu Xi in the hegemony world had amazing talent. To resist the power of the evil god, he exhausted himself until death. Now he's become this fanatical. It's terrifying.
Zhu Xi narrowed his eyes, assessing his surroundings. This world is very strange. After I reincarnated, I completely lost my memories, living a life as a native spirit master. If my ring hadn't fallen into Mr. Xie Yan's hands, and I hadn't finally contacted Lord Wu in the small world, I wouldn't have been able to be reborn and recover my memories, Xie Yan thought in amazement, is a trace of the evil god's power, the evil god's seed that I buried. What a twist of fate.
At this moment, he noticed the ghost spirits on Xie Yan's body. Mr. Xie Yan, I see you're severely injured, but why are you letting these ghost creatures mess around? Do you need me to take action? Xie Yan quickly raised his hand to stop him. Don't. My current state is very special. All treatments are ineffective. I'm relying on these little guys to prolong my life, but I only have a minute or 2 left.
Zhu Xi nodded, understanding.
I see. I've never heard of Mr. Xie Yan's condition, nor have I ever solved it. But Lord Wu is omnipotent, and will surely be able to save Mr. Xie Yan.
With that, he sat down on the ground, chanting respectfully, Lord Wu in heaven, may you hear the words of my humble prayer. By act on earth, heavenly kingdom descend.
Suddenly, red light engulfed him.
Xie Yan exclaimed, Zhu Ji, did you explode? Zhu Ji's body also disappeared. Did he sacrifice himself to summon the evil god's descent? Looking at the cracks in the barrier at the top of the sky, Xie Yan quickly shouted, Little Fox, don't resist. Just let them in. Be careful not to get damaged. Immediately afterward, huge tentacles as big as mountains crowded down from the top of the sky. Here we go. Xie Yan stared at the countless tentacles in the sky, silently gulping. This bone-chilling feeling, if I wasn't already screwed, I'd be out of here. Then, as the barrier shattered, 2 girls appeared one after the other.
Shangguan Yan sighed in relief. Finally in, Shangguan Zhao, eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed, Sis, look! It's really Xie Yan, Xie Yan, Xiao Zhao, missed you so much.
Xie Yan forced a smile. Oh, long time no see.
Shangguan Zhao froze for a moment, then angrily scolded. These filthy things dare to disrespect Xie Yan. Xiao Zhao will take care of them for you. Xie Yan hurriedly tried to stop her.
Wait, but it was too late. Just as the demonic entities vanished, so did Xie Yan.
He cursed inwardly.
What the actual F? A moment later, Xie Yan heard a continuous call.
Xie Yan. He jolted awake in a panic, his body completely unharmed. Shangguan Zhao cheered. That's great, Xie Yan. I thought something went wrong. At this moment, Shangguan Yan said, How many times have I told you, think carefully before you act. If something had gone wrong, it would have left irreparable damage on Mr. Xi.
Hearing the scolding, she pouted. I was just too happy and slipped up.
Xie Yan looked over his body, still not understanding, and had to ask, What happened? Am I still alive? Shangguan Zhao snuggled closer to him, eyes wide and acting cute. Xiao Zhao did it. Xiao Zhao can revive the dead by controlling the time of a local area. Am I amazing? Xie Yan. Xie Yan suddenly understood. Time control.
Then, Xie Yan suddenly grabbed her hand and said urgently, That's right, can Xiao Zhao help me save one more person? Shangguan Yan narrowed her eyes and asked,
When we look back at time, we also saw the timelines on your person. Mr. Xi wants to resurrect the being called Yu Yi Xing. Hearing this, she turned her head away in anger. Xiao Zhao doesn't want to. What's so good about her? Why should Xie Yan put in so much effort for her? Xie Yan slowly lowered his head and began to explain. When I mistakenly entered this world and met her, I won't lie, at that time, the people who appeared in my mind were the two of you. To be honest, I felt very guilty for not being able to protect you two from Qi Sheng in that world. The reason why I helped her was also to make up for the regret in my heart.
He gritted his teeth and shouted, If I abandon her now, wouldn't that be like abandoning Miss Yan and Miss Zhao back then? Would such a man still be worthy of your admiration?
Shangguan Yan sighed and advised him. That's not only not Mr. Xi's responsibility, but we even owe our existence to that event. But oh well, what Mr. Xi said isn't without reason either. Then she turned to call Xiao Zhao. Shangguan Zhao angrily replied, Fine, I'll save her, but after it's done, Xie Yan has to go with us.
Let's go outside first. The time she died was a bit long. We need to find a place with high compatibility with her energy to make it easier to revive her. Outside Lotus Lake, while Shangguan Zhao was reviving the little darling, Shangguan Yan asked, Mr. Xie, why did you come to the Spirit Tide space? This place is very dangerous for beings from the true space tide like us. If you get lost here, you'll never be able to return.
Xing Yan was slightly startled. The Spirit Tide space, what's that?
At this time, Shangguan Yan explained further, In Ava's memories, the Spirit Tide space is the hidden space tide, also the void space tide. It is a collection of illusions that sprout and flourish in the minds of all beings in the myriad worlds. Going back and forth with this space tide, too much, will lead to terrible things. Of course, normally even space-tide demon gods like us can't enter the Spirit Tide space. If it weren't for using the causal entanglement between Zhu Ji and Mr. Xi in this world, we wouldn't have been able to enter, Xie Yan thought to himself. So that means the reason why this world is bound by the system is because this isn't a true world.
Also, Miss Yan calls herself a space-tide demon god. Is the evil god Ava considered a space-tide demon god? Suddenly, Shangguan Zhao cheered and called him, Xie Yan, Xiao Zhao is done.
I have little Hongyan in my hands. Can we go now? Xie Yan hurried over and called out, Little Hongyan? But she didn't seem to recognize him at all, flying here and there wondering, Wasn't I looking for Gi Zhao? Why did I run here? Xie Yan stubbornly continued to call out, but with no results.
Suddenly, she pulled something out of her clothes and said anxiously, No, I have to hurry over there. It wouldn't be good if the Mo Yu Longjing were stolen by another spirit. Shangguan Zhao smiled brightly and explained, Xiao Zhao used a little trick so she can't see us, but he frowned and asked, Wait, does her memory have a problem? Things like Gui Xiao, Mo Yu Longjing, those are all things from the past. She turned her face away, pretending, Well, she died a bit long ago. Although her body recovered, her spirit hasn't fully recovered. At least, her memories from a few months are gone. In her heart, she snorted coldly. Xiao Zhao won't let her have any memories of Xie Yan. Xie Yan repeated her words once. Memory loss. He watched little Hongyan fly away, thinking, I also took the time to ask the system. I can't bring beings from this world back. It would only disappoint her anyway. Perhaps this is the best ending. Goodbye, little Hongyan. As soon as he finished, Shangguan Zhao snuggled up and hugged his arm. Okay, Xie Yan, a promise is a promise.
Xiaojiao saved that little demon. Xie Yan has to go with Xiaojiao.
3 seconds later, the sky suddenly changed. A strange figure appearing in the crimson sky.
Found you guys. The Longyuan burial ground collapses. The 10th generation ancestor dissipated. Wan Mo died. Everything must be related to you. Xie Yan inwardly cried out that things were bad. Is this loud noise from the 6-star domain lord finding us? The voice echoed. Daring to offend my clan, you will pay the price.
Shangguan Zhao scoffed. So noisy. And directly used her power to obliterate it. She sneered. A mere reflection dares to act tough in front of this young lady. These locals really don't know their place. Shangguan Yan lowered her eyes and said, We originally had no interest in this spirit realm world, but now it seems we need to punish them after all.
The sky returned to normal. But the situation was anything but, because she'd made a decision. Xie Yan, we want to completely erase the sevenfold island heaven in this spirit realm.
Xie Yan panicked and tried to stop her. Wait, there's no need to go that far. Shangguan Zhao raised her hand. I second my big sis's idea. She gave Xie Yan a sly smile and coaxed. Xie Yan gay, don't worry. These natives are no match for us sisters. He forced a smile. I don't doubt your strength. It's just that I suddenly felt a tremor.
Xie Yan, sweating bullets, asked, Yan-Shaoji, have you guys already started?
Shangguan Yan's expression turned serious. It's not us. It's the strongest ones in this world who are making moves. She ordered Shangguan Zhao. Zhao Zhao. Protect Xie Xiansheng. She quickly responded.
Got it? A burst of light suddenly surrounded the three. Xie Yangege, Xiao Zhao will protect you. No one in this world can beat us. As soon as she finished speaking, all three disappeared. An ancient tower suddenly appeared before them. Xie Yan wondered. Where did we get sent to? At this moment, a voice echoed from within the gate. My God, Ava, and you of now are so weak. This is the Emperor's palace in the ninefold island heaven world.
3 7-star powerhouses appeared one after another. Emperor Golden Crow,
King White Tiger, and Rebel King Qiangqi.
Xian Yan's face darkened. He thought in disbelief. What is this? From my perspective, I can't clearly see the true faces of these three, as if they are being covered by some kind of abnormal power. Moreover, how do they know evil god Ava? Shangguan Zhao asked them in surprise. You know us. Her sister frowned and retorted. Impossible. You're clearly just ethereal demon gods. You can't leave the spirit realm for your entire lives. How could you know us?
King White Tiger chuckled darkly. We're ethereal, Qiangqi mocked. Looks like Ava got beat up too badly. She's even forgotten her own origins. At this moment, Golden Crow waved his hand and scolded. Get lost! For the sake of you once being considered one of us, we won't hold this insult against you. Get out of our world. A blinding light flashed, and all three of them were blasted away. Elsewhere, the assistant asked worriedly about the person slumped over the desk. Teacher, you can't draw again, the weary man replied weakly. I don't know why. I feel like something of mine has been sucked away. She glared and scolded without restraint. You're just being lazy, he confirmed listlessly. Really, I'm not lying to you. I feel like my inspiration has suddenly vanished, like someone stole it. At the same time, a streak of blue light appeared from his forehead. The streak of light shot straight into the sky, pierced through the atmosphere, flew through the galaxy, and in an instant, arrived at the world where Xie Yan was, before merging into his consciousness. Looking at the galaxy and the sharp thorns around them, Shangguan Zhao cursed angrily. They exiled us. Shangguan Yan's face darkened. We've lost the coordinates of that world. We can't go back anymore. Shangguan Zhao continued to act like a snake and snuggled up, giving him goosebumps. Xie Yan Gige? It's not that we're afraid of them, it's just that we're on their turf. Our strength is limited, and if we really fight, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect Xie Yan Gige. If we were in a spatial dimension, Xiao Zhao alone could flatten those three into pancakes. Shangguan Yan irritably cut her off. All right, Xiao Zhao, stop tooting your own horn. These three aren't simple characters. Chances are they aren't just void demon gods, but spatial-tide demon gods like us. We still need to dig into Ava's memories. There's still so much we need to figure out. At this moment, Xie Yan calmly said something that made her turn to look at him. Even though I'm very grateful to you two for saving me, being with you two is just too dangerous. He glanced at the system, which was flashing a red alert that a demon god was starting to assimilate him in a higher dimension. The system had been warning him all day, and for some reason, he'd ignored it until he got kicked out of the world and finally reacted. When the system notification popped up with the option to leave the current world, Xie Yan smiled wryly and said to them helplessly,
So sorry, but when I'm strong enough, let's make plans to grab a bite.
But Shangguan Zhao grabbed his hand as crimson crystals as hard as stone encased him. Xie Yan Geg, you're trying to run away again, but it's no use. In just a second, Shangguan Zhao used spatial intelligence to freeze Xie Yan in a block of ice.
She smiled fiercely. This time, Zhao Zhao used a special trick. Any escape art is useless. We can be together forever now. Not getting his way, he just gave them a glance before disappearing in a flash. Both sisters were stunned. The world behind Shangguan Zhao suddenly exploded.
Back in the imperial palace, the three of them discussed in turn. Just let them go like that. So what if we do? You gonna fight Ava? She's crippled right now, but we're not doing much better than her. Even if we could take her down, the world we painstakingly took from the spatial tide spirituality would be ruined.
Good point. We disguised that world to be so harmless, and they still found their way to our door. This time it was probably an accident, but next time might not be.
Jinwu calmly arranged. The underworld is expanding, and has become the strongest 7 stars. Our time is running out, rebellious king. You and I will enter Nirvana together. Before we do, we'll cooperate to cast the parallel world technique to speed up the completion of the Lord's closed loop.
The Golden King, you stay and protect the dreamer on Earth out there? The closed loop is important, but the safety of the Lord's past self is absolutely crucial too, she replied seriously. Understood. Gongqi narrowed her eyes and asked, Only thing is there something we've overlooked?
That's right, that human. That human beside Ava. Ava came looking for us because of that human. But how did that human enter our world?
Jinwu also agreed.
I can't believe we forgot this important information. The power that made us unconsciously neglect him, and that special aura he can't get rid of. Does it feel familiar? That human and those guys came from the same place? Bai Hu couldn't keep up and asked them, Who are you talking about? Which guys? The Lord of Heart Demons, the demon of all demons, Yi Daoqi, the carefree true Lord who controls all laws. Wen Tingguan's supreme bliss, utmost truth, wonderful Lord, Jiang Shuer. At the Dongdu Pagoda in Dongdu, Xie Yan landed lightly on the ground. Finally back. Lucky I was quick, or I'd almost become a tentacle toy. The system notification plus the origin points rang out, and he chuckled inwardly. This familiar origin point notification feels so safe. Seeing a leaf sweeper trembling, Xie Yan asked, Little brother, what's the date today? He panicked, stuttering, Why, you, who are you? The Dongdu Pagoda isn't open. He barely got the words out before he was gagged.
Xie Yan summoned Qingquire, who stretched and yawned softly before saying, Qingquire just took a nap. Why are we back already?
Xie Yan pointed at the sweeper and called out, Qingquire, use Earth Truth Charm to ask him what the date is. She quickly responded that she understood, then quickly went behind him to cast the spell, answering the Lord's question, What's the date today? He seemed dazed, slowly answering, Yes, reporting to the Lord. Today is the 28th of. Xie Yan asked in confusion.
Still March. Only a few days have passed here too. This was completely different from the flow of time from the previous transmigration. That Yu Tingsu is suspicious and sharp. She gave up guarding the corpse so quickly, yet she isn't at the Dongdu Pagoda.
Also, looking at an empty hall,
Shi Jian wondered, why are the streets so deserted? The shops are all closed, and even the exhibits in this pagoda are gone. Did someone invade Dongdu?
The sweeper continued to answer blankly. Reporting to the Lord, no one has invaded Dongdu. It's just that the owners of the restaurants and taverns all ran away, so they closed. The exhibition ended last year, and the 4 great sects took the exhibits back. Hearing this, he blanked out. Wait, the Huachao Lunkui exhibition? When did it end?
Reporting to the Lord, the Huachao Lunkui ended after last year's Huachao festival.
Xie Yan supported his forehead in disbelief. Last year? Turns out it wasn't just a few days, but a year.
He casually waved his hand and said, All right, Qingir, cover up the memory of what just happened for him. He sighed inwardly. Good thing I instructed my clone before transmigrating that if I didn't show up for a long time, it should travel around the world as young Master Mo Yu, maintaining a certain level of activity. If I disappeared for so long, it would definitely attract attention. It's been so long since I left. I wonder what's changed out there. I'll find a quiet place to rest for a bit and then head back. The house by the lake at Lake Beiye, in the northern outskirts of Tongdu. Seeing the notification that he'd leveled up to level 6, Xie Yan was shocked. Since when did the system level up? And it even unlocked a new function. I didn't even find a system fragment to absorb this time, did I?
After tapping around for a long while, he finally finished reading the new skills instructions, Spirit Summoning Possession.
Shi Jian's jaw dropped in amazement. Isn't this just inviting a god to possess you so you can beat other gods? Awesome. The Lu Guan sect would have to call me Daddy, TCH. System, you've given me a big surprise. You secretly upgraded yourself, and even launched such an amazing function. Too bad I can only summon once in this world. And it only has records of this world, not the smaller worlds before, but whatever. Among the small worlds I transmigrated to before, this world is probably the strongest. Start summoning right now for me.
As soon as he tried to use it, the system displayed Fan Mo's image. Xie Yan cursed under his breath. Damn it, why him? Requires 4,000 origin points to use. Xie Yan's eyes twitched. Seriously. Of all the heaven-defying experts in the world, I had to draw this loser. Then he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Innate 7th Realm and Davio harmonization are probably beyond my authority, guess that's too OP. But Fan Mo's ridiculous 5-star power is enough to seal an opponent's true energy. I wonder if it will be useful against innate 6th Realm, or even innate 7th Realm experts. If it is, then this is an ace in the hole that's enough to achieve a guaranteed kill in the main world.
Looking at the price on the notification, he gnashed his teeth in anger. But 4,000 origin points for 1 hour, and only one use at a time. TCH system, you're such a money grubber.
A moment later, a mask popped out from the small lake, and the clone's voice rang out. Esteemed body, you've finally appeared.
Xie Yan frowned as he held the mask in his hand. Why is the sensory connection from the main body so distant? Didn't I tell you to stay in the Great Tang and develop the Eternal Life sect after completing the escort mission? Where did you run off to? The clone continued to explain. Esteemed body doesn't know, but the Great Tang is conducting strict investigations into the Eternal Life sect. I can't go against the officials, and confronting them would weaken the Eternal Life sect that you worked so hard to build. So after consideration, I abandoned the mission you assigned, Xie Yan sneered. My Eternal Life sect doesn't force marriages or steal dogs. At most, it just provokes the Eastern Capital Prefecture a little.
Do the officials have to be so petty?
Then he asked.
So where's Ji Jinye? The Eternal Life sect is harmless, yet it's being strictly investigated. That guy is buying up hammers and nails in the Great Tang court. The situation is 100 times worse than the Eternal Life sect. Has the Great Tang rooted him out yet?
The clone replied. I don't know, I haven't heard any news of the Great Tang causing trouble for Jin Jinye. Xie Yan was furious. It seems the Great Tang is very discreet about investigating Jin Jinye. Whatever. If this place doesn't welcome me, there will naturally be other places that do. Your decision was correct. What about the Eternal Life sect on the Great Khan side? Did you go find Tianqi and Tianqi?
I did. I found that their development model wasn't very stable. Specializing in teaching at the Bloodclad Tower seemed easy, but it was actually extremely dangerous, and easily attracted innate 9th Realm experts like Old Man Domainfall, so I told them to stop, and only teach a few minor rogue sects. At the same time, I personally helped them subdue some minor sect experts at the innate 2nd or 3rd Realm. Hearing this, Xie Yan praised him. Well done, your thinking is very thorough. Where are you now?
The clone, soaking in a hot spring, replied,
I'm in West Orchid Country. Xie Yan was even more confused. Huh. What did you go to West Orchid Country for? After thinking it over carefully, Esteemed Body's purpose in developing the Eternal Life sect is to collect extreme emotions, ignoring the process and only looking at the results.
The extreme emotions of martial artists are of good quality, like facing hardship or losing a loved one. Even though they don't last long, they're quite easy to obtain.
Xie Yan shouted impatiently. Too long. Get to the point, he quickly explained. In short, I've stumbled upon a safe and highly effective way to collect extreme emotions. It's based on your needs, but the explanation and execution are a bit complicated. If you have nothing to do, come find me in West Orchid Country in 3 days, and I'll give you a big surprise. Xie Yan nodded in agreement. Is that so? Okay, I'll go find you. Is there any other worthwhile news to report to me? Yes, in the year that you weren't here, a major event did happen. The Heart Demon sect found the mountain gate of the Reverent Spirit Path and annihilated the entire Reverent Spirit Path. To be precise, this happened not long after you arrived in the Great Tang, but the news hadn't spread at the time. Yuan Sheng personally took action. Using the 6th Realm Innate Spirit Path Master, where you die, the path dissolves, and the Zhao family bloodline dies. And Yanru Yu was supported by Yuan Sheng to become the new Reverent Spirit Path Master. It's said that Yanru Yu betrayed the Reverent Spirit Path, defected to the Heart Demon sect, and let the wolves into the house, Xie Yan sneered. Yanru Yu fits her image. It would be strange if she didn't lead the enemy in. But logically speaking, the Reverent Spirit Path should have been wary of Yanru Yu. How did she still achieve her goal? That's the only major event. Besides that, there's one more thing. Esteemed body, I've advanced to the innate 5th realm. As soon as the clone finished speaking, Xie Yan looked like a fool, and the mask fell straight to the ground. He picked up the mask and asked in disbelief, What did you say? Say it again. Only then did the clone seriously add, Yes, esteemed body didn't mishear. In the year that you weren't here, I've been working hard to cultivate. Now my realm is higher than yours. But I have a feeling that even though the demon Luo true art that you passed down to me theoretically encompasses the sixth realm innate, it probably can't be achieved just by cultivating diligently. If you hope that I become stronger, I'm afraid you need to personally find an opportunity to help me advance. Xie Yan rubbed his forehead in frustration. I know, shut up, I don't want to hear you talk right now. Okay, then I'll say the last two sentences related to the escort mission that you assigned to me. Xie Yan closed his eyes in annoyance. Don't tell me there's a problem with that, too.
The clone continued to report without paying attention. Elder Gongsun has successfully returned to the demon sentiment sect, but younger sister doesn't like me and won't let me follow her. I could only confirm that she entered the Lotus Terrace nunnery. As for whether she was punished by Abbess Shu Mi or how she's doing now, I don't know, Xie Yan impatiently said. That girl. All right, you don't need to worry about her. I'll go visit her.
You just prepare your big surprise. The clone was about to continue speaking. Write one last sentence. Ah, he hung up. Esteemed body really is impatient. He quietly got up from the hot spring. I haven't told anyone about being attacked by Wei Chi-chung and getting slashed. The clone stared helplessly at his bleeding arm, thinking to himself, whatever. Let the scar on the Blood Sea demon arm gradually revert to its original color. Sometimes I can absorb skills, sometimes I can't, but there are no other problems. Let the original body deal with it when he arrives. It's his headache. Later. Back at Lotus Pond, Lotus Terrace Hermitage. Little sister has been in the pond all day. When can we execute the plan of the big boss? Wait for her to be alone, lecture her for a bit, then beat her up? Let's wait a little longer.
Little sister and this group of little nuns are too OP. They've been sitting still all day. Qing Shasher is getting bored watching. Aren't their legs falling asleep? I don't know if the little nuns' legs are asleep, but Ran Sharon is about to fail at the last minute. Ran Tran suddenly opened her eyes and looked at a fish flying by. Ji Shiji, you're distracted. I'm going to tell Shibo Shu Mi. Xie Yan smiled when he saw this. Ah, little sister got scolded. How did Big Boss know she was being inattentive? We understand each other so well. As soon as this girl lifts her butt, I know what kind of smelly fart she's about to let out. Big Boss, your description is a bit too stinky. Whatever. I'll let her off this time. I kinda miss home. Let's go home. Yes, sir. Chinger also misses sect leader Gigi.
No, not sect leader Gigi. It's just seeing Ran suddenly made me realize that even though I'm a transmigrated lonely soul, I'm not completely alone. In this world, there's a girl named Ran, and a group of people who are related to me and this girl by blood, and they're always thinking of me.
Let's go back to Xi family village for a couple of days, and then return to Demon Toon sect.
2 days later. Strange Forest Town. Are there so many casinos at the foot of Demon Toon Sect Mountain? It's so bustling. Did I teleport to the wrong place?
The road's been fixed too, with marble. Gongsun Zhanglao must have fixed it, right?
Was there a house here before? This house doesn't match Gongsun Zhanglao's aesthetic, so how come it hasn't been flattened yet?
There's someone in the house. Why does this aura feel so familiar?
He exclaimed in surprise. Jing? Is that you? The 5 beauties? The 5 young masters. Jade Demon young master Xie Yan has been away for so long, finally returning. You haven't forgotten this Ben Shuo, have you?
After all, we had a chance encounter once. Perhaps this Ben Shuo should formally introduce myself. This Ben Shuo is the master of Great Heaven Demon Sect, Yueting Shu.
On Xie Yan's side, he was shocked inside. Yueting Xue, your ancestor. Why is this guy refreshing in Demon Toon Sect? Could it be that my true identity has been exposed? Is this guy waiting here to ambush me?
But he doesn't have the slightest bit of negative emotion towards me. Great Zhanglao, Wu Lingxian, slowly descended in front of them. She glanced at him, looking extremely surprised.
Xie Yan, you're back. Weren't you digging sweet potatoes in Guazhou? You're done already. Seeing him stammering without answering, she interrupted. Whatever, it doesn't matter. At this moment, Yueting Shu asked her. She's back. Wu Lingxian then said nonchalantly, that's why I came here.
Xie Yan stood to the side, not understanding what was happening, so he had to shamelessly reach out his hand towards him, asking, Great Zhanglao, what riddles are you guys talking about, and why is head teacher Yueting here? If I remember correctly, aren't people from Great Tongue Sect not allowed to leave the country at will? Wu Lingxian gritted her teeth and glared at him. Put your hand down, head teacher Yueting is a guest at Demon Toon Sect, don't be rude. Yueting Sue then stood up to mediate. It's okay, this Ben Shuo won't quibble with such a lovable junior, but she didn't agree. Even if you don't mind, you can't go against the rules like us, Xue Yan sulked and thought. Is it polite to put a guest in a simple wooden house at the foot of the sect's mountain? Afterwards, Yueting Shu then gently explained to him. Normally this Ben Shuo really can't leave Great Tong at will,
But this Ben Shuo and Bian Tian are deeply in love, so of course I'm allowed to follow my wife back home." He nodded in response, pretending to understand, secretly relieved. "So he's not targeting me, but he's coming home with Gongsun Zhenglao. Does Gongsun Zhenglao know?"
Wu Lingxian saw this and turned to Xie Yan to instruct. "Gongsun Zhenglao and the honored guest are taking a stroll in the small town. They'll be back soon. Be good and don't leave a bad impression on the guest," he asked in surprise. "There's a guest. Who is it?"
Yu Tingshu then spoke up and replied, "It's Bian Tian's close friend whose esteemed name is Kong Feng Shu. I heard that Bian Tian returned to Demon Toon sect, so she brought her family to visit," Xie Yan muttered. "So that's how it is, head teacher Yu Ting. You know everything so clearly."
Wu Lingxian narrowed her eyes at him. She sent a voice transmission. "Kong Feng Shu is currently consort Yong. I heard that Gongsun Zhenglao returned, so she specially came to visit. You be good for me. Absolutely do not go provoke Princess Anglais." Xie Yan also transmitted back, his face full of integrity. "Great Zhenglao, who do you think I am? Xie Yan here keeps himself clean and doesn't bother seducing women at will." Xie Yan quietly turned away and smiled. He sighed inwardly. "I didn't expect Gongsun Zhenglao to know people from the imperial family. Princess Anglais? The Jianghu rumors say that this girl is beautiful and elegant, extremely generous, spreading money wherever she goes. Truly a ridiculous female version of Emperor Xiaojiao." Suddenly, a sweet female voice rang out behind him. "Oh, little Xie Yan, you've come back from digging sweet potatoes." Xie Yan glanced back, exclaiming happily, "Gongsun Zhenglao." In his heart, he guessed, the great Zhenglao is thinking too much. I don't even bother mentioning Emperor Xiaojiao. How could I pay attention to his female version? KTP, with a head full of Kim Hoa, smiled and praised. "This child is so handsome and spirited, is he, from Demon Toon's sect?" Gongsun Biantian proudly introduced. "That's right, he's the sect leader's disciple. His name is Xie Yan. Xie Yan, come over and get acquainted. You must have heard of the name of this little friend's family." At that time, Xie Yan still thought that, even if she obtained the title of princess specially bestowed by the current Holy Emperor, or if she was one of the 5 beauties, with a reputation on par with Di Xiaojiao, still, when that princess lowered her jade fan, the beauty of An La Princess, the golden jade beauty, Di Xiyin, stunned Xie Yan. She lightly curtsied and greeted, "Young Master Ma Yu, I've heard of you for a long time." Xie Yan immediately grinned from ear to ear, cupping his hands in response. "Princess Anlai, I've heard of you for a long time." His eyes glued on her for a moment. He then backtracked on his words. "Rumors can't fully capture it. This princess is truly wealthy and refined, far surpassing Di Xiaojiao." Gongsun Biantian waved his hand warningly. "Xie Yan, pull back your gaze, you're about to stick to the little princess." He then grinned, correcting himself. "Elder, don't tease, the princess is beautiful, not looking, would be disrespectful. I'm showing my respect." O Lingxian, in the back, furious, transmitted a voice message to scold him. "Respect my ass, you little brat. Are you treating my words like wind in your ears? If you don't stop that act, this elder will stop it for you." But was Xie Yan's face thin? He said it out loud. "Grand Elder, just say what's on your mind. Don't transmit your voice anymore. Xie Yan here is upright and honest, with no dirty thoughts in my heart. No need to be secretive." Xie Yan's pretense of innocence made her seethe with anger, pointing her finger without being able to say a word. Yu Tingxiu then diffused the situation for him. "Young people admiring beauty is normal. Senior sister, oh, don't be too strict with the younger generation." O Lingxian also gave a soft reminder. Headmaster Yun, but before she could finish, Gongsun Biantian rushed up, bitterly questioning. "This is my senior sister. What are you calling her? Senior sister? For I'm teaching the younger generation. What's it to you to butt in? Get back to the main hall for me, or I'll write a complaint about you." Originally wanting to scold more, but she was tightly grabbed by O Lingxian, her mouth covered, whispering a reminder. "The King family is watching. Shut up, Headmaster Yu. Let's go back." Seeing this, Yun Tingshu leaned in to tease her. "Biantian, I'll miss you in a daze when we meet again." At this time, KTP also tried to persuade while crying. "Headmaster Yu has been at the foot of the Demon Love sect for a month, not eating well or dressing warmly. Don't you have any pity?" Her husband also sang along. "My love speaks the truth. A happy family makes everything smooth. Madam Gongsun, listen to the advice." Shi Jian kept turning back as he walked away. Yu Tingshu really came for Elder Gongsun. Tatsk, if I knew this earlier. The things he did in the past still happened, so what did the Grand Elder come for? Physical persuasion. He glanced at the surrounding scenery, his heart filled with joy. A year has passed. The azure-green Zhezhi that Flower God gifted should be big now. Won't I be able to admire the dazzling beauty of the Grand Elder when I return to the sect? Today is truly an auspicious day, meeting the golden jade beauty Di Xiyin
and then being able to meet the grand elder version of Xie Fairy, the top of the previous generation's 5 beauties. But when Xie Yan returned to his azure green Zhezhi, it was only as tall as a hand.
He pouted in complaint. Why have you only grown this little bit?
Xie scornfully mocked from behind. You thought you were raising a pig, and it would be ready for slaughter in a year. Plants inherently grow slowly, let alone trees. It'll take at least 7 or 8 years to grow big. Xie Yan lamented in frustration. That's too slow. When will I be able to see the grand elder's dazzling beauty? Hearing this, she angrily chased him away. What the hell are you thinking? Sect leader told you to get out of my sight. A moment later, Xie Yan happily kicked the door open and flew straight into Yu Hongyan's hall. Sect leader, elder sister, I'm back. Did you miss me?
She smiled while reading a book and said, finally willing to come back. What? Don't want to continue digging sweet potatoes anymore? Xie Yan sullenly affirmed, no more digging, but felt helpless in his heart. How exactly did the clone create a sense of presence for Xie Yan's identity? Why does everyone ask me about digging sweet potatoes? At this time, Yu Hongyan closed the book and said, Xinzi and Gongsun return either to cultivate or to do missions, but you're good, fooling around, traveling everywhere for a year without staying home. He lowered his head to find a reason, wanted to find inspiration for cultivation, and look, I've reached the acquired triple realm. She flicked his forehead. You say it without shame, Elder Gongsun told me everything. Your acquired quadruple realm was upgraded from the Flower Tide Festival in the Great Tang last year. Xie Yan cried out. Ouch, that hurts, Elder Sister Yu, be gentle.
Yu Hongyan complained. Pretending. Okay, let's talk business. Take off your clothes so I can check for a moment. As soon as he said that, the illusionary weaving feather garment disappeared instantly. He spread out his arms confidently, answering, Rest assured, Elder Sister Yu. After your help, my cultivation method is very stable and will never lose control again.
She checked and found it hard to believe. Do you have some kind of treasure that specializes in taking off clothes? Why did the clothes disappear with just one swipe? He laughed it off. It's a magic item a friend gave me. It works according to my thoughts. It can materialize from nothing, weaving thoughts into clothes, so you don't have to worry about not having clothes to wear in the future.
I see. Yu Hongyan gently kneaded his muscles for a moment, then praised. Your body's improving too fast, Xie Yan replied immediately. Because I've been training all year. Xie Yan held his face up to the sky, thinking confidently. Not to mention the spirit transformation, just the everlasting overlord fist has been upgraded to level 6. The body enhancement shouldn't be underestimated. He readily showed off. Now I can blow away the acquired quintuple realm without using true energy, and using some special tricks I even dare to arm wrestle the acquired sextuple realm, Yu Hongyan gently reproached.
Your body is indeed highly ranked among the acquired quintuple realm practitioners who specialize in body cultivation methods, but wanting to arm wrestle the acquired sextuple realm is still far off. He scratched his head, smiling, just bragging a little. But he secretly regretted. It's a pity that if the wind-sealing sword doesn't continue to strengthen, the body-soul enhancement level of the spirit transformation is a fixed value. It doesn't develop as my body gets stronger, unless I die once and use the Nirvana triple transformation. Otherwise, I'm very confident now that I can rely on the spirit transformation to fight against the acquired sextuple realm without using the image heaven. After checking, Yu Hongyan said with relief, I was worried that your cultivation realm was rising too fast, and the strength of your body couldn't keep up, causing your cultivation method to lose balance. I thought if you had any problems, you would definitely come to me, but I didn't expect you to train so conscientiously. It seems you don't need me to take special care of you anymore. After getting dressed again, Xie Yan asked enthusiastically, Elder Sister Yu still has special treatment. What is it? Can I use it? She then explained, It's just some special elixirs and instruments. With your current strong body, you don't need them anymore. Now is the era of cultivation. The situation of the body not keeping up with the cultivation realm in the major sects is not uncommon. Xinzi is also encountering this problem. After my guidance,
not long ago, you finally stabilized at the 5th level of the Xiantian realm.
Xie Yan was thunderstruck. Wifey also reached the 5th level. I thought before I went to the Great Tang you were only at the 3rd level of Xiantian. How did you increase 2 levels in such a short time? Yu Hongyan laughed heartily. When you first left the sect, Xinzi had already advanced to the 4th level of Xiantian, and 2 months ago she advanced to the 5th level. I specifically asked around. Within the same generation of the Great Han, Xinzi should be the first to advance to the 5th level of Xiantian.
He frowned slightly. Well, not necessarily. My clone is also at the 5th level of Xiantian. I'll ask him later when he advanced.
Xie Yan didn't discuss it further and looked around. Where's my wifey? Why can't I see her? Yu Hongyan replied. Half a month ago, Zhen Zhen suddenly advanced to the 5th level of Xiantian. Logically speaking, with her inheritance, she shouldn't be able to cultivate to this level. In order to prevent any problems with Dai Jiangming, I told Jinzi and Fifth Elder to go to Gangling to watch over things for a while. Your good buddy saw that Elder Gongsun and Jade Headmaster were arguing and getting on his nerves, so he went along too. Xie Yan couldn't help but comment. When parents argue, the child in the middle feels awkward. But why is Jade Headmaster at the foot of Mount Moqing sect? I heard he's been there for a month. Yu Hongyan closed her eyes slightly and sighed. He wants to bring Elder Gongsun back. Elder Gongsun doesn't agree, and we won't let him in, so we had to build a wooden house at the foot of the mountain for him to live in. Fortunately, he also abides by the rules, doesn't force Elder Gongsun, and doesn't go up the mountain, so we just ignore him, she sighed. It's just that Elder Gongsun doesn't like him. Every time she goes down or up the mountain and sees him, she scolds him for half an hour. Her voice is loud, so I told the great elder to pick her up before she even starts speaking. Only then did Xie Yan understand what was going on at the foot of the mountain. Hard work for the great elder.
Now that Elder Gongsun is back, Moqing sect is even more lively. In addition to being more prosperous, it's like nothing has changed. Of course, there are a few more guests, not getting any negative emotion points, so let's just consider them guests. A day later, in the Western Blue Kingdom, Xie Yan finally arrived. The 3-day deadline had come.
Let me see what big surprise my clone has prepared for me. He covered his face, put on a wide robe, and disappeared into the crowd.
Xie Yan sat arrogantly on the chair and eagerly shouted, "Come on, show it!" The clone bowed and announced, "I'm ready." Then he pulled open his clothes, leaving Xie Yan's head full of question marks.
He threw little Hugh straight at the clone's head and scolded, "What are you doing? I'm not interested in your body. Put some clothes on. Show me the Xiantian 5th level Demon Luo true art." He blandly took off his clothes. "I know you're impatient, but hold on a second."
He raised his still torn arm. "I didn't get a chance to tell you last time. The demon arm got a little damaged."
Xie Yan stepped forward to examine it.
"This is a sword wound. I didn't expect it to damage the demon arm." "What happened?" The clone then recounted. "A year ago, I accidentally met Wei Qi-Cheng of the Dao sect and took a sword for her. Unfortunately, the Blood Sea tattoo couldn't record her skills and even left an unrecoverable scar." He asked unexpectedly, "You escaped from Wei Qi-Cheng's stab." The clone didn't elaborate. "I knew I couldn't beat her, so I let her stab me without retaliating. She stabbed me once and left when she got bored."
Xie Yan gave him a thumbs up in admiration,
and he smugly praised himself. "I think I'm awesome." Then, Xie Yan thought for a moment. The Blood Sea demon arm created by Monk Chongjing is no longer in production. Although Ran has mastered the Samsara cave, she doesn't know how to reverse the 10 Affinities Blood Sea True Spirit Demon Codex, so she probably can't fix this thing. Just keep using it as long as it still works. The clone put on his clothes and quietly replied.
"Okay," Xie Yan quickly asked. "Right, I almost forgot. What exactly have you been using my clone for? Why do the people of Moqing sect keep saying that I'm digging potatoes in Guazhou or something?" he explained. "In order to maintain the presence of the main body, I often participate in popular programs everywhere. The annual sweet potato festival in Guazhou breeds large sweet potatoes, which is considered a good omen sent to Chengjian, and with it, news about me is spread everywhere." He nodded.
"So that's it. Okay, no wonder Sectmaster keeps laughing at me. Get to the point. Although the Tao is stirring and it's a time of cultivation, you are my clone, so you should know that the era of prosperous cultivation has nothing to do with us. So how exactly did you cultivate the Demon Luo True Art to the 5th level of Xiantian in 5 years? He pondered and replied, "It's simple. The Demon Luo True Art uses the emotions of all living beings as food. I just took it step by step, followed the natural order, and succeeded when the time was right. In this past year, I challenged masters everywhere, gaining experience for the arm. The rest of the time, I wandered around prosperous towns, absorbing the emotions of all living beings to cultivate. In this way, I gained experience to cultivate the demonic arts, and cultivated the demonic arts to gain experience.
Persevering with all my heart, accumulating little by little, causing quantitative change to lead to qualitative change, I leveled up half a month ago."
Hearing this, Xie Yan immediately jumped up. "Half a month ago? You suck. You lost to that demon woman." He didn't understand, so he summoned a small flame. What does the main body mean by that? In the meantime, I also cultivated a kind of demonic aura that can help me conceal my aura and move around secretly. However, that strange thing was obtained by chance and cannot be preserved, otherwise I would have kept one for the main body.
Xie Yan calmed down and said, "It's nothing, I have to say, you're pretty awesome." In his heart, he sighed. The clone has perseverance. If he doesn't level up, who will?
The clone let the demonic aura in his hand slowly dissipate. For me, ordinary emotions are enough to cultivate the Demon Luo True Art. It just takes a little more time, a larger quantity. He proudly reported with his hands on his hips. The task the main body gave me was to collect extreme emotions. I remembered the main body's operations, and then combined them with my own understanding and skills, and finally created a large-scale harvesting activity that could be sustained. Xie Yan raised his eyebrows. Large scale, so the stuff outside is like what I think it is.
He affirmed immediately. Spot on. The clone walked to the window and explained leisurely. Truth be told, I didn't want to cause too much commotion. If it weren't for the task the original me assigned, I'd be developing myself in secret, not acting so flamboyantly.
He pulled back the curtain, revealing a scene bathed in the radiant morning light. But it can't be helped. After all, it's the original me's mission.
Cheers echoed incessantly outside.
He's out. The Grand Preceptor's curtain has been pulled back. Can't quite see where the Grand Preceptor is. The women clasped their hands in prayer, pleading, "Grand Preceptor, teach us the path to wellness."
The clone hid to the side. My alias is Kong Xin. I used a ton of tricks to persuade Xilan Che to become the Grand Preceptor of Xilan country. For over a year I've traveled to 5 cities in Xilan, healing the sick, saving people, and teaching the path to wellness, earning the affection of many. I'll dedicate the 10th day of the last month of each quarter as Xilan country's Wellness Day. On this day they can temporarily set aside their work and come to the town center to hear me lecture on the path to wellness. Xie Yan stood right in front of the window, unable to help but admire. Holy moly, are you running a multi-level marketing scheme? Top tier, but he still probed. Why only once a quarter? I think the path to wellness should be lectured on daily, monthly. The clone frowned in disagreement. That won't do, no matter how well disguised. This behavior can't escape scrutiny upon close examination. If we act too much and draw attention from the major powers, we lose more than we gain. Moreover, people get tired. Organizing such large-scale activities too frequently will gradually exhaust their emotions. The current plan is to organize it once every 3 months, traveling to all 5 cities of Xilan country in one day. Anyway, I'm fast. If the original me didn't need extreme emotions, I'd hate to even organize it once a year. Xie Yan turned and smirked. I was just kidding. Of course, I know doing this too much will lead to trouble. We can't just look at the immediate benefits and ignore the long-term ones. Once every 3 months is great.
He leisurely clasped his hands behind his back. How exactly are we going to do this? Right now those people outside recognize you, not me.
The clone leaned against the wall and slowly explained. The original me once borrowed Ji Yundao's power to cast the illusionary demonic heavenly realm, covering Huachao Lun Hui. We can recreate it. In the illusion, you can totally use my appearance to show yourself to them. I'll read the lines. You just need to strike a pose.
Xie Yan glanced at the curtain. How many people in Xilan country will cooperate with your Wellness Day activities? The clone also glanced over. The 5 cities of Xilan combined have about 150,000 people. The royal city has 50,000. Once we're done here, we'll quickly move on to the next city. Basically, we'll run through them all in one day. Looking at the crowd below, Xie Yan secretly calculated. Pulling 150,000 people into the illusionary demonic heavenly realm can all be considered direct origin points. The direct origin point of an ordinary person is limitless, but providing it 10 times a day only yields 0, 1. If it's 150,000 people, once it's Wellness Day, we'll have 15,000 origin points. Even if we're just stirring up muddy waters, we'll definitely get 13, 14,000 origin points.
Awesome.
Suddenly, Xie Yan realized something. Wait, that's not right. They're too enthusiastic right now. The amount of extreme emotions an ordinary person has in a day is limited. I haven't even opened the illusionary demonic heavenly realm yet. What a waste, such a waste. The clone scratched his face and justified lamely. That's my oversight, but it's okay. Only a little over 100 people were enthusiastic just now. The real show will start after we deploy the illusionary demonic heavenly realm.
There's no time to delay. Original me, let's start right away. Xie Yan had just placed his hand in the clone's when he suddenly recoiled.
Hold on, there was an experiment I wanted to do before, but I had too few origin points on hand. It'd be a shame to waste them. He slowly selected silk on the system panel.
Xie Yan slowly read through the system's instructions for this skill. He muttered to himself, I didn't even use this life replay function for a day last time. I even had to kill myself to return instead of being kicked out by the system. But it still deducted over 10,000 of my origin points.
I still feel like this isn't quite right. I don't even have 20 origin points right now. It doesn't matter if I use them all up. Might as well try the life replay to see how it consumes origin points. Thinking this, he clicked the agree button. Otherwise, if I wait until I have more origin points, I won't be willing to use it. I can't just let this life replay function be a decoration, never to be used, right? The system chimed, announcing that the skill was activated, and all system functions would be prohibited. When the skill loaded to 100%, the surroundings were suddenly filled with green light. Eerie images appeared, and words appeared in a scroll, then began to flow out.
Red lightning appeared outside the window. Xie Yan thought to himself, lightning again. There was lightning during the last life replay too. He turned his head slightly and asked the clone, Can you see the red lightning in the sky? The clone replied with wide eyes. Red lightning? Nope. After a while, the clone urged, Original me, are you ready? Xie Yan hummed softly in agreement and confirmed. As expected, I'm the only one who can see it. Even the clone can't see it. Is this considered the opening act of the life replay?
Oh well. With that, the two of them began to activate the illusionary demonic heavenly realm.
Xie Yan smiled expectantly.
Let me see. What tricks does a multi-level marketing master like you have up your sleeve? At the Demon Sentiment sect, the primary magic transmission array emitted a brilliant purple light that enveloped the space.
Xie Yan was secretly delighted.
This time, the clone has made a great contribution. Although it's a bit of a grind, running through all 5 cities consecutively, once every 3 months there will be over 10,000 origin points transferred to my account. Just thinking about it makes me happy, but it's a pity that I'm still in the life replay and can't receive those origin points yet.
Gongsun Elder barges in, bursting through the door. Xie Yan, crisis in the Jianghu.
Xie Yan turns around, utterly bewildered. Gongsun Elder glares at Xie Yan, grabbing his hand. Don't call me elder, call me godmother. Xie Yan is still confused, not understanding what's going on. Huh? What's happening?
She pulls him along while explaining. HMPH, Qian Tiantian isn't home, so she's brought her daughter to bully me, thinking I'm weak, huh? Today, I'll let her know that besides my own son, I also have a godson. Xie Yan frowns, still confused.
Huh. A moment later, amidst a picturesque scene, there's a beautiful young woman reaching out to touch a butterfly. Golden as her dress, jade as her skin, eyes like autumn water, hair like heavenly clouds. Her mother smiles, gently clapping in admiration. Yin, you're so good. Hold that pose. Wait for Qiao Qiao to arrive, and stun her with your tranquil beauty as you admire these flowers.
From afar, Gongsun Elder's voice echoes. Qian, I'm here. Both Xi Yin and Mu Feifei turn around. Oh, Qiao Qiao, why did you bring young Master Xi here?
Gongsun Elder Qiao Qiao replies with a smile. You're too kind. Xie Yan is my godson. You can call him Little Yanzi. My son couldn't bear to leave his lonely old mother with no support, so he specially came with me to welcome you two. Mu Feiqian covers her mouth and laughs smugly. Oh, Qiao Qiao, is your godson doing all right? Last time we met, Little Yanzi didn't call you godmother. At this moment, Xi Yin gently greets Xie Yan with her hands clasped. Greetings, young Master Xi. He quickly returns the greeting. Greetings, Princess Angel. Qiao Qiao over there is still provoking. You don't understand. Little Yanzi is shy and doesn't like being affectionate in front of strangers. He'll be fine when he grows up. You agree, don't you, little Xi Yan? Xi Yin sneers. You say it's true, so it's true, she asks, annoyed. Godmother. Then Xi Yan points at the two women, asking Xi Yin, puzzled. How long have they been like this? Xi Yin just covers her mouth with her fan and smiles, as if used to it. It started on the second day after arriving at the Demon Sentiment sect. After a round of bickering, Qian Tiantian and Xiao Qiao angrily turn away.
Xi Yan whispers into Xi Yin's ear, Do you need me to help you escape tomorrow? Xi Yin declines with a smile. It's all right, Mother, and Auntie Qian rarely get together. I don't want to spoil their fun. I'm used to it anyway, Xi Yan agrees. All right, then take care, I'm ditching.
The next day, Xi Yan is comfortably lying on a tree to hide. Suddenly, a little girl's voice calls out from below. We finally found you!
She waves her hand, calling him down. Young Master Xi, so you were here, madam, told me to call you over. He remains silent, unwilling to come down. I already hid all the way here. How did you still find me?
On this side, Xi Yin is performing a sword dance, and it is indeed breathtaking. Like a fairy, Qian Tiantian proudly boasts with a smug look. How's my yin year's sword dance? Not inferior to you back then, right? Xiao Qiao naturally refuses to be outdone. My Xi'an's sword dance isn't bad either.
Xie Yan claps and admires, full of exclamation. Soaring like rosy clouds, graceful like a swimming dragon, he screams inwardly. Elder is lying through her teeth. A scrub like me doesn't have the graceful presence of a princess. But if Ahaba was here, the two of us combined probably wouldn't be enough for him to beat.
On the third day, Xi Yin sees Xi Yan arriving and asks, Young Master Xi, did you come here of your own accord today?
He puts on an I-have-no-choice expression, seeing last night Godmother and I had a late-night heart-to-heart talk and ended up fighting. At this moment, she's still arguing with Xi Yin's mother. Xi Yan is the most skilled disciple in the Demon Sentiment sect in terms of fighting. Yin Jie can't compare in this regard.
Qian Tiantian retorts, displeased. My daughter is also a fourth layer innate. What makes you say she can't beat Xie Yan? Unable to decide through words, they both say in unison, "You two fight a match."
Xie Yan awkwardly bows her head.
Mother, we can't just fight whenever we want, Xie Yan says with a dark face. Godmother, surely you don't want the demon sentiment sect that you just renovated to turn into a pile of rubble, do you? On the fourth day, everyone is present around a mahjong table. Xie Yan, robust and sturdy, is dragged to play mahjong with the aunties and mothers. He dejectedly discards a 9 of bamboo. He glances sideways, thinking, we're just playing mahjong, why does it have to be so grand? But now it's the fourth day, and the system still hasn't kicked me out of the life script. Could it be that I really found the system's bug? Xiao Qiao happily pushes her tiles down. Pong. Wutong Xiangxian smiles, revealing all her teeth, and lays down her tiles. I won! Xiao Qiao, you fired the cannon for me this time. Xie Yan stands behind her mother, embarrassedly covering her face, looking at Xiao Qiao opposite her, who is emitting a murderous aura.
Ah, I think I've been discovered. Everyone sitting here is an expert. There's no way they wouldn't notice me secretly helping my mother see the tiles.
Suddenly, a voice transmission appears. Yin care, don't be nervous, it's just a game. If your mother wants to win, just let her win. The great elder of the demon sentiment sect uses voice transmission. That's right, little Xie Yan. These are all small matters. Xie Yan looks towards Yu Hongyan and suddenly feels reassured. Her mother is still happily urging, what are you all spacing out for? Give me the money, give me the money. Xie Yan uses voice transmission. Bowing her head in gratitude, Xie Yan apologizes to all the elders on behalf of my mother. Xie Yan glances at the commotion and asks, puzzled, hey, if you guys are using secret voice transmission, how are you going to have a tea party?
From outside, a female disciple brings in a red envelope. Sect leader, just now a messenger from the Heart Demon sect, brought an invitation. Yu Hongyan orders it to be brought up here.
She receives the letter that is floating towards her. HMPH. Yuan Sheng is pretty decisive. Then she lets it float back to the disciple, reporting back to the messenger, our demon sentiment sect will be there as scheduled. She politely receives it. Yes. Xiao Qiao glances over, puzzled. Why is the Heart Demon sect suddenly sending an invitation? What does it say in the letter?
She summarizes the content with a somber expression. Yuan Sheng is about to advance to the 7th layer innate, and he's inviting demon sect disciples from the 4th layer innate and above to Hidden Moon Cliff near Qingzong Mountain in a month to participate in his advancement ceremony. The reason is righteous. The 9 lands demon sects are as close as branches on a tree. Back when the sect leader of the Asking Dao sect advanced, he didn't share any benefits with the related sects. As the sect leader of the 2nd demon sect, he intends to fulfill his duty of bestowing blessings on everyone.
Xie Yan frowns, expressing his confusion. Advancing is one thing, but specifically holding a ceremony, isn't that just showing off martial arts? How does that bestow blessings on everyone?
She rearranged the cards, tilting her head to explain. The prerequisite for cultivation to advance in realm is the ability to absorb. Different sects hide the Tao of heaven and earth at higher levels, but after the 7th level of the innate realm, the Tao of heaven and earth no longer appears. So in normal cultivation, the 6th level of the innate realm is the limit. If you want to take it to the next step, you can only find your own Tao. This is something that secret sect manuals can't help you with much.
Advancing to the 7th level of the innate realm involves colliding and resonating your own great Tao with the Tao of heaven and earth, activating the 7th level Tao aura that doesn't usually appear in the world.
Yu Hongyan looked straight ahead, continuing to explain.
The Heart Demon sect is a branch inherited from the Water Demon sect. Yuan Sheng can activate the 7th level Tao aura, which will naturally benefit the remaining 8th domain demon sect disciples in absorbing it. Those cultivators who absorb the 7th level Tao aura will have a slightly higher chance of advancing to the innate 7th level, which is why Yuan Sheng bombastically claims he's blessing everyone. Xie Yan was still confused. Then why does he only invite those with the innate 4th level or higher? Xiao Zhao disdainfully replied. That kid has high talent yet doesn't even know basic knowledge. Without grasping the spiritual Tao aura, how can you absorb and digest the 7th level Tao aura? You'll be crushed to death. Coming there below the innate 4th level would be harming people, not blessing them.
Qian was still focused on arranging the cards,
casually saying, don't understand a thing. If I could advance to the innate realm, that would be great. Good thing my yin-yin is always striving, Xie Yan silently thought. The demonic sects actually regard the Tao of heaven and earth as a kind of substance that can be absorbed, which is completely different from the cultivation methods of our Taoist sects and royal family. Xiao Zhao picked up a card in her hand and commented, in my impression, Yuan Sheng isn't such a generous person. As I see it, he just wants to use this as an excuse to build momentum, gradually replace the Wen Dao sect, and become the #1 demonic sect, right?
Yu Hongyan agreed. Probably, Yuan Sheng has always been hiding behind the scenes, showing everyone that he's a martial arts idiot, ignoring worldly affairs. Since killing the Chongling Dao master Zhao Xuandan, he suddenly stepped forward, appearing and performing miracles multiple times in the disputes of the martial world. A gleam of interest gradually appeared in her eyes. Logically, when advancing to the innate 7th level, one should avoid outside interference, but he still chose a conspicuous location at Yinyu Cliff.
He's probably worried that everyone is wary of the Heart Demon sect's Mountain Gate formation, and no one dares to go. Putting in so much effort, I don't believe there isn't an even greater benefit. Xiao Xiao turned her head to ask, "Who are you planning to take there?" She gently replied, "Xin Shi has to keep an eye on Zhen Jin'er. She can't leave the courtyard for too long, so she can't go. Xuan Ji and Mei Ling are both already at the innate 4th level, and even Ling Xian is at the innate 5th level, and there's Xie Yan. Let's lock in these people."
Xie Yan blurted out, "Grand Elder is already at the innate 5th level too," Xiao Xiao said unhappily.
"My Shiji even dares to cultivate the Yin demon art. How could she not be at the innate 5th level?"
Xie Yan hurriedly excused himself.
Possible? Grand Elder can definitely do it, he thought again. No wonder the Grand Elder's attitude towards me isn't good. So it turns out she feels like she can do it too. Qian impatiently pointed at everyone and reminded them, Okay, stop talking about the martial world, let's continue playing cards. 1 month later, at Yinyu Cliff, amidst the picturesque mountain scenery, a group of people looking full of energy stood leisurely between heaven and earth. Bai Guanzu announced, "Sect Leader Yu, our people have all arrived."
Yu Hongyan replied,
"Okay, Bai Guanzu, then let's go. Don't keep our friends at the Heart Demon sect waiting." That was the Guanzhu of the Blissful Joy sect, Bai Suyuan, innate 5th level, the Elder of the Blissful Joy sect, Gao Yan, innate 4th level, the Elder of the Blissful Joy sect, Leng Qianing, innate 5th level.
Xie Yan stood alone to the side, lost in thought.
System, another month has passed, and I still haven't even gotten 20 origin points in total. Are you not going to kick out the progression of my life? Are you really planning to let me use it for free for decades? Damn it. Now I'm a little worried that the system's lowest level isn't 0 origin points, but negative origin points. Inside Yinyu Cliff, 3 Heart Demon sect people quickly rushed out. Yanzu cupped his hands and bowed. "Distinguished guests, our sect leader has been waiting on the mountain peak for a long time." Yu Hongyan smiled and stepped forward. "The Demon Emotion sect and Blissful Joy sect are visiting together. Please trouble Elder Yan to lead the way." Finishing the first step, he slightly leaned over and extended his hand. "Everyone, please." While walking ahead, Yan Zhu explained, "This old one didn't expect sect leader Yu and Bai Guanzhu to come to the gathering. Meeting the two of you, the sect leader will definitely be very happy." Yu Hongyan smiled in return. "Sect leader Yuan is so generous, our Demon Emotion sect must naturally have complete etiquette. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem like we don't value your sect?" Bai Suyuan also chimed in with her.
"That's right, the Heart Demon sect is so sincere, our Blissful Joy sect wouldn't dare to be impolite either."
Yanzu chuckled. He still walked silently. The two sect leaders are joking. That the Demon Emotion sect and Blissful Joy sect can send people is already a great honor for our sect.
Xie Yan, who was walking way behind, curiously looked at them and quickly transmitted his voice. "What's the identity of this old man? Our 2 sect leaders personally came to their house. The Heart Demon sect's Yuan Sheng didn't personally come out, so they should at least send the vice sect leader to greet us, right?" Xuanjin tapped his pipe on his shoulder. "Then you don't know, that old man isn't an ordinary old man, but was previously the leading elder of the Heart Demon sect's Yi Yuji, and now is the vice sect leader of the Heart Demon sect, Yan Zhu."
Xie Yan's eyes were fixed on his back. Vice sect leader Yan Zhu was previously an elder. Why haven't I ever heard of this character when I was in the Heart Demon sect? She still smiled sweetly and explained, "It's normal that you don't know. After all, this vice sect leader was very elusive when he was an elder, never showing his face. Moreover, this old man is very powerful. It's said that when others advance to the innate 5th level, this old man also immediately advances to the innate 5th level, without giving way at all."
Xie Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, startled. "Xiao Min is dead. Yuan Sheng is promoting this old man to suppress the others. Moreover, he's at the innate 5th level. The Heart Demon sect is truly unfathomable." After passing through the valley leading into the mountain, Yan Zhu turned around and ordered, "This old one will take sect leader Yu and Bai Guanzhu to meet the sect leader. You two will take the distinguished guest to Yinyu Pavilion to rest." The 2 disciples who had been accompanying them hurriedly bowed their heads in response. Then after that, they turned to Xie Yan's group. "Everyone, please follow us." Yinyu Pavilion was located on a towering rocky mountain, surrounded by mist and smoke. There were many tables inside the pavilion, but not a single person. The 2 disciples introduced, "Everyone, This is Yin Yu Pavilion. The gathering is still being prepared, everyone. Please rest here. Sipping tea in the Tongxi Pavilion has the 100-flower courtyard, where you can admire the scenery. Wu Lingxian looked around, then frowned. Why isn't there anyone here? Where are the people from the other sects? Isn't it just the Demon Emotion sect and Blissful Joy sect who came? The disciple smiled and explained. The 100 Refinements realm, the Liu Chong Spiritual Tao, and the Scarlet Measure sect have already arrived. They were still here just now, but they've probably gone out for a stroll. Xuanji chuckled and asked him, Did the Wandao sect come? Did your sect leader invite them? Seeing her mention it, the disciple scratched his head awkwardly. Suddenly, another person was led over, speaking up for him. The Wandao sect has always been mysterious and hard to reach. Moreover, as I see it, even if we invited them, they probably wouldn't come. The person who spoke was none other than Elder Qin Yuji of the Xin Mo sect, Kuijing. She was slightly startled.
You are Mr. Ya Yi, correct? In another pavilion deep within the sect, a disciple bowed deeply to report, Daozhang. Everything has been prepared. The person glanced sideways and replied, Understood. Which sects haven't arrived yet? The disciple trembled, sweating profusely, reporting, Daozhang, Qingming Dao, and the Wushang Mi sect are still missing. Though outwardly respectful, he was inwardly annoyed. If I hadn't lost to my martial brothers in the drawing of lots, I wouldn't be working under this ghostly Taoist, but following the vice sect leader to receive guests. The person lowered his eyes, revealing nothing. Then we'll wait a bit longer. After leaving the towering pavilion, the disciple secretly sighed in relief. That was close. No mistakes. Or who knows how he would have punished me. But after walking a short distance, the mark on his chest ached, causing him to collapse. Damn it, he's just a stinky Taoist, yet he acts like some kind of bizarre superior being in my Shinmo sect all day long. His body felt as if it were enveloped and burned by an eerie, ghostly flame, his panic turning into shrill screams. What's going on? Suddenly it's so hot. In an instant, the flames erupted, burning him alive. By the time he arrived, only a few fragments remained. Ye Yi greeted with a smile. Did this disciple harbor ill intentions toward Daozhang? The person smiled calmly as if it were none of his concern. Apologies. It's a characteristic of the cultivation method. This poor Taoist cannot prevent it. He nodded. It's nothing. These outer sect disciples don't know their place. With mediocre cultivation, they only dare to grumble in secret. Their deaths are no one's fault but their own. The person didn't say much more, only slightly bowing in a respectful farewell. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, this poor Taoist must prepare for the Grand Assembly, and will take his leave for now. Watching the person leave the pavilion, Ge Yi couldn't say anything. The two people behind him spoke up one after another. Shen Mengyu complained irritably. That stinky Taoist, relying on the sect leader's trust, so arrogant. Jin Yai lowered his head and sighed. Hopefully, that old geezer Yan Zhu can have a fight with this guy. But Ge Yi wasn't as angry as they were, he smiled kindly, teaching them, expanding his vision to perceive all things. So what if he has 3 parts? Jin Yai smiled admiringly at him. You still have the broadest vision. Nearby, Xie Yan was wandering around sightseeing, unable to help but contemplate. I didn't expect Ximin's son-in-law to be an elder of Chu Yuqi now. The other sects are all strolling around. I'll go out for a walk as well and see if I can get any spoilers. Suddenly, he sensed something familiar. This aura. In a nearby pavilion stood a figure, and a name echoed in Xie Yan's heart, Gan Yi. He approached the poet of the Western Yu with Lotus Mountain. Celestial maidens of Mingxing come and go, their white hands holding flowers, gracefully swaying. During the 9 sects Grand Assembly, Xie Yan was actually thinking of using the reorganized memories to erase Gen Yi's memories of him. Now is the perfect opportunity to test the effects. He still stood with his back turned, ignoring him, while he seriously recited, A poet in flowing robes. Who can compare to rising up into the heavens? Invite me to the cloud platform, urging the minister to meet with immortals. Hasty steps in myriad directions, laughing birds and red cranes disappear into the distance. Suddenly I see the rivers and mountains of Luoyang, and the barbarian Hu soldiers line the streets in welcome. Seeing that Ge Yi had no reaction, Xie Yan thought, it must have worked, and leisurely walked past him. However, the father-son fate between us ended at that moment. Even if I attract attention like this, Ge Yi probably won't recognize me. But before he could walk far, a voice transmission caught Xie Yan by surprise. My son, why you? Poetry is not to be used like that. Alarm bells rang in his head. He recognized me. Ugh! Geng Yi's voice transmission scolded, causing Xie Yan's face to fall. If you're going to recite poetry, recite poetry. Why are you mixing metaphors and idioms all over the place? Could it be that you behaved like this in Xu Min's literary gathering as well? Remembering the imprint he had left, Xie Yan's face flashed with astonishment.
Could it be that the memory reorganization is ineffective? But even if he recovered his memories, Teng Jiao would discover my flaws. Why is he so calmly and amiably calling me Huai Yu?
But Ge Yi seemed to normally glance back when he saw him shut up, even scolding him, "You stinky brat, why aren't you saying anything?" Still acting in front of me, Xie Yan couldn't help but feel confused. But if there's nothing wrong with the memories, he shouldn't have the memory of Xie Yan being Ge Huaiyu, so what exactly is going on? Suddenly, a disciple reminded someone in the distance, drawing his attention. "Hurry up a bit. If you damage the Daozang's things and are blamed, you'll have to bear it yourself."
Ge Yi immediately transmitted his voice to Xie Yan. "It's not convenient to talk here. Follow me." Xie Yan still felt incredulous. Ge Yi, does he really see me as his son? The two of them went together to another place. When they arrived at a relatively secluded spot, Ge Yi asked without turning around, "Tell me, what have you been doing running around outside? Why did I hear you were growing potatoes in Guazhou?"
Again with the potatoes, Xie Yan hurriedly denied it. Nothing. I'm just wandering around to experience life." In his heart, he secretly sighed with relief. Luckily, the life simulation is going smoothly now. I want to see what this is all about.
Seeing that he wasn't willing to confide, Jie Yi turned around, looking troubled. "If you have any difficulties, you must tell your father. Don't get yourself into danger, like that time in the Western Lan Kingdom. If your father hadn't arrived in time, your situation would have been critical."
Even so, Ge Yi smiled in praise, while casually probing.
"But a year ago you were able to win against Guolong of the Great Celestial Demon Sect with one sword in the Great Tang. Tell your father the truth. What is your cultivation level actually like? Isn't your specialty the heaven-piercing, earth-shattering, me-alone supreme divine art? Where did you learn such powerful swordsmanship? Could you really be the successor of Mo Xinying in the rumors?" Xie Yan explained everything one by one, feeling troubled. "My current cultivation level can barely contend with a 5th-stage Xiantian expert. That time I defeated Guanlong in one move was all thanks to the long-life celestial order strategy, which helped me understand Guanlong deeply. As for who taught me swordsmanship, it definitely wasn't Mo Xinying, but I guess that person should be a successor of Mo Xinying, since he is one of the gospel messengers of the long-life celestial order." He sighed inwardly. "I forgot that I told him about the alt account in the Western Lan Kingdom. Sing, I had fun stirring up trouble with the alt account, but after it was over, it was cremated." Ge Yi, not knowing if he was truly happy or feigning it, laughed heartily in praise. "My son is indeed more talented than his father in the 5 beauties and 5 young masters. You should be ranked first." I think so too." Then he stroked his chin and pondered, "It's just that there's something that I can't figure out. How did you join the long-life celestial order? According to my investigation, that sect has always been very strange in its actions, difficult to track, and often lurking in the shadows.
In the last 2 years, they've suddenly become more ostentatious. Not to mention the small-scale actions on the Great Khan's side, the Western Lan Kingdom's way that you impersonated, experienced a battle in the Great Tang, and is now famous."
Seeing him puzzled, Xie Yan tapped his folding fan into his other hand while trying to come up with an explanation. "The thing is, I became acquainted with a gospel messenger who inherited from Mo Xinying, and through a stroke of luck he recommended me to the long-life celestial order. However, I have never met the old demon ancestor, nor do I know much about this organization. Those gospel messengers all cover their faces and don't know who's who.
But I think the long-life celestial order is very strong. Not to mention the old demon ancestor. I once performed tasks with the gospel messengers in the Great Tang. Everyone has outstanding talent and is terrifyingly strong." Ge Yi glanced at him, concerned and worried. "Why you? Since you've befriended them, I think that for the sake of your own benefit, you should investigate the origins of your associates thoroughly. Whether it's the old demon ancestor or those gospel messengers, with their strength, they couldn't have fallen from the sky. They must all have clear identities.
If you discover anything, remember to use a yin energy transmission talisman to report to me. Don't always be out of contact." Xie Yan chuckled helplessly and rubbed his head. "Why you understands, father, rest assured." But warnings kept ringing in his head. Is he really concerned about me, or does he want to get information about the long-life celestial order? Never mind, I can't let him know that the old demon ancestor is me. Ge Yi didn't press him further, but he still turned his back and gently reproached. "Well, in any case, Huai Yu hasn't been wandering around aimlessly these past few years, and has gained quite a bit. Unlike your father, who traveled day and night and worked hard to get to the Western Lan Kingdom, only to not only fail to obtain the Qi Origin Spirit Stone, but also have it offered to someone else by you." Seeing him bring up that matter again, Xie Yan quickly bowed and clasped his hands in apology. "The situation was complicated at the time. In order to escape the pursuit, I disguised myself as Xie Yan. By some strange twist of fate, I encountered the sect leader of the demonic passion sect, and was discovered with the Qi Origin Spirit Stone, so in the end I had no choice but to hand it over." Sighing softly, Jin Yi also appeared generous and let it go. Forget it. Based on this contribution, you can be considered to have gained a foothold in the demonic passion sect, so I don't have to worry anymore. Xie Yan frowned and asked in return, what does father mean? He then explained his current situation to him. Why you don't know. The demonic passion sect is no longer what it used to be. When Zimin was still around, at least our forces were equivalent. While competing with each other, we also consumed each other. Although it was detrimental to the sect's unity, there would be no monopoly on power. After the 9 sects Grand Assembly, Zimin passed away, and I was promoted after obtaining some inheritances from the intent Dao Finger. The situation began to change. Although I am still the deputy sect leader, I have essentially been sidelined. The person with true influence in the sect has become that old guy Yan Zhu. Yuan Sheng seems to be obsessed with martial arts and doesn't care about affairs. But that's just a facade. He's just waiting for a suitable opportunity to eradicate what he thinks is wrong. I can't sit idly by and wait for death. Saying this, he glanced at Xie Yan and frowned, instructing, You are my only weakness, so don't come back. Just stay in the demonic passion sect. I will handle everything myself. Xie Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Is Ge Yi worried about being targeted by Yuan Sheng? Does he have the intention to rebel? But on the surface, he calmly diverted Ge Yi with words, Father, aren't you being too sensitive? If the sect leader has such deep thoughts, then why would he want to hold a grand promotion ceremony to reveal himself? Wouldn't it be better to hide his strength and fish for bigger targets? Ge Yi angrily shouted, It's all because of that great Song Taoist named Qi Si instigating things. He raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw his strange attitude. HMPH, a Taoist from the great song. Why would he want to do that? He could only sigh, suppressing his emotions. Who knows what his purpose is? Ever since Yuan Sheng inherited the position of sect leader, he has been in seclusion, rarely paying attention to even the major and minor affairs of the sect, let alone matters outside the sect. But since Qi Xing arrived, Yuan Sheng's attitude has been abnormal. Like he has become a different person. He has not only begun to pay attention to the sect's affairs, but is also present everywhere. This time, he organized this promotion ceremony in order to compete with the literary Daoyo sect. Xie Yan widened his eyes in shock. The sect leader's sister guessed right. Ge Yi continued to be upset. This is not the behavior of an intelligent person, making such a fanfare. Let me see. If there are any accidents during the ceremony that cause Yuan Sheng to fail his promotion, how will they clean up Xinju? He expressed his sympathy and laughed perfunctorily. That's right. If Yuan Sheng fails his promotion, not to mention whether he is injured or not, just the failure of the promotion is enough to make the other demonic sects laugh at us all year round. Suddenly, Genyi seemed to sense someone approaching, and his whole body went into alert mode. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace, leaving only a voice transmission. Someone's coming. Let's end our conversation here. If there's any problem, use the Yin energy transmission talisman to find T. Take good care of yourself. Xie Yan cursed softly in his head. What Yin energy transmission talisman? I destroyed it long ago. Afterwards, Xie Yan continued to leisurely walk up a few steps on the mountain, taking in the scenery. It seems that Ge Yi is fine, but I don't know what's wrong with him now. How can he still see me as his son? On the contrary, that Taoist Qi Si from the great song, could this guy be plotting something? As he was thinking, a voice calling senior brother suddenly rang out from behind him. Then Han Ruyu quickly followed. Senior brother, wait up for a sec. Shi Jian remained standing, but he unfolded his folding fan, confidently pretending not to know her. I am Shi Jian of the demonic love sect. Ms., are you calling me senior brother? Have you perhaps mistaken me? She chuckled, covering her mouth slightly. Senior brother still loves to play act, just like before. But this Xinyan face you're using is really eye-catching. I just have to look at it, and I'm totally charmed. So helpless. The corner of his mouth twitched, still trying to deny it. I don't understand. She shrugged slightly. What? Still acting? Mei Leng's chi perception art saw right through you ages ago. Senior brother, no matter what form you take, I'll always recognize you. Xie Yan suddenly remembered, his face filled with vexation. Damn it, I forgot about that. Wait, no, I'm in a trial of human experience, so why bother hiding? Their feelings instantly aligned. Xie Yan contemplatively watched Enhan Ruyu flash a bright smile. No need to water the plants. Stop with the sickly sweet act. What do you want? In the end, they had to acknowledge each other. Jinger suddenly jumped out, rubbing Mei Leng's head, even though Mei Leng looked a bit annoyed. Long time no see, little Leng Leng, just as I expected. Before she could even rub twice, Mei Leng bit her hand. Nenhan Ruyu pouted, complaining. Senior brother, you're so cold. It's been over a year since we last met. I thought after such a long time, you'd be a little more enthusiastic with me, wouldn't you? Xie Yan merely sank into thought, not sensing any trace of true intention from her. Did that shady business in Jilam Nation before not succeed? After pondering, Xie Yan immediately smiled amiably at her. Junior sister, you're joking. You're the Dao master of Chongling Dao now. I can barely climb high enough to reach you, so how could I be cold? Han Ruyu blushed, giving him a slight glare. HMPH, you only know how to tease me. Even if I were to follow you to death, no matter what senior brother thinks, I'll always be your little junior sister. At this point, Xie Yan seriously started probing her for information. Alright, let's talk about something meaningful. I heard you led the Heart Demon sect to attack Chongling Dao's immortal sect. Didn't your relationship with your master already break down? Didn't Chongling Dao think you'd bite them back and target the naive Zhao Xuandan? Nihan Ruyu flashed a harmless smile, moved closer to him, and slowly said, "That's because I killed Master in time, and also I dared to bet." Their noses were almost touching. He was extremely curious. Bet? What did you bet on? But she just sweetly dodged the question. Oh, it's all bothersome stuff, I don't want to talk about it. Seeing that even using her charm couldn't tempt him, Xie Yan pulled back, creating some distance, intending to grab her suspicious hand. Whether you tell me or not is up to you. But Nhan Ruyu quickly withdrew her hand, giving him no chance, and took the opportunity to add, "Right now, I'm just freeloading, so my mood isn't great. Besides, that Yuan Xing, that brute, bullies me terribly without any care for women." Xie Yan was slightly surprised and asked with concern, "He bullies you?" And Nhan Ruyu seized the opportunity to explain. She slightly turned her back to him, then leaned back, and tears coincidentally welled up. "That's right, I'm just a weak woman, easy to bully. Yuan Sheng even wants to plant a hidden heart demon on me. My life is entirely in his hands." Seeing her take advantage of the situation and press on, Xie Yan quickly used his hand to support her head, not forgetting to warn her, "Don't just keep talking and then try to throw yourself over here."
Nhan Ruyu, feeling wronged, glanced at him. "How hateful! I've endured so much hardship, yet you show me no pity at all." Outwardly, Xie Yan smirked disdainfully, and inwardly, it was no different. Look at her tone and demeanor. She doesn't think anything of the Heart Demon sect. If she doesn't have a solution, then this big shot here will eat 3 caddies of SHT.
After talking for a while, as if suddenly remembering something, Nhan Ruyu softly reminded him, "Oh right, senior brother, beside Yuan Sheng is a Taoist from Great Song named Qi. It's best if you pay a little attention to him." Xie Yan had heard about him before, but nothing concrete, so he pressed, "What's wrong with the Taoist?"
Then Nhan Ruyu seriously turned her face back and explained, "Mei Lang saw the Qi fortune on him. The core part is exactly the same as Zhu Yanping's. This is the first time I've seen such a case. This person definitely has issues."
Xie Yan was suddenly stunned. The core part is exactly the same as Zhu Yanping's. The 3 incarnations of Ji Jinya, Greedy Scholar and Mad Monk, are all dead. Could the remaining Shen Dao be Qi? It must be. A Taoist from Great Song, and Monk Zhongjing once told me that Shen Dao is a song person.
No, that's not right. If Qi really is Shen Dao, he must have the principles of a Confucian saint on him. Before I've made my move, I shouldn't suspect him. The wind brushed past the wild grass. Nhan Ruyu softly sighed. That Taoist is extremely wicked. Several Heart Demon sect disciples have died by his hand. Xie Yan found it hard to believe. Killing Heart Demon sect members right inside the sect. And Yuan Sheng can tolerate that.
She then explained, "Senior brother, you don't know, but I don't know what kind of evil cultivation technique that Qi cultivates. But as long as someone generates malice towards him to a certain extent, they will self-immolate. All the Heart Demon sect disciples who died before died because they harbored killing intent. In the end, you can't blame others."
He lightly rubbed his chin, glancing towards her. "Such an evil martial art. Is he very famous in Great Song?"
Nhan Ruyu shook her head, denying, "I know very little about the martial arts world of Great Song. I truly don't know."
Despite this, he still had doubts about Yuan Sheng's conduct. Logically, he shouldn't give such great power to a newcomer. Qinci must possess something Yuan Sheng desires, but cannot obtain. On Han Ruyu's side, she saw Mei Lang jump out and quickly asked, wasn't Mei Lang playing with little Qing Rear?" Mei Lang playfully grinned, showing off its achievement. "I bit her and left teeth marks all over her." She burst into tears and ran away.
She was startled and admonished, "Hey, why did you bite her?" But Mei Lang stubbornly argued, "Who told her to casually touch my head? Only Yu Yue is allowed to touch my head." Seeing this, Nhan Ruyu had no choice but to turn to him and explain, "Senior brother, I apologize. Mei Lang doesn't like others touching her head." Xie Yan generously waved his hand, saying it was fine. But he secretly understood. Qing Mei Langer probably tried to act like a senior in front of Mei Lang again.
As for Qing Ainor, she ran too enthusiastically earlier and ended up in an underground cave. Qing Ainor looked around in a daze. Where am I? The yin energy is too heavy. The shape-shifting spell brought me here.
Suddenly, an invisible hand grabbed her tightly, accompanied by a gloomy voice that rang out. A sentient yin ghost. How rare. Chinger was firmly grabbed and lifted up. Even though she struggled, she couldn't do anything. He slowly laughed. But you're too unlucky. Don't blame me. Xie Taipu cackled, full of bloodlust. I've been hiding in this place for half a month now. I can't expose my whereabouts because of a little ghost like you.
As if sensing a trace of danger, Xie Yan squinted uncomfortably. While he was using teleportation, Yan Ruyu hadn't noticed anything yet and was still rambling. Senior brother, do you think Qi Si and Zhao Yanping have something going on?
Suddenly, mid-sentence, the instantaneous image swap had switched in with Qing Ke. Her face was full of panic as she appeared in front of Yan Ruyu.
At the same time, deep underground in the cave, Xie Yan had also slashed apart the invisible hand that was tightly gripping him. Looking at the person hovering in the air, he was quite confused. Xie Taipu, is he still alive? Seeing that his plan was about to succeed but another person jumped out, he couldn't help but get annoyed.
This is the art of ghostly exchange. No, this person is the devilish jade young master, Xie Yan, of the devilish passion sect. How does he know such advanced ghost-controlling techniques? Xie Yan didn't hold back from mocking him. Oh, isn't this the former deputy Dao lord of the Chongling Dao? You've lived a long time, even Yuan Shen couldn't kill you. In his heart, he was secretly wary. This guy escaped from Yi Daoqi's hands before.
He tilted his head slightly. You are the devilish jade young master, Xie Yan, right? Your devilish passion sect and the heart demon sect aren't exactly close. I came here this time to avenge Yuan Sheng for the extermination of my sect. This is just a misunderstanding to keep my whereabouts secret.
Even though he heard him making excuses,
Xie Yan didn't seem like he would let it go. He shrugged his shoulders. There's no misunderstanding at all. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Kneel down and apologize, and I won't report you to Yuan Sheng. In his mind, Xie Yan added, if not, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. After all, it's just dogs fighting dogs, but this is the drama of life. Everyone can play however they want.
How could Xie Taipu bear being looked down upon like this?
He cursed and waved his hand, summoning his ghost. Damn you, how dare you bully me?
After slashing out a sword kui to stop the ghost from getting close,
Xie Yan suddenly realized something. This guy is a 5th stage pre-heaven realm cultivator. He narrowed his eyes and laughed with murderous intent. Devilish jade, young master, it seems your abilities don't match your words, do they?
He didn't argue, but just sneered. A stream of ghost kia gathered around his hand, making Xie Taipu panic. Xie Yan chuckled and threw it towards the ghost. Sorry. The thing this daddy excels at the most isn't true ki. As if instantly the giant ghost was completely swallowed up, Xie Yan quickly rushed forward to attack. However, his ghost ki recovered very quickly, becoming more ferocious each time, blocking Xie Yan's attacks. But he still managed to unleash a wave of ghost ki, enveloping Xie Taipu before he could react. Having gotten close, Xie Yan exchanged a few blows with him. But after using the power of the 5 Dust Heavenly Awareness and the Heavenly Omen Strike, he couldn't avoid it. He took a direct hit, causing his old body to ache terribly. Outside the mountain next to Hidden Moon Cliff, 100 Refinements Pavilion's Liu, 3 Elements Divine Puppet, the walking mortal was standing and watching something. Some of the Heart Demon Sect's disciples who were hiding nearby glanced at it and couldn't help but discuss. Do the people from 100 Refinements Pavilion just let their puppet beasts wander around? Since I've been guarding this place, that thing has always been loitering around here? Then you don't know. That's the 3 Elements Divine Puppet, the walking mortal of Pavilion Master Gong Shuban of 100 Refinements Pavilion. It's not wandering around on its own, it's just that Gong Shuban doesn't like appearing in front of others and uses the puppet beast to get inspiration. The other one turned and gave him a thumbs up in admiration. As expected of senior brother, you even know this. That senior brother couldn't help but sigh. It's been a few years since you came to the sect. I've followed the deputy sect masters and seen a lot of the world. Suddenly, a series of resounding tremors under their feet startled them. What's going on? Is the mountain about to collapse? The puppet beast noticed that the ground beneath its feet was about to crack open and paid close attention. As if the moment it dodged, a dark figure shot up from underground. That figure shot straight into the sky, with another person chasing behind. Xie Taipu's body was now completely mangled. He could only desperately try to escape. But how could Xie Yan let him off so easily? He quickly gave chase, full of bloodlust. Compared to Zhao Shi, this Chongling Dao guy can take 100 times more hits. It's so satisfying to beat him up. No wonder he's a 5th stage pre-heaven realm cultivator.
As soon as he finished speaking, he was within reach. He gave him a blow from behind, sending him crashing down the mountainside. A deafening explosion continued to ring out as Xie Yan beat up Xie Taipu. The Heart Demon Sect disciples were utterly terrified. Did those two fight their way out of the mountain? The person in the sky seems to be the devilish jade young master, Xie Yan, the puppet beast, mechanically approached where he had fallen and slowly asked, Chongling Dao, Shi Taipu, are you still alive?
Even though he was exhausted, when he heard his name, Shi Taipu still tried to open his eyes to look at the 100 Refinements Pavilion's 3 elements divine puppet. Suddenly, Shi Taipu's soul separated from the shattered remains of Quan Changsu.
He laughed with glee. Indeed, the heavens never block all paths. Caught off guard, the puppet was reeled back by Shi Taipu. His soul rapidly invaded the puppet's body. Gongshu Ban, let me borrow your puppet for a sec.
Xie Yan was on him in a flash, diving down for a hit when, using the puppet body, Shi Taipu teleported behind him to dodge the blow.
He kept attacking, sneering, pulling tricks, changing identities. Think I wouldn't recognize you. Seeing him still trying to run, he gave chase, yelling, Don't even think about it. No matter how fast that body is, Xie Yan will catch you.
He slowly tightened his grip. Suddenly, a golden light rushed over, and Gongshu Ban urgently shouted, Stop! That's this old one's divine puppet. This old one has a way to exorcise Shi Taipu.
But Xie Yan wasn't having it, continuing to punch and kick the puppet relentlessly, leaving it no room to breathe. HMPH. What's with using hands? It's all part of the game anyway. Back in Shilan Nation, this robot sealed my meridians. Now's the perfect time for revenge.
The others, watching below, couldn't quite put their feelings into words. Shen Mengyu followed the situation above, equally stunned. Shi Taipu is still alive, and he stole Gongshu Ban's puppet. Janai looked over and laughingly praised, Is that Xie Yan of the Demon Toon sect fighting him? Pretty strong. Probably reached the 5th level of the acquired realm, right? Why not use the flower between fingers swordplay and instead go down the path of body cultivation? Zhu Wuchang, standing behind the others, narrowed his eyes and rumbled, Heaven above, earth below, I alone am supreme, the divine skill of Huayu.
If successful, it will certainly be extraordinary.
The old monk Wu Wu, sect leader of the supreme esoteric sect, naturally saw it too. Shi Taipu can cultivate the Chongling Dao's yin soul secret art to such an extent that he can appear as anyone. No wonder he could escape Yuan Sheng's clutches. Gongshu Ban was too careless, letting him steal his puppet. Protector Chong Sheng couldn't help but put his hands together and murmur, You're attacking Gongshu sect leader's puppet. Are you Demon Jade Young Master Xie Yan? Why not even use True Kui and only rely on the power of flesh to fight? Protector Chonglong then explained, Xie Yan's martial arts don't show any traces of the Demon Toon sect, but they are really strong and he is already comparable to the 5th level of the acquired realm. Protector Wuji, round and plump, revealed an interested smile.
This proves nothing. This Shin Taipu cannot exert the power of the living among mortals, and can only passively take the beating. On Xie Yan's side, he had also easily stomped the puppet body down, blasting apart a patch of rocks and earth. Seeing it still able to rise despite being damaged, Xie Yan had to exclaim, Trisk, Shi Taipu's shell is really tough. It took so long to crack a small opening.
Gongshu Ban, distressed about his property, hurriedly rushed over to stop him.
Enough. The puppet returned to normal under his command.
Seeing it fall motionless, Gongshu Ban glanced at Xie Yan warningly. This old one has released control of the divine puppet. Shi Taipu cannot escape. Why don't you stop?
Suddenly, a voice rang out from below them. Sorry for the embarrassment. I didn't expect the former Chongling Dao to still have fish slipping through the net.
Yan Zhou extracted Shi Taipu's soul within the puppet, and he said in a prepared tone, Young Master Xie, sect leader Gongshu, thank you both for helping the Heart Demon sect capture the remnants of the former Chongling Dao. This old one will take Shi Taipu away. I hope you all will gain some rewards during this convention. Seeing Yanzu leave, Gongshu Ban turned to grind his teeth and settle accounts with him. Demon Jade Young Master Xie Yan, you must give this old one an explanation. This old one already said that he could exorcise Shin Taipu. Why did you still want to continue fighting?
But Xie Yan only apologized with his mouth, while his face was begging for a beating. Sorry, got too carried away, couldn't stop. Gongshu Ban narrowed his eyes, revealing a malicious smile. Quite the killing intent. If that's the case, this old one will take the Heavenly Abyss Patrol Beast out so you can kill some more. As soon as he finished speaking, all Xie Yan saw was empty space, and a pair of glowing blue eyes appeared immediately afterward. And it was also the Heavenly Abyss Divine Beast he had just created.
Wu Wu was shocked and wide-eyed, not expecting Gongshu Ban to have already created the Heavenly Abyss Patrol Beast.
He is indeed an outstanding talent. His cultivation is only at the 5th level of the acquired realm, but he can create puppets that can rival the 6th level of the acquired realm. Wuji raised his eyebrows and mocked. It's a pity he doesn't have much tolerance, being the sect leader of a sect and yet being petty with a junior, but Yonglong is extremely eager to see it.
This old monk is very much looking forward to seeing Demon Jade Young Master use the flower between fingers swordplay. Protector Chung Sheng sighed. It's useless to use it, a loss is certain. With his age, there is no way he can be at the 6th level of the acquired realm, right? Regardless of what anyone said, Xie Yan remained as firm as Mount Tai. He pulled the Feng Tian sword from the space ring and praised him with interest.
Awesome, this is the first time I've heard such a request. Then I won't be polite. Hundreds of swords were cloned by Xie Yan, all aiming their blades at the puppet. All the swords combined into a river like a dragon. It's the sword of the Grand Dabio. Metal aspect, phantom light manifestation. They all surge forward to attack, following his command. Despite being assaulted by tens of thousands of swords, the construct seems to effortlessly create a barrier, blocking everything. Gongshu Ban frowned slightly. This brat's cultivation and swordplay is above the body refinement martial path. Is he really from the Devil Sentiment sect? Even Yanshi Jiyu was surprised by that move. This is the power of the Grand Tao. Why do I find this Devil Jade young master strangely familiar?
People from the Azure Clarity sect like Guan Xinchen couldn't help but praise. Sword cultivator at the peak of deity transformation. If not for this world, he could ascend immediately. This guy from the Devil Sentiment sect is no joke.
Meng Pingsheng couldn't help but wonder. With his innate stage 4 cultivation in this world, even our sect's Dream Soul Divine Travel Grand Art couldn't cultivate a foreign realm technique to this level. So quickly, I wonder what kind of luck this person has. Guan Xinchen mused. In this age of cultivation, geniuses emerge one after another, each with their own opportunities. There's nothing strange about it. Even the sect leader of the Scarlet Measure sect, Shi Yuejiao, couldn't help but sigh. Aya Gongshu Ban is truly shameless, actually using the Sky Abyss Patrol Beast to bully a junior. Grand Elder Hui Li frowned in confusion. Strange. Why does Devil Jade young master Xie Yan's swordsmanship feel so familiar? Mo Fei, the second elder of the Scarlet Measure sect, also chimed in mockingly. Devil Jade young master is too strong. It's a pity he hasn't used any Devil Sentiment sect martial arts from beginning to end.
Qingjer and Yao Ruyu were hiding beside a large tree, cheering non-stop. Wow, master is the most amazing. Only Yan Ruyu was still sober enough to notice something strange. Did this guy suddenly change his personality, blatantly revealing his trump card like that?
With this guy's cunning, there's no way he'd be that naive, right? Could he be planning something bigger? On Xingyan's side, his face was full of excitement, striking greedily as if injected with chicken blood, openly and honestly using the Sealed Heaven sword in his true form before all the people of the main world, without disguising. This can only happen during a live performance. Let's see what consequences this will cause after it's over. If there's any lightning, just let it explode on me in this live performance.
Even so, he was still serious, not letting his guard down. Gongshu Ban's mechanical puppet was indeed not to be underestimated, unexpectedly managing to swallow all of the Sealed Heaven sword's attacks, the leaked sword aura not even enough to damage the surrounding mountains too much. Thinking aloud, Xie Yan slowly swung his sword and sneered at him. Sect leader Gongshu, your construct isn't just innate stage 5, is it? Much tougher than the last one. Try this move. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword as large as a tower appeared above Xie Yan's head. He grinned, preparing to unleash this sword strike with the Destiny aura. Metal aspect. Sky-shattering.
The barrier created by the patrol beast blocked the attack, producing ear-piercing sounds. Small cracks also slowly appeared and spread around. Before long, its barrier shattered completely. Xie Yan's sword strike was unobstructed, directly striking towards the patrol beast. It hurriedly raised the twin moon blades attached to its arms to block. Another moment, and that robot would be toast. But very quickly, the patrol beast shattered that sword technique. Golden fragments fell apart one after another. Right after that, Xie Yan seized the opportunity and rushed forward, as if he was just waiting for it to break his sword stance.
Awesome! Next,
the spiritual energy of both sides collided, creating a loud rumble that shot straight into the sky. It quickly created an explosion that sent everything around flying away. The Devil Sentiment sect disciples who were standing nearby were also unable to avoid falling off the cliff when it was shattered by the force. But 3 strands of dark purple spiritual energy caught the feet of the 3 disciples in time and dropped them off on a low rock nearby.
After being rescued, they knelt down one after another to thank Jixing and the others. Thank you, Vice Sect Leader.
He couldn't help but sigh. Well done, Devil Jade young master.
Shen Mengyu grinned wickedly. So, Xie Yan is the strongest in swordplay. G9 next to him also added fuel to the fire. It doesn't seem like the swordplay of this world, although stuttering. Zhu Wuchang also tried to chime in. He doesn't seem like someone from the Devil Sentiment sect. The battle on Xie Yan's side was still continuing. He was slashing more and more vigorously, more and more quickly.
Wu Ji, who was closely watching the battle, couldn't help but sigh. I underestimated him a bit before. Seeing that Xie Yan's sword is even stronger than his body, innate stage 5 can't compete. The old monk clearly understood where the problem lay. Seeing that Devil Jade Young Master's sword is related to the power of the Grandeo, it's not surprising that he can temporarily contend with innate stage 6.
In the back, Yonglong squinted his narrow eyes to assess him. Among the 5 beauties and 5 young masters, Devil Jade Young Master Xie Yan must be the strongest, right? Monk Chongfeng glanced back slightly. Don't mention the 5 beauties and 5 young masters. This monk feels that most innate stage 5 sect leaders are not necessarily Xie Yan's opponents. Gongshu Ban, who had been watching the entire battle, also felt that something was wrong. This kid is messing around endlessly, this is not good, the destructive power of his sword strike is too strong. This newly created Sky Abyss Patrol Beast, which ranks last among the innate stage 6, will really be destroyed by him if it passively takes hits like this. Can't continue watching. He immediately launched a palm strike to help the Patrol Beast push Xie Yan away, increasing the distance. Killed enough. If you've killed enough, this old man will have to fight back, getting a power-up from Gongshu Ban. The spirit beast was overflowing with shimmering golden spiritual energy. Xie Yan, all fired up, saw him and the spirit beast charging with all their might, and wasn't intimidated at all, ready to meet the attack head-on. You think I'm scared? 2 streams of blue and gold spiritual energy were about to collide in the sky. Suddenly, Zhu Yuhongyan appeared right between them, right as they were about to go at it like crazy. On one side, she used her spiritual energy to block the enhanced crescent blades of the spirit beast, and on the other, she used only 2 fingers to firmly hold Feng Tian's sword tip. Just as both of them were stopped, Yu Hongyan slowly said to Gongshu Ban, "Sect leader Gongshu, why be so stubborn with a junior, as I see it? Let's end this here." Xinyan smirked and raised an eyebrow, telepathically transmitting, "Sect leader sis, don't worry, I can handle it." She shot him a look back, then telepathically replied, "I believe you, but do you really want to reveal your full strength in front of everyone? Your call." Seeing Yu Hongyan's seriousness, he restrained himself. "Yes, then I'll listen to Sect leader sis." But in his heart, Shen Yan was quite surprised. Even though he was currently in the midst of a character setting, he'd rather not make Sect leader sis worry too much than fight to his heart's content. However, I didn't even get to use my hands yet. That worn-out thing and I are evenly matched. Probably hadn't had a chance to use his hands either, but Sect leader Cessus could block the attack so easily and calmly. It seems that even though they're both at the 6th level of the innate realm, the difference is too huge. Gongshu Ban stood in front of the spirit beast, clasped his hands, feigning generosity. "Since Sect leader Yu has stepped in, then I, this old one, am not someone unreasonable. As long as young master Ma Yu apologizes for previously offending me in front of everyone, then this matter can be dropped." Just as Xie Yan was about to retort, he was stopped by Yu Hongyan. "Sect leader Gongshu is serious. Xie Yan is the close aide of the 4 sect leaders, and outside, he fully represents the 4 sect leaders."
"You want this sect leader to apologize to you?" As soon as she finished speaking, her true form of spiritual energy appeared, its pressure covering all directions. On the surface, he narrowed his eyes as a warning. "Sect leader Yu, is the Maoqing sect so rude and tyrannical to outsiders?"
But in his head, he was quite wary. This woman's aura is too strong. She definitely belongs to the strongest tier among those at the 6th level of the innate realm.
Yu Hongyan slightly glared. "My Maoqing sect." But before she could finish speaking, she was startled to feel another wave of pressure. This danger. Both Xie Yan and Gongshu Ban noticed it as well. Above them, a wave of spiritual energy appeared like a giant, purplish-blue eye enveloping the night sky. It's Yuan Sheng. The layers of earth and rock that they had broken apart quickly moved and recombined. A gloomy voice also transmitted in the air.
"Those who come are all guests. No need to harm the harmony.
How about giving this old one some face and stopping the fighting here?"
If the friends from the Qingming Dao and the Supreme Esoteric Sect have also arrived, then please, come to the peak of Hidden Moon Cliff. This old one's advancement is about to begin." Yu Hongyan frowned tightly. "Yuan Sheng is indeed a veteran at the 6th level of the innate realm. I'm still a ways off compared to him." Gongshu Ban looked at the huge wave of spiritual energy like an eye, and then fell silent for a moment. He decisively turned around, withdrew the spirit beast, preparing to leave. "Fine. This old one will give sect leader Yuan some face. Let's end this here." As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished. Shi Jian on this side crossed his arms in annoyance. "What? Consider yourself lucky." Seeing this, Yu Hongyan quickly chided. "All right, don't act dissatisfied when you've already gotten a good deal." The group from the Maoqing sect hurriedly followed to the advancement ceremony. Yu Hongyan seriously instructed. "Youthful impulsiveness is understandable, but the opponent is the sect leader of a sect. Even if there is conflict, you must consider it before acting. If I'm there, it's easy. If I'm not there, before you act, if you don't consider the sect's position, then at least think about your own safety. Moreover, in front of everyone, you've revealed too many trump cards." Xie Yan chuckled ingratiatingly. "I can't say the reason is that I'm in a character setting. Yes, sect leader Cesis is right. Xuanji laughed and flew alongside, teasing, "This time you're really showing off, but from beginning to end you didn't use the Ma Qing sect's techniques, little Xie Yan. What do you mean by that?" Hearing her question, he quickly promised, "I'll definitely use them next time. I'll definitely use them next time." Yan Mi Ling, who was flying at the back, Wu Lingxian, couldn't help but wonder, "Lingxian, this time your attitude is unusual. Aren't you going to nag him a few times?" She only looked ahead and smiled. What is there to say? It's absurd if the 8 great demonic sects are all peaceful and don't clash. He faced off against the strongest puppet beast of the 100 Refinements realm in front of the other demonic sects. This didn't disgrace the Ma Qing sect. The sect leader has already given the advice that should be given. I have nothing more to say. Here we are. A moment later, they arrived at Yuan Sheng's Heavenly Creation Altar Advancement Ceremony. Xie Yan couldn't help but think, I didn't expect him to set up such a big altar as a stage. Yuan Sheng's sense of ceremonial solemnity has reached its peak. As Xie Yan steadied himself on the platform, a voice echoed, "Looks like everyone's here." This humble Taoist, Qin Shu, is presiding over this promotion ceremony at the invitation of sect leader Yuan Sheng. Xuanji turned to Wu Lingxian with a puzzled look. Who's this Taoist? But she was just as clueless. Qi Shu, never heard of anyone like that in Great Han. Where's he from? He stood behind them, giving the guy a once-over. Is this guy a con artist? Doesn't quite look like the righteous Confucian scholars. But if he isn't a con artist, how do you explain the identical core of fortune as Chu Danuo that Yaoru saw from him above? Shishu continued explaining to everyone, the heavenly creation fast is a ritual where the officiant follows fate to summon ancestral sages. It can demonstrate the might of sect leader Yuan Sheng during his promotion and help you all absorb the Tao energy from sect leader Yuan Sheng and Tao Hizhen that is released better. Then this humble Taoist will begin. As he finished speaking, Shishu gently raised his hand, and a fiery red sword flew from the altar towards him. He flicked his horsetail whisk and chanted without stopping. The Tao is attained through the heart is enlightened through the Tao. When the heart is bright, the Tao arrives. When the Tao arrives, the heart is clear. The spirit within the body is like fire and wood. Enlightenment begins with fire. Fire is ignited by incantations. Incantations moisten people, reaching the peak of the silent. If these 4 are abandoned, where will enlightenment arise? Wu Ji, Shi Yuejiao, and Wu Lingxian couldn't help but frown, not knowing what he was planning. Light as a feather, the incantations continued to echo, and purple energy gradually gathered. Also, like the bright fate of the divine illumination, the spirit relies on the heart. Water comes from form. Form is completed by the Tao. If one thing is lacking, where will enlightenment arise? Therefore, the so-called divine beings see with their eyes and hear with their ears. Their consciousness perceives. Their spirits sense. They differentiate between things. The sky shifted from dim morning to dark night. Thunder rumbled. And everyone from the Paradise Temple to the Azure Clarity Path was stunned, shouting loudly. The astral positions are shifting. Night rises in the day. He continued to babble the last few sentences. Yuan Sheng, sitting high on the altar, also remained silent and motionless. Sacrificial position must, by spirit and self, so is written, divine being. As soon as the incantation ended, a beam of purple light poured straight down onto the altar. Suddenly, a massive hand, all claws, gradually became clear. In an instant, the image of a monster appeared from within the light, and it flashed a feral grin. From the sect leader of the supreme esoteric sect to the master of the Azure Clarity Path, their faces fell. This is the heavenly lust demon from the 6 desires and 4 demonic oddities. How could such an anomaly appear during a celestial promotion? This seems different from what is recorded in the ancient texts. 1 foot of the monster had already stepped onto the ground, and even as just an apparition, it was twice the size of a large mountain. After fully materializing from that source of spiritual power, the monster was still kneeling on 1 knee on the ground. It gave a fierce grin with its blood-red eyes towards Yuan Sheng. Xie Yan was stunned and secretly marveled. Awesome. A normal promotion is just a beam of light. When Yuan Sheng, sect leader Yuan, gets promoted, the world changes color, day and night reverses, and he can even summon monsters. Wait, that's not right. I couldn't summon the heavenly lust demon, but with Yuan Sheng's deep understanding of the 6 desires demonic heart manual, provoking it would be very easy. Is this also considered an anomaly with the Tao He Zhen? Qi Shu raised his head in satisfaction and announced, Right now, sect leader Yuan is resonating his own great Tao with the Tao of heaven and earth. The Tao energy of the innate sevenfold has manifested in the world. If you can sense it, feel free to absorb it. Originally, sect leader Yuan's promotion would end in the time it takes to burn an incense stick, but he felt the opportunity was rare, so he deliberately extended it to half an hour so that both the sect and the Taoist sects could gain something.
Xie Yan was even more incredulous. Seriously. He can just say, promote and promote, say, extend and extend. Has Yuan Sheng's comprehension and control over the heavenly Tao reached the point where he can do whatever he wants? But if he puts it that way, it makes sense. That heavenly lust demon must represent Yuan Sheng's own great Tao. As he was about to grab Xuanji's shoulder to ask, everyone saw and blocked him. I can feel it. Is this the Tao energy of the innate sevenfold? Yan Me Ling also seems slightly immersed. It's so wonderful, completely different from the aura that has spiritual Tao energy, switching between illusion and reality, changing unpredictably. Seeing this, he sweated even more, his lips twitched uncontrollably, and he forced a smile. Looks like everyone has had an epiphany. But in Xie Yan's heart, he was crying silently. What do I do? I can't sense any Tao energy of the innate sevenfold or whatever. Suddenly, on the side of the supreme esoteric sect, He Liang Chongfeng burst into laughter, the depths of his eyes stained with a deep black color. Monk, I've understood. This monk has understood.
Kill all those who stand in my way in the world who can stop me from attaining enlightenment. Kill, kill, kill. Xie Yan cursed inwardly.
Damn it, did this monk absorb so much Tao energy that he went berserk? It seems like the monks of the supreme esoteric sect are quite prone to going berserk. Is he going to jump up and start a massacre? Isn't anyone managing the demonic heart sect? But then he looked around and realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, it's not just the monk. The entire group from the Paradise Temple is also immersed in black-purple gas, looking like soulless puppets. The 100 Refinements realm is the same way. Is there really a problem with this Dacio energy? Why does it look like they're all going berserk?
Xie Yan quickly called out to Xuanji and Yan Mi Ling, second elder, third elder. I feel like something's wrong. Have you all gone berserk? Yan Mi Ling scolded him irritably. Shut up, you're so annoying. Only Xuanji suddenly returned to normal, but looked extremely sad. HMPH, it's really not easy to get a good deal. My mind is unstable. It's very difficult to subdue. Seeing Xie Yan ask, Wu Lingxian slowly explained. Though a wisp of purple energy was gathering at the corner of her eye, Yuan Sheng cultivates the 6 desires heart demon art. The great path he found must be the legendary heart demon Grand Tao. When the heart demon Grand Tao encounters fluctuations in the Grand Tao of heaven and earth, it will scatter with great fortune, affecting the viewers. The Tao aura of the 7th layer of Xiantian is beneficial to those with the 4th layer of Xiantian or higher.
But the Tao aura containing the heart demon Grand Tao easily causes instability in those with weak foundations, and their shortcomings will be revealed. The benefits aren't so easily obtained. Then she heatedly pointed at Xie Yan, scolding, You useless, dilapidated brat. Such a good opportunity to subdue the heart demon, and you don't cherish it. Hurry up and absorb it. He could only laugh awkwardly, replying vaguely, I'm absorbing, but not much. I don't feel anything yet. Then he glanced at Yu Hongyan on the other side, but she still hadn't moved.
Sect leader Gigi doesn't seem to notice the anomalies. And the 7th layer Dao Atura. Could there be something wrong with Yuan Sheng's advancement ceremony? Is the heart demon sect that daring? Standing close to the heart demon sect were Ya Ruyu and Mi Leng. She softly called out, You, I didn't lie to you, did I? She replied with a trembling voice, That's right, it really changed. How is this possible? Mi Leng's art of qi observation helped her see a terrifying issue. Yan Zhu, Yuan Sheng, these two. Half an hour later,
after all the changes ended, Xie Yan announced, Sect leader Yuan has officially reached the 7th layer of Xiantian. The heavenly creation ceremony is a complete success. Thank you all for participating in Sect leader Yuan's advancement ceremony.
Xie Yan couldn't help but be puzzled. It's over. Is that all there is to it? Xuanji was still quite regretful, sighing loudly. I also put in so much effort, but it didn't go as expected. Yan Mi Ling also spoke wearily. Although the time for the Dao aura to spread was long, most of our spirit was focused on resisting the heart demon. There was almost no harvest.
The two of them didn't seem to notice anything. But Wu Lingxian did, looking at the towering pagoda surging with a strange, dark red spiritual energy. The other disciples couldn't help but be shocked.
The other sect elders like Hui Li and Ancestor Yan were astonished and horrified. What's going on? What is sect leader Yuan doing again? He can't be advancing a second time, can he? Gei Yi's gaze fell on Yan Zhu. He just stood there, smiling smugly, and slightly leaned back to welcome the fiery pagoda. The great plan is complete.
The other cultivators gradually felt a strange danger emanating from Yan Zhu. That source of spiritual energy began to gather in the center of the pagoda in a bizarre manner. Then, in an instant, the sky cleared again, and a surprised voice rang out. The 4 directions ended. That was fast this time. Ancestor Yan glanced at Gongshu Ban, inquiring, "Sect leader, is there a second anomaly when advancing to the 7th layer of Xiantian?" He also couldn't help but frown. "I've never heard of it, but perhaps our sect's records have omissions." Yanzu narrowed his eyes, secretly assessing. The anomaly wasn't complete. Although it's a pity, overall, it ended smoothly as planned. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the air. "Everyone, don't be impatient. This is my first time advancing to the 7th layer of Xiantian, and my control is still lacking. When absorbing and releasing, I inadvertently caused a second advancement anomaly for you all to laugh at." Ancestor Yan nodded. "So that's how it is. As expected of the 7th layer of Xiantian." At this moment, sect leader Yuan spoke, inhaling and exhaling, as if in communion with heaven and earth. His realm was profound and unfathomable. Both Wuji and Gao Yan sighed with regret at the same time. It seems that even for someone newly entering the 7th layer, controlling that power isn't easy. It's a pity that the time for the second anomaly was too short. I didn't have time to absorb the Dao aura of the 7th layer that spread out. But people like Ge Yi and Guanxi Chen were still carefully observing the two of them, as if deep in thought. On Xie Yan's side, as he was glancing at Yu Hongyan, he saw her grinding her teeth. "That old fox? We've been schemed against." She quickly turned away, annoyed. "It's over. Let's go back." 15 minutes later, as they were speeding back, Xie Yan hesitated. "Sect leader Gigi, what did you mean by saying we were schemed against?" Yu Hongyan didn't answer him, but turned to ask, "Wu Lingxian, did the Dao aura of the 7th layer of Xiantian that you all absorbed add any benefit to yourselves?" Xuanji reluctantly forced a smile, thinking there would surely be some gains, only for Yan Ling to look at herself for a moment before continuing. "After removing the heart demon, the remaining Dao aura of the 7th layer of Xiantian seems to only have a faint wisp of mist, like being treated to a feast but only smelling the aroma." Yu Hongyan's expression was as if she already knew, and she spoke a sentence that surprised them. "Of course that's the case. Yuan Sheng's boisterous advancement ceremony was just empty show. Am I right, Vice Sect Leader Yan?" As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her hand forward. Yanzu's figure materialized from the void, feigning innocence. "What does Sect Leader Yu mean by that? This old man doesn't understand the sect leader's advancement. Sect Leader Yu and the various instructors of the Great Demon Sect all witnessed it firsthand. Surely you all can tell whether the Dao aura of the 7th layer of Xiantian is real or fake, right?" Yu Hongyan gave a sarcastic smile. "How did he reach the 7th layer? Vice Sect Leader Yan must know much better than us." Unable to say anything more, he pointed towards Xie Yan. "Sect Leader Yu is sharp-tongued. This old man doesn't want to argue, but this time, I didn't come for this matter. Rather, I have something I want to ask Demon Jade Gongzi about." Being singled out, Xie Yan was a little surprised. Before he could finish speaking, he had already circulated his spiritual energy, forcefully heading towards him. "Originally, this old man thought you would hide more carefully. I didn't expect you to swagger up the mountain, even fighting a spirited battle with Gongshu Ban." Xie Yan was enveloped in a dark purple spiritual energy, and before he could react, Yanzu shouted, "Show me your true form." In the blink of an eye, Xie Yan's Asura true body seemed to appear with jet-black eyes. "What's going on? How is the Asura true art in my body being stirred up?" Yanzu gave a bizarre smile as if he had achieved his goal. "It really is him." He hurriedly suppressed his true art and angrily retorted, "It really is him. What? Explain it to me." Behind Yanzu, a figure suddenly appeared, releasing dark spiritual energy in all directions. "Sect Master Yu." This old man has a question. Surely the Demon Sentiment Sect knows that the Heart Demon Sect once had a top figure named Yi Dao Qi. Yu Hongyan calmly replied to him. Among the 9 great demon sects, at least everyone has heard of the previous sect leader Yi Dao Qi being replaced by sect leader Yuan. But so what? Yanzu lowered his head and glanced at them. People in the pugilistic world all thought that the tyrannical and unprincipled genius who dominated the sect had died decades ago. But that's not the case. Yin Dao Qi used the art of desire to implant his soul into the flesh of another, and has continued to exist in this world until now. He pointed at Xie Yan and accused. Ever since the 9 Sects convention ended, Demon Jade, the young master, is no longer Demon Jade. He has become a puppet for Yi Dao Qi to possess and revive. The demonic art he created based on the 6 Desires Heart Demon formula is solid proof. The 4 members of the Demon Sentiment Sect were stunned by what they heard. Yu Hongyan, grasping the key point, felt even more threatened. After the 9-sex convention ended, wasn't it earlier than that?
Xie Yan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He was looking for him, but what Yanzu said shocked him. I am Yi Dao Qi. Did the Heart Demon sect take the wrong medicine? Even if Gei Huayu was exposed and wanted to deal with me, it wouldn't be to the point of finding such a ridiculous reason, right?
Or does this guy actually think that's true? No sooner had Yanzu finished his accusation than he was eager to take action. Yu Yu's survival until now is related to the founding roots of the Heart Demon sect. This old man must bring him back for strict interrogation. Of course, the Heart Demon sect will also demand justice for the demon Jade young master who was possessed. Sect Master Yu, hand this person over to this old man. But before he could act, he was blown away by a powerful surge of spiritual energy.
Yanzu squinted at Sect Master Yu. What do you mean by this? Yu Hongyan stood in front, shielding Xie Yan. Xie Yan is the guard beside me, born a member of the Demon Sentiment sect, and will die a demon of the Demon Sentiment sect. Since when is his identity up for the Heart Demon sect to decide with just a few words? How absurd! Even if he is indeed possessed by a wandering soul, it is something that the Demon Sentiment sect should deal with. It's not your place to interfere. Wu Lingxian also stood up in defense. Yanzu, even if what you say is true, then if someone from the Demon Sentiment sect is harmed, it should be our sect that takes revenge, and our sect that collects the body. Xuanji took a deep breath beside her. You rotten old man, not a single hair or piece of clothing of Xie Yan will be handed over to your heart. Demon sect, Yan M. I Ling echoed. Sect master and the two elders are right.
Yanzu laughed grimly with sarcasm. Yi Dao Qi. To think that in your second life as a human you would become such a skilled pretty boy. This old man can't imagine how you charmed the women of the Demon Sentiment sect, if that's the case. He immediately retreated. Yuan Sheng's mysterious shadow had been standing there for a long time. The eyes around him began to move. Sect leader, we still have to trouble you.
Everyone was horrified that he would personally take action. Yu Hongyan barely had time to react.
This is bad. Yuan Sheng's eyes had also looked up, filled with a wild white color.
Seeing the white light burst forth, Yu Hongyan only had time to turn around and shout, "Run!" But that speed wasn't going to let them go.
They were all frozen stiff, their figures gradually being swallowed up. The whole sky was left, with only Yanzu leisurely sneering as he watched them disappear. The scene changed in a flash, and the lava flow in some place gradually surged. All 5 of them fell into a space filled with lava. Yu Hongyan spoke softly. This is Yuan Sheng's Dao domain.
Xie Jian raised his eyebrows in question. What Dao domain? Yu Hongyan's eyes became full of vigilance. After reaching the 7th level of the innate realm and achieving Dao harmony, one will become compatible with one's own great Dao, causing the manifested great Dao to cover a corner of this world, like opening up a blessed land with one's own hands. There are records of this in the Demon Sentiment sect's inheritance, but this is also the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. She looked at everything covered by lava around her. Just the heaven fire sea. Is this the great Davio that the successor of the 6 Desires Heart Demon formula seeks? Why does it seem so off? Yuan Sheng slightly lifted his hand and sneered. Falling into this one's Dao domain, and you're still distracted. Yu Hongyan suddenly felt a sense of danger coming.
At that moment, 2 attacks appeared. Xuanji's joyful secret technique, secret poison heavenly net, and Yan M. I Ling's soulfire spirit sword approached Yuan Sheng.
Xuanji and Yan M. I Ling were horrified as the sword energy hadn't even gotten close before he dissipated.
Wu Lingxian's true form of Yin Demon was summoned, and she used the 4 Stillness Sky transformation to attack Yuan Sheng from behind. But it seemed that he had noticed it long ago, and her move was broken in an instant. This place is an area formed by this one's great Dabo. Only this one's great Dabo exists here. Your martial arts are just water without a source, trees without roots. You can't contend with this one. Know your place, and back down. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of pressure pushed the 3 of them away.
He looked at Yu Hongyan without any emotion. Sect Master Yu, will you hand over the person now? Xie Jian planned to use Vermilion Bird demonic breath, and he angrily said, Sect leader, just ignore him. Let me break this Dao domain. In his mind, he secretly calculated. Vermilion Bird demonic breath specializes in burning the great Dao. I don't believe it can't burn through his space. At worst, it'll just take more time.
Yuan Sheng pondered slightly. A Dao-breaking flame, intent domain, as expected of a heaven-sent genius. You can control this demonic flame, even at the early stage of the immortal realm. As he spoke, he reached out his hand again. The demonic breath had just been summoned when it instantly dissipated. Xie Yan exclaimed in shock. Damn! Are the 7th stage of the immortal realm? So OP, my Vermilion Bird demonic breath seems to have been drained. Then he continued to pull out Little Fox, gnashing his teeth. Motherfucker! I'll use the Sealing Heaven sword to blow him to death.
Suddenly, a voice rang in Xie Yan's mind.
Xie Yan, don't be impulsive. Yuan Sheng's Dao domain has neither the great Dao of the sword nor the great Dao of force. Your two strongest trump cards are being suppressed to the extreme. Don't transmit your voice to me. Your cultivation isn't enough. Yuan Sheng will hear you.
She frowned, looking at him, indicating he should calmly assess the situation. Right now, Yuan Sheng's target is only you. It's clear he's already at the 7th stage of the immortal realm, but he's holding back everywhere. Why? Things are different now. Last time, Yuan Sheng led his troops to eliminate the Chongling Dao, and the imperial court issued a warning. Now the court needs to maintain balance among the 9 sects. As long as he's in his right mind, he definitely won't dare to act cruelly towards us.
I'll create an opportunity for you. You try to escape to Bamboo Creek Village and wait for us. As long as you leave, he'll no longer have a reason to fight us. After transmitting her voice, Yu Hongyan took out a large stone. Yuan Sheng was quite surprised. A Qi origin spirit stone, how do you plan to use this to deal with me?
Yu Hongyan ignored him and began to chant an incantation. Emptiness with no destined death. Ancient path with strange form. Actions hinting at future events. Rebellion facing great misfortune.
As soon as she finished chanting, a huge wave of Qi origin enveloped her body. Yu Hongyan's body gradually changed, and her hair turned jet black.
Her eyes turned dark purple.
Yuan Sheng, on the other side, also used Yuan Shen's power, his inner demons recovering and swelling, summoning a huge skull that seemed to be formed from lava.
But in an instant, a blow from Yu Hongyan shattered the skull, hitting Yuan Sheng directly in the face. Xuanji exclaimed in shock. The sect leader is using the Qi origin spirit stone as a source to boost the evil woman scripture and activate the demonic fetus. Yan Mi Ling cried out with worry. Sect leader, doing this will damage your life essence.
Half step into the 7th stage of the immortal realm. The demonic fetus cosmic body gradually formed, and Yu Hongyan's entire body transformed completely.
She continued to accumulate demonic energy into both hands. Focusing on sensing the weakest point in the Dao domain, Yu Hongyan shattered the barrier there with one move.
Then she shouted and went towards Xie Yan.
Xie Yan paused. He already had the sealing heaven sword in his hand. He was sweating, having connected to the great Dao of the sword. Staying here will only make things worse. I'll leave this place first and then figure out what's going on later.
But Yu Hongyan suddenly startled as the hole she created quickly closed.
Xie Yan couldn't hesitate any longer.
Just as the opening was about to close, he rushed straight out. After Xie Yan luckily escaped, the lava-like area completely closed.
Both sides looked at each other silently. Seeing this, Yu Hongyan slowly negotiated. Sect leader Yuan, do you still want to continue fighting? You're falsely accusing people from our sect, breaking the implicit agreement of the 9 sects, and ambushing us. If this ends here, there's still room to maneuver. If we report this to the imperial court.
Yuan Sheng was silent, not replying, but it seemed like everything was already decided. The lava behind him suddenly seemed to explode.
Wu Lingxian frowned angrily. Yuan Sheng, do you really want to fight to the end?
But only Yu Hongyan felt something was off. Wait, something's not right. This is a great Dao backlash. Yuan Sheng's entire body seemed about to explode, and screams constantly echoed around him. Yan Zhu watched Xie Yan's figure dash out and gradually disappear, his head full of question marks. He frowned. Did I miscalculate? Wanting to chase after this sword escape speed is a bit difficult for me in my current state. I still have to rely on him.
Yan Zhu's eyes were full of danger, widening as if sensing something. But his current state, after a long time, Yuan Sheng walked out of the great Dao, sighing, Yu Hongyan is very powerful, I can't stop now.
Yan Zhu turned around, scolding. At this time, Liao Ling, acting cruelly against the people of the emotion demon sect, is unwise. Yuan Sheng's face was still stained with blood. The Grand Dao of Fire and my compatibility are too far apart.
The surge in mood and power can lead to a backlash from the Grand Dao, thus losing rationality.
Yuan Sheng hesitated. Furthermore, after this battle, my level of Dao transformation has reached 30%. If I don't advance to innate stage 8th level, before Dao transformation reaches 100%, Yan Zhu continued his sentence, then you will be assimilated by the Grand Dao. Your body and soul will dissolve into the chemistry of the Grand Dao and disappear completely from this world.
Yan Zhu frowned uncomfortably.
The tricks that Jijinye provided were originally unorthodox and evil. This old one knew taking it was only a temporary measure, but I didn't expect it to be more inconvenient than this old one imagined.
But he just gave a creepy smile, thinking about catching Xie Yan. Let this old one think about how to deal with the imperial court. Next, devote all efforts to hunt down Yi Dao Qi. This old one's true hope is still on that old thief.
A day later, in Bamboo Creek Village, people bustled along the roadside. Do you guys know who is the most powerful among the 5 beauties and 5 young masters right now?
A person wearing a wide-brimmed hat sat enjoying tea in a tavern, quietly listening to the discussions. The demonic jade beauty Qin Shinzi. It is said that she was the first to advance to an 8-stage 5th level and can rival many sect leaders of major sects. Wrong. It's the demonic jade young master Xie Yan who suppressed a monster beast equivalent to an 8-stage 6th level from the 100 Refinements realm at Crescent Moon Cliff yesterday. Many prominent figures present witnessed it firsthand. Xie Yan's face, under the wide-brimmed hat, grew increasingly anxious. It's been a day. I've waited a day. Sectmaster Big Sis hasn't shown up. I've searched all around, but there's no one. Xie Yan's face turned ashen.
He couldn't help but think to himself, could it be? Suddenly, Xie Yan stroked his face, reassuring himself. No? Don't think wildly. Believe what Sectmaster Big Sis said. Surely Yuan Sheng doesn't have the guts. While he was worried, Qinghe's voice suddenly rang in his head.
Master. Qinghe has continuously casted Dimensional Shift Charm hundreds of times and finally found that wicked woman. She's not in the Heart Demon sect.
Xie Yan quickly took off his mask. Excellent. Tell her to find a secluded place. I'll be there immediately. A moment later, in a deserted forest, Yao Ruyu gently flew over. Senior brother is truly unpredictable. Xie Yan didn't ramble, and got straight to the point. I have something to ask of you. Now go back to the Heart Demon sect, and secretly inquire about the situation of the Emotion Demon sect. She was startled, and asked, has something happened to the Emotion Demon sect?
Xie Yan's expression was grave. I don't know. That's why I need you to investigate. Specifically, perhaps only Yuan Sheng knows. You probe, mention the Emotion Demon sect in front of him, and see how he reacts. Hearing this, Yan Ruyu didn't immediately agree, but frowned and continued. Speaking of Yuan Sheng, does senior brother still remember the aura observation art of Mei Lang?
When the Heavenly Creation Feast ritual had just begun, Mei Lang noticed it. At first, this servant didn't believe it, but after using Mei Lang's aura observation art, this servant discovered that in that ritual, apart from Yuan Sheng's advancement, something else happened. Yuan Sheng's chi luck appeared on the deputy sect leader Yan Zhu.
Xie Yan was shocked to hear this.
What, do you mean that the name Yan Zhu is the real Yuan Sheng? She hesitantly said her speculation. Probably not. It wasn't until Yuan Sheng's body showed signs of advancement that Mei Lang discovered the situation had changed.
Before the Heavenly Creation Feast ritual began, deputy sect leader Yan Zhu was probably still himself.
A sense of danger rose in Xie Yan's heart. Does that mean that after that, Yuan Sheng turned into Yan Zhu? Yan Zhu blocking my path yesterday was actually Yuan Sheng.
He couldn't figure it out and continued. But then who is Yuan Sheng advancing to an 8-stage 7th level? Could it be Yan Zhu? But even Yan Ruyu couldn't be sure. This servant doesn't know such profound matters either. The chi luck on Yuan Sheng's body after the advancement is extremely thin, very strange, not like anyone this servant knows.
If there is a conspiracy in this matter, it can only be related to the Taoist who came from Great Song to preside over the ritual. Xie Yan slightly turned his face away, pondering. It's that stinky Taoist again. Damn it, what on earth is the Heart Demon sect plotting? Suddenly, he sensed someone was coming. When the two of them vigilantly looked behind Yan Ruyu, they were both stunned in shock. Yan Ruyu used the 5 elements escape technique to hide right in front of Xie Yan. Then, a familiar voice rang out from the edge of the forest. Following Yan Ruyu can indeed find you, my son. The hood gradually slipped down. You came, Jie.
Xie Yan could only pretend to smile relaxedly. So it's father. But he was even more surprised that even a cautious person like Yan Ruyu was followed by Ge Yi.
He still stood there, pondering, and asked, the Yin energy transmission talisman can't contact you. Did you destroy this talisman? Xie Yan casually found an explanation. I accidentally destroyed it.
Father, is there anything you need me for? On the surface, Xie Yan still pretended to be close, but in his heart he was calculating. To be honest, I don't know Ge Yi well now, but judging from his attitude, he's probably not on the same side as Yuan Sheng.
As he expected, Gen Yi said something that left him speechless. It's good not to use the Yin energy transmission talisman to avoid being discovered by Yuan Sheng. I came to tell you to be more careful. Absolutely don't think that restoring your original appearance will allow you to swagger back to the Heart Demon sect. Xie Yan frowned tightly.
Father, do you know Yuan Sheng is capturing me? Ye Yi's face under the hood was full of worry. Do you know why Yuan Sheng wants to capture you? He suspiciously said his speculation. Yuan Sheng thinks that this Xie Yan's identity was seized by Yi Daoqi. This is truly an undeserved disaster. Ge Yi pointed his finger at him, refuting, No, it's not because of Xin Yan's identity. Yuan Sheng is pointing the spearhead at you, your very self. Ge Huayu. Ge Yi slowly recounted the events of that day. After the 9-sex grand meet, your father and you parted ways, and I reported the dissipation of Yi Daoqi's remnant soul to Yuan Sheng. But strangely enough, Yuan Sheng's reaction showed that he already knew about Yi Daoqi's continued existence. Not only that, but Yuan Sheng didn't seem to think that Yi Daoqi was dead and his Dao had been extinguished.
Looking at it now, he not only saw through your identity as Xie Yan, but also determined that Yi Daoqi had taken over your body at the Water Demon Cave. Xie Yan faced Ge Yi's tense gaze.
Was it because I was too flamboyant at Hidden Moon Cliff, making him even more suspicious?
He continued. It doesn't have much to do with whether you were flamboyant or not. Perhaps Yuan Sheng already had this suspicion. He used to be wary of you, Hongyan, so it wasn't convenient for him to take action against you. But now, after advancing to the 7th level of the immortal realm, he's no longer wary. He gritted his teeth. That old bastard, why does Yuan Sheng only suspect me and not my father? Back then, the one who was almost taken over by Yi Daoqi was clearly... Before he could finish, he got the answer from Ge Yi. Your father has a mind demon seal, and his life and death are in Yuan Sheng's thoughts. Moreover, I even suspect that he has some trick to see a part of my memories, so he could see through your identity.
Ge Yi lowered his head and sighed. Huayu, your father has implicated you. Xie Yan could only force a smile, thinking, damn it, I clearly cleaned up all the memories related to me in Ge Yi's mind, so where did the problem arise?
A moment later, he remembered something important. Inquire expectantly. That's right, father. Do you know the whereabouts of the sect leader and the 3 elders of the Demon Toon sect? When Yuan Sheng captured me, they helped hold Yuan Sheng back. Before he could finish, Ge Yi said in a deep voice, this is the next thing I wanted to tell you. The Demon Toon sect is no longer a safe haven. Your best destination now is that mysterious Changsheng heaven.
Xie Yan was stunned, revealing a dazed expression. Father, why do you say that? What exactly is the Demon Toon sect? He continued. Yuan Sheng is still considering how to talk to the court, but there is no doubt that the Demon Toon sect is in a very dangerous situation. The Demon Toon sect's leader, Yu Hongyan, along with the 3 elders, have all been killed by Yuan Sheng. Ge Yi's words struck Xie Yan's head like a painful bell, making him dizzy.
Ge Yi continued, the Demon Toon sect has lost its 4 top experts, so it's difficult for them to have a foothold in the demon sect. Huayu, are you all right?
Seeing that something was wrong, he grabbed Xie Yan's shoulder and asked. Xie Yan's eyes were bloodshot and his entire body's vitality was drained, but he still pretended to smile, even though he looked extremely depressed. It's nothing, I'm just thinking that I rarely relied on the guise of Mo Yu Gongzi to climb to a high position in the Demon Toon sect, but as a result, disaster struck unexpectedly. Thinking about all the wasted effort, I can't help but feel a little frustrated. Ge Yi also closed his eyes slightly in sympathy. Yes, this is indeed a pity.
But fortunately, you've found a new place in Changsheng heaven. Just change your identity and settle down. And wait for the situation to calm down, and your father will contact you again.
Xie Yan used his hand to cover up the despondency on his face, and he painfully asked himself, why? Why didn't I stay?
If it's already a character arc, why am I still afraid of death and not staying with the sect leader and the elders to fight the Grand Elder? 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, did they just die like that? And the sect leader's sister, why did I run away? I shouldn't have run away. Right now, his expression no longer showed any emotion. No, I can't, I know very well. Precisely because this is now a new character arc, I can't be reckless. What I need to do is to do everything in my power to investigate all the information related to Yuan Sheng, so that I can reverse this situation in reality.
Ge Yi sighed in relief when he saw him calm down. You must have understood the relationship between profit and harm, so, Huayu, what are you going to do next? Xie Yan lowered his hand that was trying to cover his face. Well, I've thought it over. I've decided to help my father kill Yuan Sheng. Xie Yan's eyes were almost filled with bloodshot eyes, and his hatred had reached its peak. That face made even a father like Ge Yi stunned, with fearful eyes.
Ge Yi grabbed Xie Yan's shoulder in horror. Huayu, what are you talking about? But he calmly brushed his hand away. Father, do you know, your current situation is very dangerous.
First there was Zhu Min, and then there was Yan Zhu. If he really felt that you were trustworthy, or that the Mind Demon Seal was omnipotent, then why would he use these 2 people to balance power with you? It can be seen that in his heart, even if you are not Ying Daoqi, you may be the next Yuan Sheng.
He didn't take action against you before, because the Mind Demon sect needed an expert like you, and he didn't want to be taken advantage of by the enemy. But now he has advanced to the 7th level of the immortal realm, and he alone is enough to destroy a powerful sect like the Demon Toon sect.
Do you think he will keep you to continue developing? As soon as he finished speaking, Ge Yi's face darkened.
Among the trees, sparkling with dew, he lowered his head and sighed sadly. Huayu, how could your father not know what you said? but killing Yuan Sheng is not easy.
You already know the fate of the people in the Demon Tune sect. Yu Hongyan's cultivation far surpassed mine, but even so, she easily collapsed in front of the 7th level of the immortal realm.
We can't resist him yet, Xie Yan interrupted Ge Yi without caring. What if there is a way? In his disappointment, he raised his eyes and looked at him in shock. What did you say?
Xie Yan's eyes were full of determination. After the heavenly creation's high feast, Yu Hongyan discovered some clues, and Yan Ruyu noticed a strange thing in this heavenly creation's high feast. A moment later, after Ge Yi sat and listened to him recount all the information Yan Ruyu had brought, he couldn't help but sink into thought. Yuan Sheng's luck appeared on Yan Zhu. If that's the case, then could it be?
Xie Yan frowned and asked, "Father, do you have any clues about this?" He rubbed his chin, trying to connect everything. "Well, there is something strange about this promotion. I felt it for a long time, but I still can't figure out the source of this discordant feeling. As far as I know, whether it was making suggestions or organizing the event, this heavenly creation's high feast was all handled by Taoist Qi Si from the great Song dynasty."
If this promotion ceremony is a special ritual, then it must be a trick provided by Qi Si. Xie Yan couldn't help but think. As expected, it's that Taoist Yuan Sheng's dragon heart is deep and profound, and he can't completely accept the Taoist of the Great Song's proposal. There must be a backup plan.
He immediately speculated. In that case, Yuan Sheng's backup plan is to take over Yan Zhu and use a dragon shell to test the promotion method in order to protect his soul. Ge Yi sighed loudly.
Not taking over, and not a dragon shell. Taking over is not that easy. Yi Daoqi wanted to take over your father and caused a lot of trouble, let alone Yuan Sheng. In recent years, I have gradually discovered a secret. All the Yi Yu Qi, including Yan Zhu, I'm afraid no one is still alive. They are all fake bodies created by Yuan Sheng. These fake bodies do not have the minds of living people and absolutely obey Yuan Sheng's orders. Now what's controlling Yuan Sheng's body must be the consciousness of the fake body he just created.